Hearthstone's best of the best gather to crown a champion. From the Masters Tour Spring Championship, our two finalists dominated the competition.
Oh, he just killed him! He just killed him! Wait, is that enough with the verse riff? No shot!
It is.
Oh, because the verse riff costs twice!
Swing.
He's already got one loaded in there! WeQ is going to be your Masters Tour Spring Champion.
From the Masters Tour Summer Championship, two titans emerged.
If you're a Gamer RPG fan, you have just hit the nuts! Maxi, the new young god of Hearthstone,
taking home the title of Masters Tour Summer Champion.
From the regional leaderboards, 8 of the world's finest players fought through the ranks and came out on top. From China, 4 of the country's most elite players join in the fight for Hearthstone supremacy. A $500,000 prize pool provided by Blizzard and NetEase Thunderfire is on the line, along with a chance to etch their name into the history of Hearthstone. 16 players compete, but only one can become the 2024 Hearthstone World Champion.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Hearthstone Masters Tour World Championship. This weekend we're going to crown another world champion and I cannot wait. I'm Raven and joining me to kick off the day and kick off the show is Lorinda. Welcome my friend. Are you ready for a lot of high stakes Hearthstone?
I sure am. It's been a long time since we last had some high stakes Hearthstone, and this has got an old school feel to it, I think. There was no obvious lineup this time around, so everyone's been keeping things pretty close to their chest. In the case of the Warlocks in particular, they decided to save their ships for Worlds. It's going to be great. We're going to see the lineups and the players. I want to know what they've brought.
Yeah, exactly. We've got a ton of players this time round, a huge prize pool, and going to be a lot of great Hearthstone being played over the course of the weekend. But in terms of how the players got here, Lorinda, what did everyone have to do? Because there were different routes to actually get to this point.
Right. So in the 3 regions that we are used to seeing a lot more of, mainly ladder qualifications into tournaments, then tournament winners and runners-up came here, along with some more ladder people. In China, they had a series of invitationals / opens, half-half, qualifying into a big 16-player tournament, and then the top 4 from that tournament qualified for Worlds. So a lot of Hearthstone, very different sorts, and I think it might favour the Chinese players. They've had a lot of tournament build into this, whereas a lot of the other players have been just grinding on ladder, which is not necessarily the same experience.
Yeah, not the same experience, of course, but still, I think for all of these players, an insane amount of work to actually get to this point, and some very impressive runs, whether that's on ladder or through tournaments overall. But let's check out the format that's going to be happening over the course of this weekend. Of course, it is going to be Conquest, the perfect format for Hearthstone. Clearly, we've been using it so long now. 4 decks per player, 4 unique classes. Each player gets 1 ban before the match starts, and then you basically, once you win with a deck, that's done and dusted for that match. They have to win with each one of their remaining decks once to win the best of 5 match. So tried and tested format for very, very high stakes tournament, as we've said. So as you mentioned a little bit earlier, looking forward to seeing the lineups and how the lineups play out, because as you said, it was a bit up in the air, as we are of course in the middle of our newest expansion, which has created a lot of variation in decks, and then with a few patches has sort of brought at least a few strategies together across multiple classes.
Honestly, yeah, I think you can play, if you like card games and you like Hearthstone, I think you can play a deck that suits you at the moment, no matter what your favourite style is. There's no real, I guess, mega combo deck, but you can pretty much play everything else, from the turn 4 aggro murdery decks right the way down to sort of infinite loop fizzles, late game control.
Yeah,
you can do what you want, and there's only a couple of decks that are kind of first on the team sheet. The Cycle Rogue and the Shaman are kind of on the list to look at first. That's your starting point. But after that, you can go anywhere with these lineups that you want.
Yeah, 100%. And some of the players definitely have done as well. So looking forward to diving into that across the weekend. Of course, though, as I said, this is the World Championship. And this one is sort of almost a return to form, let's say, in terms of its size and prize pool, of course, because this is going to be a huge prize pool of $500,000 spread across all qualifying players, of course, as you can see there. Any of the players that just made it here gained a good amount of money, but honestly, Lorinda, once you start hitting, you know, top 8, I would say like top 4 upwards especially, each match starts being worth a lot of money.
Yeah, I think sometimes we don't mention enough in the qualifying stages sort of how much those tournaments are worth, and this is why we talk about, but you get the seat in the World Championships.
Yes, yeah.
Because it's so much money, even for 16th at the end of that. I know you need 40,000. I'm happy with 15. I'm fine. But yeah, it's such a lot of money. It's such a great pool, and of course with China expanding into the Worlds, thank goodness, back this year, a little bit more money was added along the way as well. So a nice bonus for those people who qualified. 100,000.
Yeah, and like I
winner.
said,
And that
of course, you know, the players here want to be the world champion, right? They're not putting all this work to not try and become the world champion. But like I said, once, you know, each stage these players move through this tournament is just such a leap in prize pool. The pressure's on from, you know, minute 1, basically, to really dramatically improve the performance. We will, of course, be checking out now the schedule and see what's coming up over the course of this long weekend. Of course, we're on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The first 2 days, today and tomorrow, we're going to be checking out the first 2 groups A and B today, and then we're going to be doing sort of rinse and repeat, but with groups C and D tomorrow. And then, of course, Sunday will be the top 8 single elimination bracket, ending with us crowning the next world champion. So long weekend of Hearthstone, going to be a ton of matches to see all the players compete, ending in that huge moment for just one single player. I cannot wait to get going. But before we do that, Lorinda, take us through the first 2 groups of the day.
Yeah, I don't know where to start. I'm going to start with Fury Hunter because it's Fury Hunter. Incredibly, it's his first World Championships. He didn't win it in 2022, which he was supposed to do, I think, by all accounts. Small matter of Bunny Hopper winning that. But most people will have forgotten he didn't even qualify for Worlds in 2022, which was the year he was winning Masters Tours and racking up wins in everything he did. He missed out narrowly on sort of all the ways you could qualify. He just missed out slightly on all of them. So Fury Hunter, the story from Group A for me. Group B, Father and Son, but Banterface and Maxibon. Not actually, but they act like it on their streams. Those 2 will be putting on a show for us, I think, in Group B. But not to mention Definition as well, who's been rank 1, triple rank 1, all at the same time earlier last month as well.
Right. And also, we look at players like WeQ and Gyu in Group A as well. You know, of course, the players that we've gotten very familiar with over the past couple of years are going to be rocking that Group A. And then I just think the sort of the big wow factor here are the players from China, because we just obviously, you know, with them just sort of getting Hearthstone back recently, they've got a lot of sort of hunger for the game. And as you can see here, the winners of the initial matches here, we have Fury Hunter on one side taking a victory over WeQ, and then Yansu taking out Gyu in that first initial match. Just to give you a bit of a note, of course, the initial matches are played beforehand, just so we can show all the key matches and all the elimination matches and such. So they've been played off stream, but we will be starting with that winners match and then into the elimination and deciders. So we'll be finishing Group A completely, and then we'll do the same for Group B. Also, something I did forget to mention, even though I was told to talk about it right before we went live, my bad, is Bob is not going to be allowed. So the new card, Bob the Bartender, is not allowed in the decks for this tournament, just to get that tidied up and out the way so everyone knows. But yeah, those are the 2 groups that have been covered today. And then, of course, we'll dive into Group C and D tomorrow. So, yeah, like I said, a lot of Hearthstone action coming right up. But, Lorinda, for me and you, we've got the first match of the day, which always feels like an honor to kick off a tournament like this and have that first match. And what a match it's going to be, mate. Fury Hunter versus Yansu. I already just can't wait to get in.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I've got a little tiny bit on Yansu, which was kindly sent to me. He has been in 30 plus Gold Opens. He's made it to Worlds qualifying 6 times. He's not made it to World Championship 6 times, but he's been in the last stage 6 times. He's made a Masters Tour top 8. And his career goal, all the other Chinese players said win something. I'll go through that later. But his career goal is to enjoy Hearthstone, which is lovely.
Yeah, and often I think the correct way to play, if that makes sense, I think when you're having fun playing the game, because, you know, we've been doing this a long time now, Lorinda. We've seen a large amount of players, you know, met in person, chatted to, seen them play and so on through many different tournaments over the years. And I do think the players who are, like, enjoying it the most and just having a good time are often the players that perform the best, because I think being at least a little bit relaxed and just taking that approach definitely helps at least some people. I know it would help me. When I try seriously at anything, I fail miserably. So yeah, I know that's the way I would like to approach it. But we can see the lineup there, of course, and it looks like the first deck being locked in is going to be this Attack Demon Hunter. Now, what do you think about this? Because you were talking earlier about there's a deck for everyone. This is definitely a deck that tries to slap your opponent in the face very quickly.
This deck, when it does its thing, is unstoppable. If it gets one of the 1-drops into Spirit of the Team, and then any sort of card draw at all, it just kills you on turn 4, and there's very little you can do about it. The downside is, if it doesn't draw those, then it's lacking in minions, so it doesn't get the damage from the board that it needs, and then it tries to burn you from 30 and doesn't really do a very good job very often. So it's a little bit hit or miss, but it is very powerful.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's got one job, and it does that one job well, but there are decks in the game that can sort of make this fizzle out a little bit and sustain some of the less powerful openings. I completely agree. Let's take a look at Fury, though. It's going to be Yansu's opponent, of course. Fury, a player we know very well, Lorinda. But tell me, or at least tell the audience a little bit about Fury and their lineup.
Yeah, Fury Hunter has not bought Rogue, which is pretty surprising. Rogue, kind of like I said earlier, is the first deck on the team sheet when you start making your lineups. But I think when you look a bit closer, all the decks he has brought are good into Rogue, or at least he will think that. I'm pretty sure this is almost a target Rogue strategy. He did beat Rogue twice in his first round match. Once with the Shaman, once with the Demon Hunter. Druid's pretty good into Rogue as well. So I think these are not only sort of 4 of the best 5 or 6 decks, but also I think they're very good into the opposing Rogues.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Although for me, I think Shaman was almost a given for everyone, but outside of that, it did feel like a lot of flex when it comes to the approach of this tournament. Take a look, it's going to be the Discover Hunter, a deck I quite like a lot because, I mean, you've known Fury for a long time, you've known me for quite a long time as well, and I, even though I love, going face as much as the next person, I do like that Hunter at the moment has options to do some, some other sort of lines of attack, let's say. So I do like this Discover sort of style. When the X-Arch was announced, I was very happy about this legendary card adding to Hunter, because I do think it gives you a lot of really, really cool options. And yeah, this is a deck that there's a lot of flex with, a lot of different styles you can go for, so I'm excited to see Fury Hunter pilot it.
And yeah, as someone who spent 10 years, Raven, complaining that Hunter does not have any card draw at all, do you prefer the aggressive version that Fury Hunter's built, or the slightly slower version that Yansu's brought with the fizzles and all that stuff going on?
Yeah, I think to just play, I like the slower version a little bit, just because there's just a lot of weird stuff you can do, and like you said, a lot of generation in there as well, which is super fun, and card draw, because you're discovering the cards from the deck, obviously. But yeah, I think I like them both. But for fun, I would just play the slower one, because I feel like you can really start to do just truly silly things. But what do you think about this matchup, actually, of the Demon Hunter versus the Hunter specifically? Because as we can see now, the Demon Hunter on Fury Hunter side has been banned. The Shaman's gone from Yansu. So how are you feeling like the chances are for these players, at least in this first game?
So one of the weaknesses, really oddly, of current Hunter decks is that they don't actually kill minions very easily. You quite often have to generate an explosive trap or freezing trap to get rid of a problematic minion. Right. And this Demon Hunter has problematic minions if it draws them, so very interesting.
Demon Hunter is just problematic.
Yeah, it really is. But this is the draws you can get with them. First choice here for Yansu is whether to keep the quick pick or not. But yeah, you want those 1-drops.
Right. And speaking of 1-drops, Fury Hunter having access to Slither Spear early, you were saying there's no way to interact with minions that well, but a Slither Spear can at least, especially with the bananas, if they're going to be kept, can get pretty tanky and start trading if need be, right? If the aggro is not the option for Fury.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him keep both 1-drops here, just to take out the early 1-3 on the other side, and if you get rid of the early 1-3 on the other side, you're in a good shape. Obviously, he's got to work out if the Slither Spear is going to die, what his backup plan would be if it does get killed. But yeah, he's gone for the keep that we expected.
Because I think that's sort of stage 1, right? Just don't get ran over, I think is the plan, right? So for Fury, so if this opening, which is, as we said, pretty good, is also going first, of course, so the Slither Spear sits there. If this sticks and can get work done, that's already a fantastic plan, because it's just, you're not instantly getting ran over, which is one of the fears sometimes with this Demon Hunter. Gonna be Taste of Chaos. I'm guessing a coin's gonna come out here to clear this up. Even though it's using up the coin, it feels worth it to just, again, not have that roadblock in the way. Okay, looks like Fury is going to start discovering some cards of his own here. And this is what's kind of fun. If you like opening a lot of boxes, this Hunter's for you, I think. Because there's that you kind of do this almost every turn of the game, right? It's just, oh, discover this, pick this, okay, discover that, pull this from the deck, and then start doing it twice for Tracker and so on and so on. So this is definitely something, if you're interested in this style of play, have a quick look at this deck list similar to this. Now Moidland has left me because he's been quiet for a minute. So I guess I'm by myself for now. Here though, Yansu is going to be able to tidy this up just a little bit and start to create some sort of base to be able to move forward with that. And actually just be able to defend some of the early aggression from Fury Hunter. So not too bad here from Yansu. Fury now has to decide whether to go defensive now with alien encounters or just try and get a little bit more value out of the rest of the hand. Really tricky though, because yeah, the other options just don't really look like they do too much. Looks like he's going to go for just to get the taunts down and just start to build up towards the rest of the turns here. I think anything else, although you could argue the 2 damage from the swing to face isn't going to be the end of the world, it's just when are these the alien encounters actually going to get played going forward based on the follow-up. Yansu, of course, has not got off to a great start right now. Does need to do something to really take down these taunts. Yep, gets these cleaned up pretty nicely. And Fury Hunter's going to need something big, because this is that moment where it might start to just snowball just a little bit too much if you can't start clearing up this board. Slither Spear is okay, but again, even with the bananas, you probably assume that Yansu's got something to clear this up, or has the option of just ignoring it. Fury just, again, trying to work out what to do. I think Slither Spear has to come down. I mean, Hollow Hound looks about as good as it's gonna get. Yeah, not looking too bad. That's some level of recovery for next turn. Oh, okay, not bad. Yeah, just double hero power on this to clean up the Slither Spear. Also kind of awkward placement, actually, because now this Hollow Hound can get a really nice trade into the 0-3. and not have to worry too much about taking any damage whatsoever. So arguably a slight slip there, honestly, from Yansu. Again, obviously it's difficult to account for every single little thing that exists in the game and can be generated or discovered. However, having that in the middle does just open up to some level of cleave, right? So it's definitely something that could be a little bit of a slip there from Yansu. Maybe he's got the ability to recover, but honestly, at this point, Hollowhound is a huge problem. It's sat there, as I said, full health. There's still bananas in hand. We can see the traps available for Fiora if he wants to try and defend this. Now the Titan's picked up. Agrimar could get some work done, whether it's going to be taunts or not. The Elise is pretty large, but I think if Fiora just cleans this up one way or another, it's still not the end of the world. So I do like Agrimar coming down here because can swing in, take the trade with the Hollowhound, just get this gone, get it tidied up, and just say, yeah, I'm still ahead. Gonna pick the taunts, of course, as well. This makes a lot of sense. Doesn't really overly need the card draw aspect here. Got the taunts in the way. Fiora's gonna end the turn on 29 health with weapon generating taunts. Agrimar's still on board, the taunt in the way, and Yansu's gonna have to really, I don't know, think of something to try and pull this out here, because he's actually losing in the sort of health race. This workshop mishap, I-beam and security. I-beam doesn't look so bad. Yeah, it does have the option of just drawing as well. Yeah, with the Oracle. This makes sense, right? It's not a perfect way to deal with everything, but it's enough, right? Draw some more cards and try and do something to pull back into this game. Okay, Burning Heart's not bad either, actually. Yeah, okay. Yansu's still not in a fantastic spot, but that was a pretty good turn. To end the turn with like the board cleared on the other side is actually pretty decent. The Oracle's still gonna live because of the buff as well. Here comes the Scout though, and this is when things get out. I was talking earlier about, do you like opening a lot of boxes, generating a lot of cards? Well, the Scout helps, as copies upon copies upon copies are going to start popping off right now. 5/5 Exarch going to come down. Going to give Fury Hunter another now. Honestly, my favorite thing about the game right now is this Hunter having tracking. Ooh, was that Grifter? I think so, yeah. Double Grifter in hand. Now there's all the options in the world of, getting the heal, getting the minion generation, just the damage might be enough, stealing minions. Like, this double Grifter is so powerful, and he's going to give Fury Hunter just a lot of options. Yansu, do what they could do here. Just gonna play Kane and just say, I'm just gonna hit you in the face and hope for the best. But I think this Grifter is huge. Like, Restore 12 is available. Gonna go for the damage and just remove. Oh yeah, hang on a minute. How much damage is this for a second? You do have to watch this, because I do sometimes just forget that the track is still on the board. So that's like, what, deal 12 for 2 mana right now. How many bananas does Fury have left on that? I can't remember. Fury could just do more of a setup turn anyway. I think at this point, Fury's feeling very confident indeed. But this for sure does look like some level of just, let's just be safe, clear everything up. Or is it lethal? I missed it. Oh wait, the Ziliax. Wait, yeah, of course. I think Fury's done exactly the same thing. It was like, oh, okay, do I need to stabilize? Do I need to do this? But of course, with the attack, adding the extra minion, reducing the cost of Ziliax, the Ziliax buff, then buffing enough damage there is absolutely huge. And Fury must be very happy with that one. Getting a win with the Hunter over the Demon Hunter, although not a matchup that's completely the end of the world, I do think it's one that's that's valuable in terms of the win, just to be able to get that chance with the with Fury Hunter taking the win there and not getting absolutely steamrolled by the Demon Hunter. So this is going to definitely be a good start for Fury Hunter here. Taking it 1-0 so far. Of course, this is best of 5, so there's still plenty of time for Yansu to fight back, but it's definitely not something that that you really want to start your first match, the second match of the day for these players, as this is the winner's side of the Group A bracket. But yeah, I think, honestly, as soon as Fury got that opening and could basically defend against being completely ran over, and then everything just came down, right? Being able to have effectively a clear board, then dropping and drawing Agramar, really, really started to snowball there. And I think Fury Hunter, as usual, a bit of a shake of the head and a sort of probably a self-inflicted comment about that play there and taking a while to see lethal. But that's the kind of scenario that you do get into with this Hunter, with basically stacking these Discover generations, is that you kind of forget what you have available because you're probably quite used to just saying, oh, well, you grift to have this much damage or this much heal. Then you realize you can double it. Then there's the weapon swing, add in the extra minion, which then reduces the Ziliac. So Fury Hunter spotted it in the end, which is all that matters. I can hear Lorinda. Lorinda's back, yes. You missed a good game, Lorinda, my friend.
So sorry, everybody. Hello. Welcome to the show. It's the Hearthstone World Championships.
Yeah. Lorinda was so excited to cast the first game. They left. But yeah, it is 1-0, of course, with Fury. I'm sure you didn't see the end as you were fixing technical problems. However, Fury just honestly stabilized. And that's sort of the way it goes, as you mentioned, right, in the matchup with, or against this Demon Hunter in general, is that if it doesn't do its thing, like, sort of on curve or relatively early, it can be tricky to actually continue to fight back. And Fury Hunter got a double generation from Grifter. I think took a little bit longer than he feels he should have to spot the lethal with the Ziliacs, but did get there. So it is in a strong position now, taking game number 1.
Yeah, again, I only saw the first 4 turns and I went into panic mode. But the thing with that deck is, if you go into control mode early, as I was saying, just as my voice vanished, you do start running out of damage. And I assume that's what happened, right? Is just didn't have enough face damage to finish it
basically
off.
Just didn't get much damage, but also it was basically what happened was it was effectively like Fury took control of the board, and then on curve went Agramar into, help clear the board, generate a taunt, then the turn after was another taunt, and so on. So even though Yansu tried to fight back and did an okay job of it, it just wasn't enough, because Fury landed Tracker and was just double generating cards, right? And it's just suddenly, it just becomes too much. Because there was even an option for Fury to get double heal 12 from Grifter, and he actually went damage instead, because he was that. And when you start doing that, you're that far ahead to not worry about your health. It's like, yeah, fair enough. Not really a big deal. I think the big moment, though, was he discovered a Hollow Hound early. So when Hollow Hound cleared the board into Agramar, which is about as good as it's going to get, right? Let's be honest, if you're doing that. So, really good game 1 for Fury. It does mean that there's the Druid and Shaman left, going up against the rest of the lineup for Yansu. And honestly, with Shaman, because I've heard a few different opinions on how strong Shaman is. Obviously, it's good, right? I don't think anyone's disputing whether it's good. But are you almost expecting a win with the Shaman? Like, is it that level in this format right now, where you just say, well, the Shaman will win, so now does Fury only have to worry, really, about his Druid in most cases here?
I think so. I think he's in a very strong position, actually, because the Druid into the Rogue has a very powerful chance as well. The Shaman, you can never say in Hearthstone a deck is definitely going to win. Like, when we say a definite win in Hearthstone, even then it feels like 95%, but even then it's usually only 75 or 80, except in some very specific circumstances. But the Shaman deck is very powerful, and one of the things it's so powerful for is that it's so consistent. In that if it misses its good cards, its backup cards are fine.
Yeah, I believe the spectates the wrong way round here, because Fury doesn't have Rogue, right?
Correct.
I think Fury is on the Shaman, and Yansu is on the Rogue. So we'll just try and get these spectates flipped around a little bit. Hopefully production can hear me. But yeah, so just so we're aware, Yansu's the Rogue at the top, Fury's the shaman at the bottom. So if you're talking about opposite players, you know why.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we will make a mistake at some point. But yeah, here we go with the shaman, right? This is one of the very, very good draws. Need to work out how to set up your sigil into gift for lethals, but also you just put so much pressure on. Oracle card we're going to see a lot of over this tournament, one of the most powerful cards in Hearthstone in his hand as well. And the Rogue already looking, a situation that I've been in a lot with Rogue, do you want to use your fan now? Because things just get worse if you use it immediately.
Yeah, it's tough because I feel like every card in Rogue, it's always got more potential in the future, right? That's what it feels like. It's like, should I save this for later? Because later it could be really good. But Fury choosing to, now I'm doing it. Yansu choosing to clear the initial early push here from Fury. And he's just going to start developing this weapon, going to start drawing, and this is when you start to just be a little bit afraid, right? Rogue's not under any pressure, they're going to start drawing some cards, and this is when things can happen.
Yeah, it is, but the pressure comes back thick and fast here. Decision now what to do this turn with the mana.
Oh, going to be Ziliax, right?
It looks like it.
I like this a lot. I love just, I've got a board. Let's make that board like a problem, right? A real problem. So I really love this, especially after seeing the Fan of Knives.
And again, every time I've played Fan of Knives, I've regretted it like 2 seconds later. But if you don't play it, those things just do so much damage. So it's just the power of the Shaman deck.
We're going to see Oracle into backstab. Oracle, I think, one of the just winners of the expansion, right? It's just like so flexible in so many decks in the game. Super common card. But yeah, another Fan of Knives. So that, at least they're gone now, right? Is that the way to approach this? Like, the Fan of Knives are gone?
Yeah, you have to hope your opponent hasn't got much of a hand, but in the hand for Yansu, we can see there is the Pirate, there is the Giant, there is the Sonya. Things are starting to come together. And 22 health is a fairly chunky looking health total. This is a pickup though.
Yeah, a bit of a weird turn this turn though, right? Because I imagine the coin might well be saved for Titan right now.
And also you want to play something with your Oracle with a coin.
Right. Fury Hunter just going for it.
Yeah. There was no other turn, unfortunately, and he's whiffed on that as well.
Oof. Yeah, that's... Oof. Totem, pass. Oh, that is... But that was the gamble he took, right, at the end of the day, because that coin could have been saved next turn for a 6-drop and have a slow turn this turn. So, although that was very unfortunate, that's the sort of game you've chosen to play at that point.
Yeah. Now things go wrong really quickly. The Rogue gets really, really powerful after turns 6 and 7. The reason it's one of the most powerful decks in the tournament is that its early removal is so good. But yeah, he did have to hit both bits of removal, and that's how it goes against Shaman. But now he's hit that. Yansu looking to get the Rogue out of here. And then Fury Hunter has the Druid left against not Rogue as well, which is another big step. That's why he so needs to win this particular game.
Magic.
Yeah, and as usual with Rogue, stuff's happening right now. Going to be drawing a lot of cards. The Giants are going to get cheaper and cheaper. And Tarslick being picked up as well to stop any funny business with the spell damage on board on the other side, though.
Yeah, looking very solid now, the Rogue.
And now here's the problem, right? Like, there is Lightning Storm available from a gift, right? But that's going to just cause other problems, and this is where the turn that could have been coin into 6-drop, which would have been very nice.
Yeah, he would really need to hit the second sigil or something from that Oracle pickup.
Yeah.
But thanks, game. There's me saying how consistent the Shaman deck is, and that's why it's so good, and it has an unplayable hand almost immediately. Sorry about that, Fury.
Oh, and there's Incendious.
There's no Shadow Step to set up the Trickery, but I don't think he's going to need the Trickery because he's just going to make a load of Giants.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, when you play this deck, you realize that there's just options, 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 as there often is with rogue, good rogue decks in the past as well. But this just feels like you've got so many good routes to go down, and you can really flex based on the matchup.
Yeah, we often talk about decks that are better in the hands of the top players, and you'll see it a lot with this rogue deck that I can win with this rogue deck, even in top 1000 Hearthstone. I can do quite well with this rogue deck. I am terrible at this deck because I can't decide whether to play a giant or whether to go for the Incendious win or whether to just, do some griftering and try and get lucky or try and gain 12 health or whatever. The good players, the really good players, select these options seamlessly, and you have to decide quickly as well because the turns take a while.
Yeah, as we can see, rope burning down here for Yansu. He's going to be able to get the giant down into the breakdance. I think that was locked in. Yep, it was. Now make the attacks. Oh, whips and shadow step there as well on Sonya.
Yeah. Like the ordering as well, when the rope's going like that, get your Sonya back first, make the attacks second.
Right.
Because if it does all go wrong, you can just do it all again next turn.
Oh, this is rough. Horn of the Windlord from Fury Hunter here, gonna just take out the 8 attack minions, I imagine. But that's the whole turn, it's just leaving all of this on board, which is... oof. It does get cleaned up by the Titan next turn, but it still feels bad.
Yeah, next turn, lol.
Well, I mean, look. There's a universe somewhere,
there you go.
right?
Not now, there isn't.
Yeah, and there's 1 billion damage. And just a reminder, of course, that is Yansu on the Rogue. We just had a slight hitch where the thing was flipped, but that is the correct outcome. Fury Hunter lost with the Shaman. Yansu won with that Rogue. So evening up the match, 1-1. And a good sort of response there from Yansu, because that could have been a very tricky matchup. But yeah, really getting it done there. And a very, very straightforward game for the Rogue as well, right? It was just clear the first couple of waves. We obviously saw the whiff turn there from Fury, and then do the thing. And the thing this time were the Giants.
Yeah, and you won't hear me say that much this weekend. Well, you don't hear me say much at all, apparently. But in terms of getting the Rogue out of there, that's a big deal for Yansu. This lineup from Fury Hunter again, can't stress enough how powerful it looks against Rogue, at least on paper. So getting the Rogue out of this matchup is going to be a big time. Whereas a lot of players later on, we might be saying, well, there's the Rogue win that we were expecting.
Right.
Fury's now got to play some regular Hearthstone, but he's still got 2 very good decks. He should be fine.
Yeah, exactly. There's Dugout Druid that we've not seen yet on screen, and of course there's that Shaman once again, whereas Yansu now with that Rogue win, we can tick that one off, as you can see. It's just going to be Hunter and that Demon Hunter left that we saw a little bit earlier on in the match, or at least I saw it a little bit earlier on in the match. And so yeah, it's going to be very interesting again. I do want to see this Druid, because even though I think like the Druid isn't the most complicated deck to play or anything like that, I was practicing with it the other day, and I think I was just running into just bad matchups, and it made the deck feel worse than it is, but I just could not get it done sometimes. It felt like really clunky, and I know that's not really the case, right? But it's just how some of those matchups can make you feel. So I'm excited to see very good players play this deck, and maybe just smack some people from a million damage nice and quick, which is what the Druid is capable of.
I doubt you were doing much wrong. It is kind of sums up how the Druid is. I think you probably had a bit of a bad run with it or something, but this is a deck I wasn't sure how many people would bring, because the top players love to feel they have the sort of control of the situation, have options, have ability to outplay their opponents, all that.
Right.
This Druid deck doesn't really do much of that. It does its thing or it doesn't. So that is another reason I feel that Fury Hunter is targeting the Rogue, is that this deck is really good into Rogue. And Fury Hunter is the sort of person who does like to have control, and if he thinks it's the right deck to bring, he thinks it's the right deck to bring because he thinks it's the right deck for the job, not because he thinks he can outplay people with it using his extra skill.
Yeah, and we can see that list there. It looks like it is going to be queued up for the next game, and basically the idea is Dungar kind of wins you the game, right? And then you can just keep cycling minions back through that. But there are some, interesting cards. I do think a lot of it does just rely on, guess what? It's Druid, so ramp is pretty powerful. but it does have a couple of weaknesses if you just can't hit the right tools. Maybe you do miss a little bit on that ramp, and it can be a little bit tricky. And especially when we look at the likes of some of the slightly more aggressive decks, like obviously Yansu's got the Demon Hunter and the Hunter. There's definitely gaps, right? Like, this is not like, oh yeah, this Druid's got some easy matchups coming up, at least as far as I'm concerned anyway.
No, you're right. I mean, a lot of the things about Druid that we've said for 10 years still stand. Hit the Druid really quickly and they die, and that's the end of the Druid while they're ramping. The difference is that Druid's tools for removal these days, swipe being 3 mana now, that sort of thing, have helped Druid a little bit survive. But it is still miss a turn while you ramp. That hasn't changed.
Yeah, and we can see it's going to be the Demon Hunter locked in once again from Yansu, and we saw it a little bit earlier. And we saw the potential of it. It's just that I really do think it was just a Hollow Hound, and especially, you wouldn't have seen, it was a Hollow Hound where the spirit of the team was put in the center of 3 minions. So it was like, it was a perfect Hollow Hound. You couldn't have asked for much more if you were on the side of Fury Hunter, of course. But let's dive into it. And something's wrong again, because both players are now on Demon Hunter, apparently. It looks like we do have the spectate. They're both spectates are on Yansu now.
Yeah.
So we'll hopefully be able to get that fixed before the end of the game, or we'll be casting literally a very one-sided game.
You take the top, I'll take the bottom. Right.
Okay. Right, so yeah, the hands look quite strong on the top.
Yeah. Keeping Battlefiend. Keeping the Oracle as well, because this deck, I mentioned earlier, does run out of stuff quite easily.
Yep. We are going to jump back to us for a second, as I believe we're going to get that fixed, because it would actually probably just ruin my brain if I had to try and cast from the same point of view twice. It would be a little bit tricky, I'll be honest.
That's right, just dip out, let me do the game. That's what I do when
yeah, that's good. I'll just go AFK and be like, well, I owe you one, There we go, perfect. So we've got Fury Hunter on the top on that Druid, and of course Yansu on the Demon Hunter, already getting off to a rapid start, Miranda.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, making that same comment I made a lot about the 1-drops. The great thing about this deck as well is that hero powering is amplified with the minions you've got. You buff the Sock, you buff the Tiger, you hit them in the head with the hero power, so your curve is quite often very, very much perfect, is the word I want to use. Because you can delay a turn on developing stuff without wasting the mana you're putting into the hero power, if that makes sense. So,
right.
You've always got this 1 mana that you can float into the hero power, or not float if you want to develop the board in a particular way.
Already here, Fury Hunter. These are the situations that make you rope, right? It's like, how do you make this hand work?
Yeah,
Looks
which
like
turn
it's
are you
going to be the ramp,
Tromix?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just going to get Wild Growth and get it cooking as quickly as possible.
I imagine that he wasn't actually worrying about this turn. He was thinking, like, when do I trail mix? What's my sleep
planning
looking
out,
for?
right?
All that stuff.
Yeah, because I think one thing that wasn't happening this turn was hero power pass. So yeah, this is about as good as it's getting here for Yansu, even as the quick pick for the card draw if needed, right? So there's even that sort of half backup plan if there's any kind of defense here from Fury.
So much damage, Raven.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
I didn't get the. It's got to be trail mix, right? Although I don't really know trail mix into what.
That's the question, yeah. I think the first thing I mean, what else can you do? Just double check that the 1 armor doesn't save you or something, and trail mix and close your eyes. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's lethal, I think. Oh, it's not, because he can't get the +1 from the fell? Is that right? I feel like he can do everything but get the +1 from the fell. So he might play Oracle Fell? Yeah.
Witness true arcane magic.
I mean, this is still looking quite good, honestly.
Oh yeah, it's a load. It's just
yeah.
If he was able to play the fell, I think it was lethal. I think I counted it 1 off. That's right, because it was 2 off this way, but he got the extra damage from the fell, so yeah, it would have been 1 off the other way with the attack and the
Okay, gonna be 10 armor, 7 mana, and a dream. Now 4. Okay. It's something.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of thing.
Gonna pick up Dungar, but that seems like an age away.
Yeah. The plan is don't die in 2 turns and find some ramp.
And that seems adventurous, doesn't it?
It's a plan. Yeah,
It's
die with
definitely a plan, yes. For
Yeah.
sure. Insta-pick Paraglide there. It's like gonna go for Spirit.
Yeah, like what's Fury Hunter going to do about it?
Did you like the Paraglide over the pick? Is it just to be mana efficient at that point?
Yeah, I think so.
1 damage, probably. Well, 2 damage, I guess, with the hero power. Not going to make too much of a difference. Especially because of what they got. And yeah, there you go. Yansu just did the thing. If you want to get all fancy with technical terms. The Demon Hunter got there, ran over Fury Hunter on the Druid. And Yansu got to be feeling good. And I do agree. I think the win with the Rogue felt like a pivotal point in this matchup. And it's something we do talk about with the Conquest format is all games aren't actually equal in a weird way, right? Because it depends what deck is winning or losing each game.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. You can't choose the queue order in a way that makes you have an advantage, but there is definitely matchup things. Getting your deck out of the important matchup is very, very important. There you go. That's the words I'm trying to say.
Yeah, kind of what you queue doesn't matter, but what both players queue does matter, right? A lot of the time. So yeah, that's it's definitely a tricky one. But now Yansu just already ahead 2-1 with only 1 more deck left to get it over the line. And this is big because, again, just in case you've just joined us recently, this is Group A winners match. So the winner of this, they're done not only for today, they're not on tomorrow either. They can just not chill, but, you know, spend the time either preparing, a little bit of relaxation, watch the rest of the tournament, check out the rest of the players, knowing that their job's done. There's no stress until Sunday, right? If, you know, when they actually start in top 8 again. So really big match for both of these players. And I really do think there is a huge difference from, you know, getting out your group straight away and just having all of that time versus, you know, okay, now I'm in lower bracket, stress goes through the roof because now what, you know, now if you lose, you're just out with the whole thing. It's rough. So whoever takes this victory here, going to be having a great weekend.
Yeah, and I said at the start, Yansu's career goals is to enjoy Hearthstone. So nothing better than enjoying Hearthstone than when you're just watching other people sweating when you're already through. That's my idea of enjoying Hearthstone, is
also,
winning and letting other people have the stress.
Exactly. Yeah, you know what's really fun a lot of the time? Winning. Like, I think that's it's when I've heard players from, you know, all over talk about this. It's like, oh yeah, I do play for fun, but, you know, winning's pretty fun. So yeah, winning is important for a lot of these players. Doesn't mean now Yansu is on that Hunter as the final deck, and just gonna triple check exactly what the Hunter is, but it's the slower Hunter, right? It's like
Yes.
Let's have a quick thing.
I have no
it's
notes
the-
left.
It's the fizzle. Yeah. It's the slower version of Hunter with like the fizzle. The ceaseless expanse in there as well, but mainly just being able to just duplicate all of these effects and really basically play an almost endless game of Hearthstone, right?
Yeah, and the only downside of this Hunter, when I was playing it at least, and again in stronger hands, things get better, is that if you don't draw the Exarch, the 3-drop of your opener, you do have a significantly lower win rate. It's not a disaster not to draw it by any means, but the win rate when you do draw it is so high.
Not terrible, picking up the bird watching from the tracking. But Fury got off to the start, which is just patches, let's go. That's normally the thing you really want to just drop on curve. So that's going to be a pretty good start there for Fury Hunter, of course.
And again, I'm looking through the deck list now. The only real removal in the Hunter deck is this Mixologist and the explosive traps.
Right.
And of course, you can count alien encounters as removal in a way because it just puts 2 massive taunts in the way. I guess that's your real removal. But this Shaman deck doesn't really worry about a couple of 2/5 taunts. So this Mixologist is going to have to hit when it gets played, I think.
Also, backstage bouncer just sat there, and I love having that just available. You know, in like just nice and even. Obviously, it's I love having it in my opening hand as a 4-drop. Kind of yes, because you do often just have the minions to hit, and it's such a power boost on the board, right? If you can just drop that on curve, or potentially with coin a little bit earlier, so you can just really just stack up the stats on board and make it difficult for your opponent to deal with. There's alien encounters though. That's something.
Yeah, I was looking at the Mixologist, and I was thinking, well, that's got work to do because the bouncers are going to be a big deal even if Mixologist does get damage done. But coupled with the alien encounters, now these bouncers a little bit less terrifying. Still pretty terrifying.
Yeah. I wonder if does this ever slow Fury's plan down a little bit? Because I was looking at Coin Bouncer, because I do just want to get them out early. However, does Coin Bouncer do that much?
I think everything else did less.
Okay, that's fair.
Is the answer to that question.
Yeah, it's true.
If you're going into Oracle or if you're just playing your Cactus, none of that looked really particularly powerful.
I was looking at like Oracle, Coin, Murloc, just to draw some cards, but yeah, it doesn't quite really achieve, or at least even if it achieves something, it's probably no different than playing Bouncer, right?
No, exactly. Once you now though into the tide pools available for more encounters, this is going to be cheaper and cheaper. He's getting into the he's hit 2 damage and deal 3.
2 damage to all, deal 3. I'd like one of those, thank you.
And this is how important that alien encounters was, right? Because without that, these bouncers would have been hanging around, or at least one of them. Now it's all cleared up.
Yeah, and ending the turn, even with that big AoE damage, ending the turn with something on board is a huge positive versus nothing against Shaman, right? It's quickly going to go away, but still. Let's drop Growfin down.
Yep. And now more encounters. If Wansu even feels that he needs to do that yet.
Yeah, I think it's more, is there a reason big enough not to? Because as we can see, this tide pool's 4-3. Encounters as well. Like, is this just the opportunity to try and just run over the game? Especially us, especially because we can see Fury's hand. It's not like the turn 5 is relatively weak.
Yeah, absolutely. And he knows about the 2/8 drops, so you don't really want those to hit the board. You sort of want to be doing things before you start getting hit with 8/8s. So there is a bit of a hurry for everyone in here.
Welcome to the crew.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, now the encounters
maximum value with the valet.
Like, discovering infinite garbage isn't that bad in its own right, but the fact it also reduces your encounters is
That's it. Yeah. It's just similar to the way Ziliak's reduction works, right? It's like if you can 2-for-1 discover play minions, it reduce it down enough to play, and it's the same with this. It's just very, very strong. However, there's going to be a lot of shenanigans going on here.
Hello.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, that's a card.
It sure is.
I think that got a bit of an eyebrow raise from Fury.
Okay.
Not bad.
An assortment of different noises for those for you?
I think very importantly, the taunt's kind of nice, right? I think that was the highlight for me.
Yeah, no way to remove the cookie before you remove the taunt that I can think of, unless you develop something from the scarab.
Oh, potion.
Or yeah, okay, sure.
But the egg played around it. Fury did with the egg, obviously.
Yeah.
Still, though, this 4-1 going into the egg. Can use the weapon to kill off the 2-1 if so desired. Still looking really good. Oh, sorry, yeah, the weapon will be 4, won't it? I'm being stupid, yeah. Of course, even better. Keep the 4-1 on the board. My brain just disappeared for a second then. At least now, though, Titan can come down and clear this up.
Yep. And then there's a sigil if he wants it. May want to save it for a turn to trigger the Oracle next turn. Yep.
Yeah, I think all that matters now for Fury is turn 7 being be stable turn 7, and then once turn 8 starts going, things can get fun, right? For Fury can start to dominate, but yeah, this next turn just has to be some kind of stabilizing turn here. Yansu looks like gonna go digging with ETC. What's the plan here? Because I was gonna say, yeah, I don't think it's a fizzle game.
Yeah, I mean, part of the plan was just to get a 4-4 down as well, but yeah,
right.
The MC Tex is nice.
Yeah, double as well. Very, very powerful.
Well,
True
plan.
magic.
Play a lot of stuff. MC Tech stealing the Titan, not particularly dangerous. It's got deal 20 left, which is kill 1 minion, and draw some overload cards, which does nothing. So
right.
It doesn't even do anything in the Shaman deck, let alone in the Hunter deck. So it's not terrifying as it looks to be stealing that Titan.
I wonder.
What is terrifying is stealing some 8/8s in a turn or two there. Oh yeah, Edelweiss points out that it does still, it means your MC Tech costs 2 basically, because it still reduces the cost of your spells. You have quite a lot of those at the Hunter deck.
I'm looking at this and just thinking, like, is Titanfall's traps just fine?
Yeah, I think it's just fine.
Yeah, just okay, I'll pay 3 for 2 secrets. Well, okay, well 5 for 2 secrets if that's the case, but I think I would have forged the traps and just said go.
Yeah.
Oh, the Fury part of Fury Hunter.
Yeah.
Oh, that's explosive. Don't hate bait and switch there, honestly. Yeah, makes sense.
I think it's one of the better ones most of the time. I'm just trying to work out what's upset Fury so much. I missed whatever it was that caused the upset. Unless it's only just clocked that it's MC Tech, I don't think so.
I think it was just the it was when Titan Traps was forged. I think he just did because he's just worried about I'm guessing it was just the frustration of the traps that turn.
Oh, he's got the gift. So yeah, the only way that the traps could stop it was getting the explosive, right?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
that's why he's upset. I understand now,
round 2.
Because he just had the lethal. I hadn't spotted his double.
Yeah, I should have noticed it because I saw the Thunderbolt, on the left of the portrait, which means there's obviously stacked.
Yeah, I'd process it as only one.
Yeah.
The same reason backwards, basically.
Stuff Lightning Storm available now from the gift instead. Gonna pivot. Still not in a horrible position, but obviously it's frustrating when Fury feels that, obviously he's in a must-win match, and other than Explosive Trap basically had the game sorted, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and the opponent still had to hit and everything as well.
Fury as well, doing a good job. You know, it was either lethal or play around MC tech. So I guess the explosive trap wasn't all bad.
That's, yeah, fair. But yeah.
If we're going to go for big silver linings here.
It's so annoying though when you've got lethal set up like that and your opponent just rips the card they need.
Return to the ship at once.
I love the pause to be like, what does this card do again?
Yeah, nobody knows what any of the Draenei do, apart from the ones they use all the time. I think we will do in time though. I think there's quite a lot of synergy to come. We've seen attempts at priest decks using them already, so the warrior deck isn't far off. So we'll get used to them all.
Welcome to the crew.
This cheese must be quite cheesy by now, Raven. You're the cheese expert.
It's only 2, isn't it?
Is it only 2?
Yeah, didn't they play it last turn?
I guess, yeah. I'm going crazy. I was thinking because of the sigil.
Oh, right, yeah.
It felt like it was longer ago, but yeah, you're right. It was only last term, so it's not that cheesy yet.
Yeah. That's really... And that's why the secret... I think the secret choices were near perfect for Yansu, you know, what was offered. Because obviously the explosive trap, of course, kept him in the game. But even the bait and switch is just... The board's just very, very awkward for Fury.
I mean, he knows about the MC text, so what do you do with these 8/8s?
And also, you know there's a explosive trap in hand, right? So
Yes. Yeah.
it's not like, okay, I'll flood and play the cheese. Because that's not going to help either, because explosive like messes that up as well, so a little bit tricky here. The Titan is now free to do as they choose once all the abilities have been used now.
Had
But
the
there's
option.
MC Tech, yeah.
Yeah. Steal the rush, trade it in, repeat, then they repeat, and then you've got some cheese at hand. So
Shaking a stir.
it's so unusual to watch Hunter do this. As you know, this particular Hunter always does this, or often does this, but to watch Hunter just grinding out these long games without really doing any damage, it's just an unusual Hunter deck.
And the problem is, like, has Fury got much left to actually, to realistically pull something out the bag here?
I don't think so, because it's just the Hunter doesn't stop.
And the thing is, like, it's look, it's kind of just great because if you look at this, the Hunter's like doing all this. Yansu's achieved all of this like generation, but still got plenty of gas in the tank. And Fury knows it. And a clutch moment there for that explosive trap for Yansu, taking not only the victory in this game, but the victory in this match. And he's going to be moving on to that top 8 on Sunday. Really, really impressive there. And off the back of that, Hunter looking very strong, Lorinda.
Yeah, there's a man who's enjoying Hearthstone as claimed. I think career goal accomplished. As you said, he gets to put his feet up for 2 days. You also, when you go 2-0, you get that extra boost that your lineup's good. You feel comfortable that you built the right decks, even if you haven't, because they've won 2 matches.
Well, you're just feeling good, right? Just feeling confident. There's no better way. Like, it's the World Championship, and you've just 2-0'd your group. Like, and you started, which must be, a little bit, going first sort of thing, right? Like, your Group A, so you play first, so on, so on. It's like, it must just feel fantastic to be like, yeah, I came, I saw, I conquered kind of scenario for your group. So, yeah, huge congratulations to Yansu. Very good start to this tournament, of course. Obviously, frustrating for Fury Hunter, but the setup was there on his side. He started to win another game on top of that, of course. But, yeah, sometimes the Hunter will just discover its way out of a problem, which is basically what the deck does, right? So, yeah, really, really good win there for Yansu.
Yeah, and we will see Fury Hunter again later today as well, Raven, as this is those double elim groups. We are going to conclude this group today, but I think there's always this tendency to underrate the Chinese players because we see them less often in our tournaments. But there were 500,000 plus legends the month that the Chinese servers reopened.
It's definitely a number, that, isn't it? It's a large number. However, that is Group A. We will, of course, be having Wiku versus Gu coming up as the next elimination match, and then the winner goes on to face Fury Hunter for that final spot to get out of Group A. So there is plenty of Hearthstone coming up today and all weekend. We're going to go to a quick break while we set up that next match for you. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Wiki. I'm happy to meet in the World Finals. Didn't focus on a specific player, I just do my best, I think. Maybe Maxi? Maxi is pretty good, if I'm not saying one. Maxi. When I stream, I read and reply the message from chat. Most time I have to talk with them, but sometimes just a few people make me mad. My career so far, because I only play esports since last year, so my highlight is the most winner last year and also the most winner this year so far, because November doesn't end yet, and I win the spring this year. That's all. I don't know what to say. Just thanks for all followers or fans who support me in the whole time. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2024 Hearthstone World Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Edelweiss, who's going to help me kick off this second elimination match for Group A. Well, second match. It is an elimination match.
First elimination match.
First elimination match. Second match of the 2024 Hearthstone World Championship. Edelweiss, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Yeah, very excited to see how this all rolls out. We had that great interview with WeQ just now, who I'm probably a little bit rooting for in terms of this match in particular.
Yeah, WeQ been one of my favorites to watch for some time. I will say, Edelweiss, I'm not surprised to find these two lineups in the elimination match. I will say that. They're a little bit, I don't want to say out there, but a little bit a mix of I don't know what they're trying to beat versus I don't have a lot of faith in these decks. We got a hand buff Paladin going on here in this matchup. So that should be fun.
Yeah, it is two Paladin lineups, one hand buff, as you mentioned, and the other on this Lanessa Paladin. And they're the only two Paladins in the group. So maybe that's indicative of something, maybe not. But the lineups in this event, if you look at like the class breakdown and total number of different decks, you'll feel like you see a pattern. And then you look at the lineups themselves, and to me at least, it just becomes very chaotic and confusing, because I expected some full control lineups that actually still have some aggro mixed in there, expected some full aggro lineups that still have a rogue in there. It's really just kind of all over the place. In terms of WeQ in particular, though, he's got Death Knight, which only 6 of the players have brought to this event. And alongside that, it's going to be the rogue, the Giant's rogue, the draw rogue, Lanessa Paladin, and then Big Shaman, which is a departure from other players where we have 10 people brought Swarm Shaman. That's sort of the deck to beat in this event.
Yeah, it's we saw it struggle a little bit in the last series, but still, that's like you said, the deck to beat. A lot of times, the deck to beat does see some struggles because everybody knows that it's going to be broad. And this is not Swarm Shaman. This is the Big Shaman, the Cliff Dive Shaman from WeQ. And I was looking at this last night and this morning, this lineup from WeQ as a whole, and I was thinking, what is this? What is he trying to beat? Like usually Conquer strategies, you come in, you're trying to beat a specific deck, and I couldn't figure it out. And so I asked Sottle this morning, he couldn't figure it out either. The tech cards don't line up with what you'd think WeQ is trying to beat with this lineup. But it is cool. It is kind of out there. There's a lot of interesting deck choices that WeQ has brought that could take some of the other players by surprise. And we'll see if it does come together in a cohesive strategy. But I'm very curious to see if he's going to be able to fight his way back to the group.
Yeah, and Gyu and WeQ both, this is their second Worlds appearance. We see here Gyu much more favors that aggressive play style from the favorite card, Gorgon Zormu, and deck of Pirate Shaman, and these lineups, right? The Attack Demon Hunter, the Swarm Shaman. His Discover Hunter is not really an infinite value thing, but more of a hit the ground running with the Observer of Myths, which buffs your whole board, and then the hand buff Paladin is full of these tech cards. So I think Gyu is probably looking to target the Druids in this event. That's kind of the main hit of a full aggro strategy. Druid and to some extent Rogues as well. And this Attack Demon Hunter is kind of one of the newer additions to that strategy, where it's not so much pirates, it is just all out face. You see here key cards, Sock Puppet, Slither Spear. That's probably, I haven't checked, but I think it's got to be the number one mulligan win rate card in the deck, because you're very focused on buffing your attack and doing as much damage as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it can run away with games. If you have it on one, especially if you're on the play and you're you're playing against another board-based deck, and they don't have an immediate answer to it, you can protect that thing like crazy and just keep pushing damage to face and end games incredibly quickly. Can sometimes be a feast or famine deck. It does have some ways to come back in the game. It's not as bad as say like, you know, Discover Hunter, which they fall behind on board. It's very hard for them to get back into the game. The attack Demon Hunter. It is a lot based on that sock puppet, and Gu does have it in the opener. Is on the coin though, but is playing against Big Shaman, so you know might have a little bit of time, more time than you would if you were playing against the Swarm Shaman, which is the shaman that you come to expect in this tournament metagame.
Yeah, I think Weak U's Big Shaman is one of the best counters to Swarm Shaman, but I don't know how it'll do against something like this Demon Hunter, which really tries to kill you well before turn 6.
Yeah, I mean, there are some ways to keep track of the board early on. You still do run pop-up book, sigil of skydiving. There's also malted magma, but as you mentioned, Swarm Shaman, it feels like Swarm Shaman is they set up a board and then they capitalize, whereas the Demon Hunter is capitalizing at the same time they're setting up a board. So the reactive cards don't do quite as well.
Yep, and of course, starting out immediately with that Slither Spear.
One dose solves any problem.
And just going to pick up the pace right off the bat.
Yeah. I mean, this is what it's designed to do, right? Get one to 3 minions out as quickly as possible, and then just start gaining attack and hitting face. You know, Oracle is really in every deck, mostly as draw. The attack Demon Hunter benefits from the spell damage a little bit as well, with things like Acupuncture.
It's a fantastic clear early on for Wiki, though. The Sigil Skydiving, the Turn the Tides, great cards to be able to just try and keep control of the board. There is a decent amount of early game. It's just these couple turns right now before you have opportunity to get to Cliff Dive, where you could be weak, but there's still plenty for Wiku to be able to move forward with.
Well, and you know, I said that the Demon Hunter can kill you by turn 5, turn 6. That's usually against a Druid, right? That isn't reacting too much. This Shaman, in particular, the number 1 card is probably those Frosty Decors, and WeQ's got to be happy to have 2 of them sitting in hand now.
Two of them sitting in hand, and because of the triangulate, more in the deck that can be drawn. So Gu needs to push an offensive right now. That was a very quick pick from triangulate, and spell wasn't played, so you can almost always assume that it's Frosty Decor. But he's going to be able to get this Oracle online, and Acupuncture is going to go in, and you know there is just damage from hand, but getting past the Frosted Decor, a lot of times you do need to fit some face damage in there. That armor's going to be a huge deal. And the thing about it is Q's also at 17 health, so needs to be a little careful.
Yeah, Acupuncture, and I think sometimes they have one of the Infernal Stapler, right? Both cards that hit yourself as much as they hit your opponent, so you're very much relying on your ability to close out quickly, and that your opponent is not hitting you in the face. Frosted Decor does kind of present a problem there, because it's 8 hit points of taunt and 8 points of armor.
Is there a 2-turn lethal setup with like Metamorphosis into Acupuncture Hot Coals?
I think you must be considering something along those lines, right? Because it feels way off in the distance to try and win through clearing these taunts. I think he's trying to assess sort of what's the better line. Does he need this spell damage right now?
Yeah, that's the tough part, because you wouldn't get Metamorphosis over 2. And if you want the additional damage from the acupuncture for the hot coals, you'd need to save it for next turn. I guess you could always just bump into something, but then if you bumped into one of the Frosty Decor minions, then you'd kill one off with the hot coals and they would gain armor.
Although I do think that as long as the damage to face is lethal, the nature of armor is that it can't help you if you're at 0.
Yeah, yep. But I believe this should be a lethal setup unless WeQ is able to kill one of these off, but can't. So we have Metamorphosis, Hot Coals, Acupuncture. Oh, well, the sing-along buddy is...
Wait, does this work? It still swaps, right?
Well, no.
Oh, right. No. It's not you can use your hero power twice. Your hero power activates twice.
Yeah.
So that is something I had not even considered of it being in the deck as the sing-along buddy with the Metamorphosis hero power.
Yeah. And I think there was like 3 different ways for lethal there anyway. Because as you mentioned, the death through the armor, the hot coals played last would have been enough. Because you acupuncture and then hot coals or acupuncture, headhunt, hot coals or hero power, and it's still enough damage to kill even through that extra health. So Gyu able to get there and put on enough damage, especially with those spell damage acupunctures, to be able to completely ignore the Frosty Decor and make it through. And that was like as decent of a start that I think WeQ could have hoped for with the Big Shaman, having a way on turn 3 to completely stop the momentum, and still ended up dying from the burn damage. So doesn't bode well.
Yeah, it's one of those weird situations where it is maybe better to be on coin as the Big Shaman there, just so you can get out the Frosty Decor turn sooner and be able to actually kill them off, because the armor is very relevant when you get to the Demon Hunter's endgame. Like, yes, you want the taunt to be able to stop base attacks, but the Priest Tourist plus Metamorphosis adds this whole burn element.
Yeah. It's tough. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that he could have done in that situation that WeQ could have done, but I don't think so. That was a decent start, and the cards you think that WeQ would need in that matchup, and still fell over. So we'll see if this Big Shaman can do a little bit better against some of these other more aggressive decks. I think the Demon Hunter was probably the toughest, I'd say, because damage from hand, more burst, can kill you quicker if left alone, whereas the other decks take a little time. Hunter and Shaman take a little time to ramp up. But we'll see.
Switching over to the Rogue, which is one that I would think WeQ might have trouble getting through, but players who play this deck are very confident in their abilities with it.
Sometimes to a fault. We've seen many times in the past where a mid-tier deck in a average to good player that turns into a very top-tier deck in the hands of a great player can be overbrought, and players can be overconfident on it and bring it when maybe it's not the right metagame to bring it, just because they feel like they have that skill expression on the deck. Time will tell if Rogue is in that spot in this tournament. Not quite sure yet. Meta's, I don't want to say all over the place, because we do have decks that are brought by a lot of players, but there are decks that maybe were a little bit more unexpected that have been brought in a lot of players' lineups. But Gyu's gonna hit the ground running. Nice slither spear start into Gorgonzola. Get some cheese ramping.
Yeah, this version of the Hunter is much more aggressive than what we saw with Yansu's. It has the Discover stuff, yes, because Alien Encounters is extremely powerful, and Rangari Scout helps you get a ton of extra threats, but you still have some of this spell stuff, right, where you play a bunch of bananas and discount your Mantis Shaper. It looks like WeQ thought, oh, there must not be too many spells with that Gorgonzola replay, but now triple bananas onto the Slither Spear is just going to represent a whole ton of damage. Or even one banana plus the cheese.
Yeah, one banana plus cheese. I think like a little bit better just because you're not going all in on one. I don't even know if you want to leave this Oracle up at this point. Yeah. You could go double banana snakes.
Allows then for the value trade, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, interesting. Okay, taking advantage of the stealth to do some preemptive buffs. Sure.
Yeah, this is nice. Next turn can be pretty huge, can go quite wide. The cheese is only getting larger. No, it doesn't get larger. It just gets more delicious.
Sure, that's how that works. You know, notable in killing the Oracle, the reason you want to kill the Oracle in this matchup is not even so much to get rid of the spell damage, but Oracle being shadow stepped or break danced is one of the ways, although clearly not the only way, but one of the ways that WeQ can get a lot of draws happening very quickly to reduce the Playhouse Chime. Ended up not being necessary in this instance. He had the gear shifts, etc., to fill that out. But there are situations where the rogue has to shadow step and reactivate that spell burst to get enough cards drawn for reducing the Playhouse Giants. That's pretty good cheese.
That's very good cheese. A little bit of stickiness with the death rattle. Some protection for some of the other minions with the taunt. No other taunt minions in the deck to pull, I don't think. But that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's still just hard to clear.
Yep.
And if Gyu is able to find an Observer of Myths to start buffing these up, you sort of don't care as much where they start.
Now it's giant breakdance.
Yep. And second giant. This is where things get dicey, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is Gyu does not quite have lethal on board and has not discounted alien encounters at all. Which would be one way you would try and pull this out, is use the alien encounters to sort of protect your higher damage minions so that you can go face with those.
Also, Wiki on the other side has Tar Slake and Fana Knives, which could be very helpful for clearing up going to the next turn. What can tracking give that can help here? Does not play the Titan in the deck.
It's a very low to the ground version.
Yeah. Like Speaker Stomper here with tracking, it feels like doesn't even protect enough. I mean, it could, but your board's just going to die from what you see on the other side. Okay, it's just going to go for alien counters and then maybe go for, I don't even know, Speaker Stomper next turn, or just get it to trade into something else. Hope that only 3 minions can be cleared off from WeQ. It's tough.
Yeah, he does have the aerosolizer death rattle, which makes things, a little bit stickier.
Yeah.
I think, the reason the Rangari Scout didn't come down there with the tracking is that then you don't have the mana to play the alien encounters, since it hadn't been reduced at all yet.
Mhm.
There's the heal. This is one of the torturous things about Grifta, right? Is you get to see exactly what they got. It's like, it's useful, but sometimes it's just, oh great. They got exactly what they needed.
Yep. Triple trade heal. Yep. And WeQ's at a fantastic spot right now. Oh, okay. Even better.
Why not?
Yep.
There's the Observer, just turn too late, potentially. And this can be the problem with, these all-in strategies, right? Is you miss your window, you don't get the Speaker Stomper exactly when you need it, and then your opponent does something crazy, like put 24 Power of Giants into play.
Just ever world where you tries to just kill both giants.
So you can Observer and get +1 on each of them, and then you've got the bananas.
Yeah. So Observer, banana, plus the Mantle Shaper.
It's kind of splitting the difference.
Yeah, just gonna try and go a little bit wider, protect with the Speaker Stomper. Keep an extra +2 minions over WeQ in this situation, just to try and have something stick. And then, I don't know, a Discover off the top in combination with Scout to try and go try and find something to go a little bit wider. That's really the only way out for Q at this point.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what... it would have to be, tracking into something. But WeQ... if the Rogue feels comfortable to play Incendious, I'm not feeling good about my position. Well, there is tracking.
Okay. But now you know that you built a whiteboard. And Incendious has, or you want to try and build a whiteboard, and Incendious has been played.
And it's not like you can commit 10 damage to keep those from buffing, right?
Yeah.
Oh, now here we go.
Okay.
This could do it, because this could be 2 instances of deal 6.
Yep.
And then if he hits a third one, or even if he just goes face, right? Just goes face, and then he's got it with the hero power next turn. So it'll come down to it's the war of the Griftas. Whose strength
Grifta
gets
is
swollen
stronger?
out.
Because we could have the opportunity for a third next turn. And you thinking about maybe...
Interesting. This does... I'm a little surprised to see this, because it does mean that if his whole board disappears, hero power plus the other amulet is not enough.
Yeah, but has the other Grifta, and there's 2 chances, 2 chances for lethal, most likely by stealing another minion or
Right.
deal damage.
Sure.
And this buys him multiple turns instead of a potential 2-turn lethal if his board is fully cleared.
Oh no! Oh, that hurts.
Yeah.
And then weak use Speaker Stomper this time. The debate is face or trade, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's potential for another scout into another deal damage. Okay, not anymore.
I think the calculation there is basically, hey, if I go face, there's a very real possibility that Gyu is just dead on my next turn, right?
Yep.
That Gyu must have lethal. 21 damage is a lot, even with 7 in play. And considering that, you know, that amulet for 6 damage costs 3 now. I think it's just sort of, once again, like, well, hope you can't kill me. He's gotta trade with the 8-1 if
Yep.
he doesn't have lethal this turn.
Quickly. Who could put a price on such powerful?
Probably looking for the minion steal. Yeah.
My blood boils for war.
But as soon as WeQ hits an eruption, I mean, it's kind of over, right? They're so huge now.
Yeah.
And this is maybe a miscalculation, right? This is the one minion that WeQ can actually get good attack out of.
Yeah.
Even though you steal it and reduce it to 1, lots of spells to buff it up with. Especially with Sonya. What, you Sonya, Tarslick?
I think just wants the eruptions. Yeah,
Sure.
3 damage
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, well, and yeah, 2 eruptions clears the whole board and is significant face damage.
Yeah.
We're at 10, 14. I think double Tarslick is just enough.
Too soon.
Sure, this works too. You can Oracle.
Oracle Tarslick. This is just a much more fancy way to do it. It also pulls eruptions out of the deck, so if he wasn't sure on the count, had spotted
Right.
this play but wasn't 100% sure on the count, then this is a way to the highest amount of cards to be drawn with what WeQ had in hand. So spot in the play and ties up the series 1-1, and Grifta MVP sorted for both players
Yeah,
in that game.
gave WeQ the heals that he needed, gave Gyu the damage that he needed. Just a matter of those giants being kind of too big of a swing in the mid game, and that's really the strength of this version of the Rogue, is that even if your giants are dealt with, it's this massive power spike that forces the opponent to play defensively and allows you to transition into the Incendious game plan. Or Grifta game plan.
Or both. And so now we have the Rogue off the table for WeQ, Demon Hunter off the table for Gyu, which means we still have both Shamans left remaining.
Very different
And
shamans.
Very, very different Shamans. Big Shaman versus Swarm Shaman. And then the Hunter on the side of Gyu, which we just saw, versus the Paladin. on the side of Wiki, which is the Lanessa Paladin, which I'm very curious to see. I was honestly hoping that both Paladins would be left up, but Handbuff Paladin was the deck that was taken away from Q, which is very interesting. It may just be me, but I know a lot of players, I just don't have faith in that deck because, I don't know, not much skill expression. It is one of the more techable decks. I would say both the Discover Hunter and Handbuff Paladin are two of the most techable decks in the metagame. Yep. There's only like 20 cards that are kind of must run, like between 20 and 24. And then the rest are just, what do you think the meta is going to be? Put in the Speaker Stompers or Cult Neophytes or Glacial Shards or Razor Scales in the instance of the Handbuff Paladin oftentimes. So maybe that's why.
Yeah, I think the big killer is that if your opponent buffs up Razor Scale kind of any amount, but especially, +2/+2 or more, it is just a nightmare to deal with. Tech cards are one thing at their normal stats, but when suddenly they're large, it can be a huge pain. So even if a lot of people might disagree with banning the Handbuff Paladin, just considering the deck quality to be not as high, even with the tech cards, I understand not wanting to have to play against a pile of tech cards if they are really bad for your lineup.
Yeah, and there's also, this is potentially, right, a theory, if you will. If you're facing against a lineup that's full of decks that you expected and one deck that you may not have expected, that could be a reason for a ban because your decks aren't meant to handle it, or you didn't get the practice in against the deck. Even though Handbuff Paladin there's nothing new, just nothing. It's just the same deck. You probably have practice against it, maybe not just with the decks that you're currently playing. That could also be a reason for to throw a ban against it.
You know why it's the same? It's because it doesn't have spells for Ethereal Oracle to draw.
Bingo, you nailed it. Oof.
A real testament to the power of Sigil of Skydiving, that not only is it in the aggressive strategies, but you also just use it in a defensive one.
It's a good card.
Yep.
So is Walking Mountain. Great card, fantastic.
Not one you want in your hand.
Nah.
That's not where you want those. So Oiki's gonna be much more reliant on Hagatha pulling the Frosty Decors. Mm-hmm. Since there will be no skydiving into Walking Mountains.
These could belong to a brand new species.
All right, some secrets. Ice Trap seems very valuable here.
Freezing, not so much.
Yeah, freezing, not so much. Bait and switch, and Ice Trap. I could see an argument for Hidden Meaning as well.
Yeah, Hidden Meaning is sort of it's always solid.
Yeah. But I think the bigger argument for Ice Trap in this situation is that the Scout was played, and I think Ice Trap has more value later on. To be able to play it on a turn in like a targeted fashion. Whereas Hidden Meaning, not so much. It's just a 2-mana filler, and you want to be able to spend mana as efficiently as possible with Hunter, and you're doing that for a very long time in the game. So,
and this is where it can be totally fine to have just run out the Scout there. WeQ plays into the Ice Trap, sees what it is, and now knows that he has no recourse if this is bait and switch. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see just attacks face. That's sort of caster knowledge. But if he, or no attacks at all. If he were to attack the Rengari Scout there and make it +3/+3, that would be a pretty nightmare scenario, even though Gyu this way is able to get more Discover value.
Okay. Starting with the bird watching.
Yeah. Bit of an awkward selection. You've got 2 legendaries where you're only going to be buffing 1 minion. And Observer of Myths, you really don't want to hit off birdwatching. Because with +2/+1, it becomes very challenging to use it to buff your board.
Yeah, I would say these are 3 of the worst.
Oh, gonna take it anyway.
Okay.
I guess it is a 3/5 you can play right now.
Yes.
And Mantle Shaper does still activate it.
Okay. Agatha the Fabled coming out. And looks like Frosty Decor and Cliff Dive.
Yep.
Slimes. Oozes? Are they oozes or are they slimes?
I think slimes. Very big advantage to having those spells as minions is that WeQ knows there's another ice trap. And so we'll be able to play them anyway because the minions play them. And the minions don't get ice trapped.
It's an unfortunate situation to have both walking mountains in hand. With a cliff dive slime loaded up. That could be a great way to get some life total back. But I guess it does narrow your pool of minions.
I suppose. So the Murloc is still in the deck, which obviously would not be a great hit unless it's paired with a Rush, so you can get that evolve immediately. But Walking Mountain is really the minion to hit. So, as you say, not having it in the pool is really rough. And I think this is just the pivotal turn of Frosty Decor comes down, but is it even enough?
Yeah.
EQ's kind of had the read this whole time that he can't attack into these minions because it'll just buff them.
Yep. And it's an accurate read, as Bait and Switch is still active. Looking at Cliff Dive possibilities next turn. You're right. Cookie is still in the deck, but we also have like Nomelia.
That's probably the best hit, is Nomelia.
Yep. You could hit
Yogg. Sorry, Yogg is probably the best hit.
Yogg, Nomelia.
Nobundu is not good.
Nope. Incendious.
Incendious, also not great.
Not good. If you hit Incendious Cookie, oof, done for. Could get some information off the top here. If one of those minions. Oh. Looking for Yogg. Wait, was that a 9? Was that the old Yogg? I didn't even read the text. I just saw Yogg, but it was 9 mana. We're looking for a Yogg.
Yeah, and it's pretty much Yogg or bust.
I mean, even then, there's no Walking Mountains and Wiki's at 2. So it'd have to be Yogg, and then
into good spells.
Yogg, clear the board, and then something to heal.
It gets the vindication that it was Bait and Switch. Nope.
Oh.
And no space to summon the 6-drop, so
Yep.
it's not as though it could have. I don't know that there are any 6-drops that heal currently. But yeah, and that's just gonna be it. And this is where, the big shaman is a little bit unreliable, right? You get those walking mountains in your hand, and that's the number one thing you're looking for. I don't know. I'd like to know the reasoning for having things like Incendious, things like Farseer Nabondo in the deck. I understand the Nomelia, but those two seem to be diverging from the strategy a little bit too much in my mind.
Control matchups, I guess. the cookie, if cookie can be great to protect against swarm matchups. Obviously, if you go Sigil of Skydiving and Cookie, I mean that's
you have to run Cookie. You can't play Cliff Dive without Cookie.
Right.
That's sort of the great burden of the deck.
Incendious, I guess, control matchups because I don't know, not really, because it doesn't even do much and it's way too slow for any control matchups. If they get through your stuff, then having potentially, I don't know.
It's one of those things where it's like, well, clearly there's a method to the madness, but we can't figure it out.
Yeah, I don't know. Or, you look at the list and you have to run a certain amount of minions, like a minimum amount of minions in any Barnes type deck to account for the fact of, all right, if I draw some minions, I need to actually have minions to pull from these cards that rely on having big stuff. And maybe Incendious is just the pick, the best pick in that situation if you're trying to hedge your matchups the other direction. The tourists always throw me off. Like, why would you run this card? It's so bad. Oh yeah, well, you have to.
Cookie's pretty good in most of the decks it's in, right? Where you're using Sigil of Skydiving and getting all these evolves.
Yeah.
Speaking of.
Yeah, there it is. And I guess it does have use with Sigil of Skydiving. Point still stands, but yeah, gotta run it. But Gu is a different shaman here. Last deck for Gu to win with. Gu's not through the group. Keep in mind this is the lower bracket match for Group A. The player that loses this match is out of the World Championship, which would be a sad thing, right? You work all year to get to this point, you go out, but think about having $500,000 prize pool. It goes all the way down to the bottom just by being here. I think it's 10,000 even for 13th through 16th, which is a pretty big chunk of money. But every player here has one thing on their mind, and that's to win the World Championship. And the winner of this match still has to play to get out of the group. They'd be at a 1-1 score in the group. They'd have to win one more to be able to move on to Sunday. So we'll see, but Q is going to move over to that Paladin, and Q is on the final deck here with the Swarm Shaman. And great start right off the bat with Patches.
Yeah, Patches into potential Greedy Partner and Gorgon Zormu.
Oh, man.
Definitely stuff you're pleased to see.
And Wiki's just in the business of drawing all the 3 drops in the deck.
And I wonder if it's worth it to coin the metal detector. Yeah, just to get it online. You get your coin back, and then you have it equipped to deal with whatever comes down the following turn.
Yep. And Mixologist can actually be amazing in this against Swarm Shaman. If you get the deal 2, you can clear up board after board. Well, yeah, just one. One is just board after board. One board after one board, because there's 2 Mixologists.
Yeah, and even if they have something like the frog, right, it puts up some 4/5s, you do have the potential, as we saw in that first match, of hitting deal 3 and deal 2 to all, where you can get some really big AoE clears in. I wonder if you here might consider just coining out the pop-up book to protect the 3/3, or if he feels the coin is too valuable.
The question is, too valuable for what, though? There's some instances where coin is exceptionally valuable to be able to go Thrallskip into Bloodlust 1 turn sooner if you're playing against a deck that really doesn't have any board clears whatsoever, and you have a good start. But yeah, in this situation, I like that play.
Yeah, and it's still worth it to just hit one of the O1s for a coin, because Living Horizon is a big old taunt. Another potential hit here for WeQ off the Mixologist is this is now the only minion he's played. So if he hits Resurrect, resurrecting a 4/6 Divine Shield taunt is quite juicy. And we see already how difficult it is to deal with this first one. Not enough mana to go for the Hex.
Actually, it is going to clear it, too.
It's very expensive clear, though.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Alright.
there's a lot of great hits with Mixologist here. Deal 3 is okay. Didn't take it. There's the summon.
Yeah.
And that honestly could just carry the game by itself, right? Getting back the taunt, drawing a card for refill, pulls the Linessa. And we've already got a pretty good looking Linessa hand, right? You got coin, O manager.
Yeah, coin no manager and then just play everything.
Yeah, I mean,
The whole
look, you
hand.
probably want to build up some other things, like get another Mixologist spell, or use the Ethereal Oracle to pick up some more stuff. But a coin O manager is a good place to start.
Just Oracle cheese?
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. Had some technical difficulties continuing to view this match. But looks like we're back now. Everything should be good. At least it's good on our end. Hopefully it's good on everybody else's end. We did miss a couple of turns. Or maybe just one turn. Yeah, but it looks like Lanessa is still in hand.
Yep.
For WeQ.
It was oracles all around used to draw. So I think Gyu did go for that oracle cheese play, summoning the Quillbore there and the hand. Missed what else was there. But the oracle's gone, and WeQ is also -1 oracle. So, it's a good card for everyone.
All right, so now we got a wide board, some options for WeQ. Still a
Arcane magic.
mixologist over there to the
Enigmatic.
far left to be able to try go for some type of clear. But there's the beams, so doesn't need it.
Wow. Yeah, and I think that was a nice sort of 1-2 where if WeQ had not pulled the prismatic beams, he would be able to still go digging with Mixologist with 4 remaining mana. But now that he has them, full board means they cost 1. Can pick whatever he wants for damage on the Lanessa turn with Mixologist and still get that beam clear. Yeah.
Coin Giant Fin, or Growfin. It's all Gu's
Seems
got.
solid. Yep. That's all. Just a casual
That's it.
16 stats.
Just a couple of 8/8s. That's all he's got.
Yep. Well, to be fair, it's not great into Horn of the Windlord.
Just Horn of the Windlord. That's all he's got. He's got to do it.
And gonna be hoping for the big money 4/6 taunt again. Nope. Just an ethereal oracle. Is it worth spending the coin?
Nah.
It might be.
You do have O Manager with the Lanessa. So that coin in hand is, I guess, a little bit redundant.
I mean, it's always nice to have more coins, but I think in this case, being able to activate and potentially pull Divine Brew, which is one of the better things to have with this weapon, and also to activate holy glow sticks. Yeah, I mean, this just sets
Would you
up
look at that?
lethal for next turn.
He's got a Growfin. That's all he's got. Unless it's not really a good turn if you wanted to play Cold Neophyte.
Yeah.
I guess you could set up the weapon.
Like Sigil Neophyte sounds okay until the rest of your turn is Hero Power, float 2 mana.
Yeah. And you can clear the Oracle with the Rush from the Growfin if you do Growfin.
But your best case scenario is that the Horn gets used to clear the Growfin.
Yeah. So.
I was just coming to this. I feel like it is Sigil and Close Your Eyes, Horn of the Windlord to go face. You know, you hope there's not lethal, and you know you've got 3 minions coming to Bloodlust next turn.
Don't hang up. The sun shines for me.
So that means the spell damage is sticking, and I'm not even sure it's necessary, but it certainly helps.
Yeah, the Divine Bruise.
For those who may be unfamiliar, Lanessa allows you to copy any of your spells that cost 2 or less. So these coins getting played for double value and enabling double casts of all these Divine Brews, which then discount the holy glow sticks from 4 to 1, and just create these huge pop-off turns.
Yeah, there's infinite damage here.
Didn't
It was actually so much damage.
Yeah.
Divine Brew's unused as
Yeah.
well. 2 mana left, 2 more casts. Each of those Divine Brews with a Wind Fury weapon is just, yeah, infinite. So yeah, I
Considerable
do
amount of
like your point there of just close your eyes and hope that there's no Lanessa or no damage follow-up with the Lanessa, because there was a good chance that with that Bloodlust on the Sigil plus the weapon, you can shoot through a board that's built if there's any, or more ideally, just push for lethal damage. So I think you did end up making the right choice, but WeQ had the pieces. So had 2-2 now going to a game 5, which was it both players that went to game 5 in their initial match? No, Q did lose 3-1. WeQ did go to 5 games against in his loss against Fury Hunter, but ultimately did fall at the very end. So a lot of games for WeQ so far today. Getting some practice on the lineup. That's always the good thing when you make it to the lower bracket. You get to play more matches, get a feel for your decks a little bit more in the tournament environment and the metagame.
Yeah, nice thing about going day 1 is that either you are done, period, or you get a day break. So no matter what, after the first day, you get to relax a bit and then just kind of watch your opponents the following day and start coming up with the strategies to the best of your ability.
Yeah, it is an advantage. I'd like to look back at the stats and see what percentage of winners of Masters Tours and World Championships, since we've had this format, come from Group A, or to an extent Group B as well. Maybe Neil has that stat somewhere. He's got to. That's kind of the obscure stats that Neil loves.
That'd be one you have to specifically hunt for.
Yep.
But it is going to come down to Battle of the Shamans. I guess we'll see whether the big shaman can do what it's built to do, which is deal with these swarm shamans.
Yeah, and this is, you mentioned it, and the more I look at it, the more I think that this is the case. This is the best matchup that we could have hoped for to come down to a final game. I think out of all the decks, this is the one that lines up the best, and everything, or more than likely, everything was supposed to line up against Swarm Shaman. But now we get the good one. So jumping into it, final game of this elimination match for Group A. Losers out of the World Championship, and the winner moves on to the decider match to see how things are going to go. But Molten Magma did pick
Probably
the,
the best heat.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe Muck Pools for something else, but
Yeah, it's interesting. Muck Pools is one of those cards where I don't think you particularly want it in the mulligan in terms of, it's not a major card you need. But the best time to play it in this deck is turn 1, because you don't really have anything else to do then. And the mana on successive turns can be pretty tight. You have specific things you want to do on, turns 3, turns 5, turns 6.
Yeah, and you'd hate to throw away Muck Pools and then get a Cliff Dive minion in its place.
Yeah. About to see, though, why this shaman can be challenging even when you have the Molten Magma. If it were not for WeQ's own Sigil of Skydiving, this Sigil into Hosen would be unable to be cleared by Molten Magma without also spending the coin. So
yeah, no other play though.
Yeah.
I was thinking, if you know it's coming, you saw 3 cards kept, 1 played, the skydiving played off the top.
there's still basically no chance that the Hosen itself is cleared, which means you can follow up with Dangerous Cliffside and get even more value.
Yeah. Well, he can clear it.
I
He wants to
suppose,
expend the
yeah,
coin.
We could split it. Yeah, I suppose you're right. There are options if you want to make sure to go for the full clear. Oh, interesting. Now that's not what I expected. No, I think this means he is going for the coin.
No!
Wow, that is devastating. Getting to preserve the coin
Oh,
from the
jeez.
evolve rule. I think the expected line there was to evolve one of them and then coin double malted magma, run in these other two into the Hosen.
Yep.
But the spell damage means he now has a choice of either preserving the pirates or preserving the coin and malted magma charge.
And I think the coin has more value, but that's the biggest argument for order of operations you'll ever see in Hearthstone.
Yeah.
Fundamental Hearthstone play. It's what you love to see in a world championship. If you have a plan in your head and there's information that you don't have yet, always see what that information is first.
Right.
And that's exactly what WeQ did and was rewarded for. It gets to hold on to a coin because of it. Massive.
Yeah. I mean, there's a very real possibility there where someone would, just use the coin before doing anything else, right? Like, oh, I'm going to use the coin. And then they evolve and go, oh, I kind of wasted that.
Yeah.
But now Gyu in the tough position of probably having to Dangerous Cliffside just to clear this spell damage, or set up another sigil to evolve with Bouncer next turn, or transform with Bouncer next turn.
Yeah. Could just greedy partner and sigil. I wouldn't mind that at all.
Sure.
Actually,
double partner plus sigil.
Yeah.
Get everything out there.
Yeah. Because the second greedy partner would be stranded without another 2-drop if you greedy partner and sigil. So just getting it out of the way, getting that extra 2/3 in play makes the most sense.
And there's the cliff diving, one walking mountain in hand. And as we discussed previously, there are a bunch of duds you can hit. So there's no guarantee that that's going to be the big swing of the game. I think WeQ is happy to have this spell damage with Molten Magma for stabilization. Snap growth in play from you. And this is really the power of the deck, is not only do you have these wide boards of small minions that have charge that you can immediately utilize for Bloodlust, etc., but you play something like Backstage Bouncer and suddenly your board has levels. Exactly why Nomelia is in the deck.
Yep. And I like getting that out of the way. Guaranteed clear, before one of the other Power 6 drops, like Cliff Diver Horn. Frosty Decor. Fantastic pickup.
Yeah, didn't even see it hit the hand. Just
Nope. And this great turn. Hughes kind of sat back looking a little bit defeated at the moment with the way this game has played out thus far.
I'd be curious how safe WeQ is feeling at this point. I mean, with Frosty Decor in play, I don't think you need to cliff dive here, right? It's not like you have a bunch of great hits. The advantage is you get probably something large you can evolve with Muck Pools. But I think there would be a pretty good argument for just playing Hagatha and evolving her, getting your other Cliff Dive and Frosty Decor out of the deck. And then Fairy Tale Forest. I think this is the reason that there's some comfort with playing Incendius in the deck, is since Fairy Tale Forest only draws Battle Cries, you basically use it to target Hagatha and Incendius out of the deck.
There you go. Solved it.
Yep. Figured it out. Just took a little time.
All he's got is a couple of 8/8s.
Yep.
And there's a horn again on the other side. Different deck, same story.
What a world that playing 16/16 of stats, half of it with Rush, is like just fine. I don't think there's anything better.
No. Unless you just try and go wider with the cliffside and hope for like a Thrall's Gift. I don't know.
Here it comes. Nabundo drawn. Oh, goodness. So that isn't going to be able to... Oh, well, I guess no matter what, because of the health, you can't clear both 8/8s. So we may as well do it like this. You get the free evolve from Cookie, which is a little goofy. And then could reroll. I don't think you do.
No, that's good enough. You can evolve the slime, I guess.
Oof. I guess figures he's in a solid enough position
okay.
to... Oh, you know what? It is known. I forgot about
It's
this.
guaranteed.
Right?
Yeah.
It's guaranteed. That is the only 11 drop in the game. So you know you're getting an 8/5 Rush Reborn. In which case, yeah, pretty solid. This was...
Did Living Horizon used to be 9? Or
Or
am I crazy?
I think it did. It certainly was not always 10, which suggests it was probably 9 before. Trusty Companion was definitely the card, or one of the cards Gyu was looking for to sort of get that refill going, but it's now a bit too little too late. Take out the 8/2 with some evolves, which is nice.
Just
But I think-
kind of hanging in there right now. Not really much else to be done.
This is the Big Shaman firing on all cylinders. This is what it is built to do. Yeah, those are the only 2 battle cries for Fairy Tale Forest to hit are Hagatha and Incendius.
All right, there it is. Concede from Gyu. Weekyu gets the job done with the Big Shaman. He's gonna win the series and move on to the decider match for Group A, and that also unfortunately means Gyu is out of the 2024 World Championship. Put up a good fight, but road ends here. We'll go away with a good chunk of money and, you know, fantastic gear to be able to get to this point. But when these players spend basically the entire year working towards one goal, and that goal ends up falling short very quickly in the first group of Worlds, got to feel pretty terrible.
Yeah, and I think he's probably thinking about, did it come down to that evolve into the spell damage, or was I probably going to lose that anyway? But...
Yeah, it's tough. I think from that stage, the way things panned out, there was not really any payoff cards drawn for Gu.
Yeah.
You know, if we want to roll down the results-oriented thinking pathway here for a moment.
No Thrall's Gift for a Bloodlust.
Yeah.
You know, the way that Oracle kind of can chain in that deck, where you pull out the buff spell that draws another minion of the same type, and you can get these chains of keeping your hand not like full, but with a reasonable amount of gas. And this was a circumstance where Gu was just kind of top decking for a while there.
Yeah, and had some decent draws off the top just to be able to kind of hang in there just a little bit. But like exactly what you said, that's Big Shaman firing on all cylinders. And when it does, against a more aggressive deck, a very board-based deck, it can feel almost impossible to come back and win because they just don't run out of stuff, it feels. But there's how Group A is looking right now. Yansu, the player to move on 2-0 from Group A. And then Fury Hunter versus Weeku will be that final decider match, which is a rematch from the initial match of the group. Fury Hunter did win 3-2. So a close series.
Very close.
It wasn't a blow up by any means. So that should be a good one. But we are actually going to just set up for that match right now. So we have one more match left for Group A, and then we are going to jump over to Group B in the second half of the day. So we have a lot of Hearthstone left to still play here on day one of the World Championship. But we are going to go to a quick break in the meantime while we set up that decider match. So don't go anywhere. Plenty of Hearthstone action right after this.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour World Championship. I am Don, joined by Sottle. How are you doing today, Sottle?
I am doing great. I'm looking forward now to finally sinking my teeth into some Hearthstone action. I've been sat on the sidelines, champing at the bit, waiting to actually get in here and cast some games. I think we've had 2 great series to kick things off, and now we kind of have the result of the events we witnessed in the first 2 series with WeQ and Fury Hunter battling for survival in the lower half of Group A.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of a bittersweet match, this final deciders match here, because we're going to have one person who will move on and one person who will be eliminated from the tournament altogether. So very kind of interesting matchup here, as you mentioned, Fury Hunter versus WeQ. What do you think of these players overall, and what you expect to see from them in this series?
I'm a big fan of both of them, honestly. Like, Fury Hunter has been, one of the best players in the world for quite a number of years. Very possibly the best player in Hearthstone history to have never actually fully won the big one overall. Also just a good friend of mine. I do have to apologize to him, actually. He messaged me on Discord like a week or so, maybe more, just asking for like a couple of opinions on decks and stuff, and I literally blanked him. You know that thing where you get a message and then you read it, you're like, okay, I'll reply to that later, but then because you don't have the unread notification anymore, you just completely forget it exists and blank them. So yeah, sorry, Fury. I'm sure you're doing absolutely fine without my amateurish input, though. And then, yeah, WeQ is just... He's much more of a newer force in the Hearthstone scene, really appeared over the last couple of years with this very ladder grinder focused system that we've had over the last couple of years, and has really caught up a lot of lost ground very quickly. I think he was talking about that in that little mini interview that we had with WeQ. But focusing in on Fury, I think lineup-wise, he's super interesting as well, because he's one of the few that has no type of rogue in this tournament whatsoever, and I think that speaks to his strategy of trying to target rogue a little bit with the decks that he has. Again, you've always got to be careful, Dawn, when you talk about rogue matchups, because if you say any deck beats any rogue ever, a rogue player dives out of the nearest bush and tells you that you're wrong. But in theory, Fury Hunter does have a lineup with favourable matchups against the cycle rogue that we're seeing a lot of.
Yeah, it's really kind of interesting too, because I think the rogue specifically is one that we're going to talk about a lot throughout the weekend. We do see WeQ bringing it, but also another one that's really interesting to talk about is the difference in the shaman. Shaman is the most popular broad class altogether, but not bringing the swarm shaman. It's the big shaman. So going to start off with that big shaman. We saw it do what it wanted to do and beat the swarm shaman in the last series, so we're going to see if it can perform that well again and beat Fury's swarm shaman.
Yeah, and I think even further than that, WeQ has gone with Big Shaman over Swarm Shaman, but I think that is specifically part of a larger strategy to target Swarm Shaman a little bit. What you're seeing here is a clash of the two lineups that are kind of, this is strategy B and strategy C meeting each other, where one is on target rogue and one is on target shaman. You could say strategy A is just bring the best decks, which would then involve having both of those decks in your lineup. So you can kind of see by the omissions that they have in their lineup, Fury not having the rogue, WeQ finding a different type of shaman that has a favorable matchup against that shaman, what they're going for in that regard. And I think when the more like the targety lineups come up against each other, that's when you get some of the most interesting series, because neither of them has the perfect form of what they're planning to go up against, right? Like WeQ does have the shaman to go up against, but in this case Fury doesn't have the rogue to go up against, which you would theorize would give WeQ the advantage. But they have already met in this tournament, and it was Fury that came out ahead the first time around.
Begin.
Series victory, so let's get into it.
Yeah, so kicking off the first game here, Fury Hunter on that Discover Hunter and WeQ on the Big Shaman, again, as we previously mentioned. How do you feel about this matchup overall?
It's one of the closer matchups in the series, I think. Fury has a lot of great matches on Dawnguard Druid. which is why WeakU has been choosing to ban it out. Obviously, we talked about the target that is on WeakU's Rogue and on Fury Hunter's Shaman. But when these two come up against each other, it's fairly 50-50 overall, I think. Obviously, these are not two of the most common decks that you see at high-level ladder or across ladder anywhere, so it's hard to get massive samples on this, but they both have the ability to do these powerful one-off swing turns, which can kind of immediately shut aggro out of the game. But because they both have the ability to then reload and keep going, they can lead to some kind of slower, grindy games against each other. I will say, I like that Fury has the quicker version of the Hunter with the Slither Spear and Bananas, because this kind of start is what is massively in his favor. If the game goes fast, Fury's probably winning. If the game goes really, really slowly, maybe Shaman has an advantage right at the end. So this Slither Spear Banana start is phenomenal for Fury to be seen.
Oh, especially because he mulliganed and didn't find it, and top decked it right on turn 1 as well. Kept the bananas in that mulligan, which so finding that Slither Spear was incredibly important.
I was having a little conversation with Lorinda off stream just before this about how powerful this build of Big Shaman with Nabundo is when you do specifically draw your cards in the right order. When you get like Fairy Tale Forest into Hagatha into Nabundo, and then you can just start playing Cliff Dives. That repeated location version of Cliff Dive is so disgusting. You know, you can be playing Yogg every 2 turns for the rest of the game if your deck lines up right, which is incredibly difficult to beat a lot of the time, and that's the kind of hand that WeakU's moving towards it.
And another incredible top deck for Fury Hunter, picking up these snakes, being able to play some bananas and get the Mantle Shaper down here all on turn 3 as well, after there was a clear from WeakU.
I love those reactions, right? Because WeakU knows, right? Like, WeakU is a very, very high-level player. He'll be counting the amount of spells. He knows how much the Mantle Shaper costs. So when there is 1 mana remaining and Fury Hunter is picking up a final card from his hand, he knows what that card is. He knows what's about to happen, but still, when you actually see it, it does not stop that visceral reaction from coming down.
Yes, we saw some incredible reactions as well from Fury Hunter in the previous series that we got to see him in, so I love these player reactions. I'm hoping we'll see even more of them, but just going to be a pretty straightforward set up some pirates for next turn from WeakU. And again, multiple like really good top decks coming out from Fury Hunter, picking up the Titan Forge traps here.
And this time you were talking about Fury's reaction in the previous game. It was to the effect of secrets that he was having the most consternation about. So this time is on the giving end of the problems with those secrets. Picks up some much needed resource from the bargain bin, always nice.
Fury Hunter's been able to push so much damage early already. He's sitting at 12 health, only turn 4. But I love this setup here, just trying to clear up some of the board. Nope. Walks off screen.
And he's gone.
These could belong to a brand new species.
Double alien encounters is huge, has another discover in hand to keep it going. This is spelling trouble for WeakU. Oh, double Ziliax as well. Gonna spread with the alien encounters.
Yeah.
No real choice here for Wiki, just has to try and put the wall in the way. Good chance for a favourable outcome this time with the destroy? Yeah, okay.
Not really an easy way for Fury Hunter to get through all of the taunt and armor this turn.
I wonder.
It's just the breakpoints are awkward, right? Like the
Yeah,
Ziliax is
it's like-
fantastic.
No one's going to
You do need, yeah, if you use Observer and Ziliax, then you get the clean 4 attacks. This is 15, that should be enough, right? Yeah, finds it.
An incredibly fast game number 1.
And that's what he needed, right? That's what I said at the beginning, is that if Fury was going to find his biggest advantages in the games where he goes first, when the game goes fast, and when he goes first, actually, if you're drawing Slither Spear off the top to jam bananas. But yeah, that's the way he would have liked it to go, because if it does get into the position where, you know, it's Cliff Dive and Nabundo and everything else coming through, yes, Fury can compete with that. If he gets good discovers, if he gets good scout outcomes, if he finds tons of value repeated, but that's not what his deck is really built to do. Can do it, not ideal, because he's not the infinite fizzle version of the deck. So he wanted to go fast, he wanted to win a couple of flips where it was possible, as you always do in Hearthstone, and then yeah, finds the lethal at the end with the Observer of Myths and the double Ziliax. Disgusting first game for Fury Hunter with the Aggro Hunter.
Yeah, very, very quick match. But we saw that the Hunter got through. Okay, Hunter's there. We've talked a little bit about the Shaman. I want to ask you about the Shaman now. Do you think that the Shaman is going to be something that Fury Hunter wants to potentially queue up next and try to get through quickly? Or is that something that he's just going to leave to chance and maybe just random which deck he plays?
Yeah, I'm not sure it matters particularly. I'm just looking at the previous series. So it was Shaman against Rogue that he won in the previous series, which I would probably agree is his best chance, but it's not like there's really too much in Fury Hunter's power that he can do to try and engineer that situation. I think at best some players like the psychology of being 2-0 up, so when they're targeted in a series, they'll play the other 2 decks first, just to try and get that advantage, switch the narrative and the pressure back onto the opponent. But honestly, it's all much of a muchness when it comes to this queuing psychology stuff. Some players think they can find an edge, but I don't think it's anything that's been particularly well established.
Yeah,
Again, Demon Hunter is coming out from Fury here.
Does find some more pirates. This Lanessa Paladin, though, starting with a little bit of some semi-early game minions and the Metal Detector. Oh, and draws the Miracle Salesman off the top as well to start getting on the board. Fury Hunter missed a turn 1 play this time around.
Yeah, absolutely not where you want to be this far behind already when you're trying to be the hardcore aggro deck in this situation. Metal Detector also available for WeQ, giving perfect 3-into-3 options and allowing the ramp that comes from those 3 coins. This is looking pretty powerful for WeQ so far.
And gets the cheese out a turn earlier as well, start building that up. It could potentially be a pretty big word swing depending on how far WeQ lets that cheese build up.
Does get to swing the board state back, but yep.
I love it.
I was going to say, the 1-2-3, or the 1-3-3, I should say.
Yeah.
All three of those cards were essential for Weak U to be this comfortable in this position because, yes, Fury fell behind as the aggro deck, but he had the swing card to be able to come back into it, and he needed that card to stick, and then he was going to be able to perhaps rebuild and get some pressure going on the Paladin again. We're having a good time, right? But what I actually love in this situation is the much smaller gesture that you saw there from Fury. He raged, he had a moment, but then you saw, he went, okay, World Championships, no time to tilt. He sat back in his chair, he took a deep breath, he reconsidered his position, and he just focused on making the best play he can every turn, which, you know, Fury's an emotional guy when he plays Hearthstone. You don't win as much as Fury does if you allow things like that to actually tilt you long term in a game of Hearthstone.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's something, that kind of mindset, something we talk about every Masters Tour, every tournament, but it is extremely important, especially in the tournament, so incredibly important, like this World Championship. But also important is finding that AoE removal from Mixologist, which we have seen several times already today, but going to clear up those pirates. And now we see Fury Hunter just kind of having to sit back and reassess yet again because that board did not stick around that he was hoping to keep.
No, and he's kind of run out of boards already. It's the real bad news here. Does have Acupuncture Hot Coals and a meta alongside the Oracle, so can at least begin to think about an outright burn plan. Even then, the mana efficiency just doesn't quite work out. You also have the location in play, so you know, switching to meta now and just signaling all-out face damage for the rest of the game would lose your ability to be able to attack easily to reset that location, which is a pain.
Just gonna set it up.
Yeah, this is what I gravitated towards. It has its downsides, but
Yeah.
it does at least seem to have some upside, which very few other plays based on his hand do, as far as I can see. That is some pretty finely aged cheese, though.
It is. We did see Wiki just pick up the Lanessa, but as we've seen in previous games, I don't think this is the Lanessa pop-off turn. Missing a lot of those key cards, but could just play it for tempo.
Exactly, yeah. I don't think it's the Lanessa pop-off turn, but I think it absolutely is just an awesome tempo play in this spot. Double coin and delicious cheese. Boom. Ah!
Whoa!
Sonya jump scare. Ah! Yeah, point your weapon at it. That's important. Well... Oracle Hot Coals is just so close to being an effective Hearthstone turn here.
Yeah.
Just looking at Paladin, trying to figure out how many degenerate things you can do with Sonya. Obviously, the biggest one is Divine Brew.
Which, unfortunately, aren't any in hand at this point.
No.
But... this is such an awkward spot for Fury Hunter to be in as this aggressive Demon Hunter deck, having to make all of these clears, use the Metamorphosis hero power to clear a taunt.
Yeah, this is really cute though, actually. I had not factored in, obviously because Meta was used with one hero power last turn, he had the ability to switch back and then use the regular Demon Hunter hero power, which lets him summon 4 minions from the location and clear up the majority of the board. Not sure it'll be enough to have a real impact on the game, but it's a nice solve from Fury Hunter's side at least.
And did get to clear out that Linessa, very importantly, before any kind of pop-off happened. There was enough of a tempo pop-off with the Linessa and Cheese last turn, but don't want that Linessa to stick around on board and allow any more after that.
I mean, speak for yourself. I definitely wanted to see Linessa, Sonya, Divine Brew just end the game immediately, but I'm a sicko, so...
I feel like you might think differently if you were in Fury Hunter's spot here, though.
No, I think you're right, yeah. So, primary win condition down for weak use deck with the Linessa combo gone, but primary win conditions are situational, and primary win condition in this situation is just surviving. And I think with the Metamorphosis gone, with weak U in a pretty stable position, survival's looking pretty good for weak U right now.
Yeah, there's some removal, the nice setup for the Amethyst next turn, this heal from the glow sticks, there's board removal, there's lots of stuff that WeQ still has as well. And running Fury Hunter out of resources and just kind of staying alive, as you said, is not a bad option.
Mm-hmm.
If we're going to talk about this, the other side of that is... now how does Fury Hunter start to find a win condition of his own through all of this?
Man, 23 with a Divine Shield is so disgusting. When the board is clear, these Divine Shields for Paladin are so effective against Demon Hunter because you see so often, like Acupuncture is such a big chunk of damage in one go. You get these big face attacks that come through for large amounts of damage. You really want a 1-1 or a 2-2 or something just to be able to chip that Divine Shield off the face before you start swinging for real.
Yeah, and
currently that's not happening.
And there's no really good way to try to set up any sort of two-turn setup for that. Either remove the Divine Shield this turn and set up to do some attacks the following turn, because since it is Divine Brew, it's one of those drink spells that has multiple uses, so there are additional Divine Brews in hand, and Fury Hunter knows that.
There's some counting occurring from Wiki. Not quite though, I don't think. This makes the most sense. This should set it up extremely cleanly for the following turn. Chooses to use the Divine Shield to save the 3. He could have taken the 3 and just had a Divine Shield in play for the next turn, but I do think that's probably the best way around to do it.
These draws are not doing Fury Hunter any favors at the moment either.
That'll do it.
Wow. Yeah, WeQ just in full control of that game, it felt like. No matter what Fury Hunter tried to do, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, just a brutal opener from Fury Hunter with the from WeQ. One drop into Coin Gorgonzormu, and then having the metal detector to follow that up as well. Like, that's so difficult for the Demon Hunter to try and compete with. I think one of the only starts you'd least rather see over that is, or you'd less rather see over that is the early 4/6 Divine Shield into like Mixologist Resurrections, right? Which I believe WeQ has also had that draw in a previous game already in this tournament. So. Tough one for Fury, for sure. You can see the reaction to that metal detector. Dream curve opening. But yeah, Fury had to refocus, readjust, and did so, finding a lovely clear on this turn, just leaving a 4-1 hell yeah up at the end of the turn here. Trying his absolute level best to get back into the game and really take a massive lead in the series. but it has been squared up 1-1. And I think TJ was talking about this earlier. Maybe it was Raven and Lorinda, actually. I can't actually remember, but about the the relative weight of different wins in Conquest series. Every win that WeQ gets that isn't against Shaman in this series is so valuable for his lineup. So picking up a win there against the Demon Hunter, I think is massive for WeQ.
Yeah, completely agree. And that means that WeQ on the board now going to have to get a win with the Rogue that we've talked a lot about and his big Shaman. So up against Fairy Hunters, Demon Hunter, and Shaman, the Swarm Shaman. So again, difference in the Shaman list that we've seen there. But I wonder if this is how the matchup went earlier for them. I have to look back at that, if it was kind of a back and forth or if somebody got a lead, but it looks like the first 3 games in their first matchup was kind of a back and forth, and then Fury Hunter took games 4 and 5. So we could see something very similar to that happen yet again in this kind of rematch.
Yeah, actually, if you look at it with a bit more granularity, they didn't happen in the same order, but the first 2 games of the previous series that happened off stream were Paladin beating Demon Hunter and Hunter beating Shaman, which is exactly what we have seen so far in this series. So as we stand, Fury Hunter is perfectly on curve for the same 3-2 victory that he took down in the first series. But that was then followed up by the Shaman mirror, which is not where we are going this time.
That's right, slight deviation, but we'll see if it's gonna pan out the same with WeQ taking another point and Fury Hunter kind of having to play on the back end or not. But I'd say for Fury Hunter, this is definitely a pretty decent starting hand.
Ooh, no massive complaints for WeQ here either, though.
Yeah, sigil into the important cookie. And this is really interesting too as well. Something that I was thinking about in some of these matchups with Cookie is that kind of decision of playing out minions or not playing minions. Some of the decks we're seeing in these lineups maybe don't have early minions, so Cookie hasn't necessarily gotten a ton of value kind of in this early part of the game. We've seen it do well in later turns, but this could be the first game that we're getting to see today where could actually have that really early Cookie kind of big swing turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw it come off Cliff Dive, I think, in WeQ's previous series, where there was like the perfect trades for the Walking Fountain into just any 10-drop, it doesn't really matter, and then you would just evolve that into the Chained Guardian, the guaranteed 11-drop Chained Guardian, which kind of ends the game. But it's such a niche scenario. Usually when you get Cookie off Cliff Dive, like it comes with a Yogg or something that isn't going to attack and get evolved anyway. But I think this is the dream scenario against aggro, when you can just play Sigil into Cookie and just seize this board so effectively. Nerubian Egg, you say? Okay. Well then. Are we pop-up book our own Nerubian Egg gamers?
Could be.
Once again, though, Fury finds himself behind as the aggro deck against the control deck.
Yeah. This is slightly awkward, too. Could just go for the heart here to clear off the Cookie, but also coining Dangerous Cliffside seems like it's a better setup over the long run, and that's what it looks like he's going for.
Yeah, I agree with this. It's a very, very slow turn initially, but
yeah,
it invests in future stronger turns, which I do like. Probably at least one more setup turn for Fury. I was going to wonder, I don't know if the mistake emote was about this, but he was starting to run into board space issues, right? With the pop-up book and the egg spawning. And whether that's something he intended to do or hold on to it, but seems like he has a curve for the next few turns anyway, so if it was going to be spent, that was a good turn to spend it.
Yeah, and I think there's more value to be had with the Frosty Decor next turn than playing the pop-up book this turn, so
Exactly.
I think he just kind of was opting for saving it. Yeah, you float a mana, but again, setting up a much better board the following turn. And also,
yeah, you'd love to get the 4/4 in play, but if Fury just decides to leave you kind of board locked at that point with the 0/1 taunts, then yeah, you might just not be representing enough pressure.
not a bad roll from the muck pools either, getting him some additional armor.
Sure.
Grows short.
Yeah, like I said, probably at least one more slow turn
Yeah.
for Fury. And now setting this up for the Hosen Roughhauser. Oh, yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. A wise man once said, "Ah ha ha!"
3 of them, in fact, 3 wise men.
Yeah, true.
Package time for treasure transport. Good hit. My turn.
Hard to appreciate if you haven't played with or at least played against the deck a significant amount of times just how swingy it is capable of being from these behind situations. You know, it's not one of those fragile aggro decks that just falls over the second it's -1 minion in play.
Yeah.
Time grows short.
Actually, just not enough board space for what he wants to do here.
This no Amelia
And,
looking pretty good though.
He just
Or
got
just the
Titan,
Titan.
right? Like trade 1/1/1 through, and then it's just a clean AOE. Yeah, could even just use that pop-up book. Why not? Ship the damage. Doubt we'll see the evolve being used here. Yeah, absolutely not.
Now, again, Fury Hunter on the back foot now. Yet again. Is there anything that he can find from Oracle?
Grow impatient.
Not really. I mean, Hot Coals would be the best hit in this position, which he already found off the top. Nothing else spell-wise in his deck that really lets him fight back against this in any kind of significant way. Yeah, just gonna use the Hot Coals to clean up.
Package time for treasure transport. Time grows short.
Very nice to have space for the attack and the reactivate to be able to get the attacks through on the egg as well. Kill the Nerubian. Take back control of the board.
Yeah, and this is getting a little scary, I think, for Fury Hunter. I was going to say, there's only 10 health. He has had to spend so much of his own face damage trading into minions that now he's just sitting at a point where he's being threatened of just being dead next turn.
Yeah, I love it. Easy just to fall into the control mindset there and just go, okay, we can just play the Nomelia, clear up this board again, I'm chilling, but WeQ way too smart for that stuff. He knew that the most important number he was looking at there was the 10 on his opponent's face. reduce that down to 0 as quickly as you can. You're going to win the game regardless of whether you're supposed to be playing control or aggro. That is the goal of the game either way. WeQ getting it done, adapting to the situation, and looking a little bit brighter in this series than he was in the one they faced each other in the opening round.
Yeah. Well, so WeQ up 2-1 now after this last game of the Big Shaman kind of just being able to keep control of that game, as you said. But now this leaves the Rogue. And it's kind of interesting. We've talked about it quite a few times already, but the Rogue is potentially the weak link in the lineup here because, as you mentioned, this is kind of the target that Fury Hunter is going for. So we did see in their first initial match that it was kind of the same. It came down to this Rogue that had to get through, and it did not get through. Fury Hunter was able to beat the Rogue twice with Demon Hunter and Shaman, which is what he has still remaining. So could potentially be an exact repeat of their initial series match, which would mean that Fury Hunter would make it through and WeQ would be going home. But, you know, it's Hearthstone. Anything could happen, and there's still 2 games to see what happens. And, you know, if I'm going to count a deck out, it's not going to be Rogue.
No, agreed. I think there's been a little bit of talk. Again, one of the things of just not being involved in the cast until the 3rd series is you get to hear everyone else's opinions on what they're going to be pushing as their narratives for the tournament before you get involved. And there's been a lot of talk about Shaman being the deck to beat, like Swarm Shaman being the deck that everyone's going to bring and the deck that's on everyone's mind. I'd still take Rogue's side of that argument, honestly. I'm surprised that there wasn't a more ever-present Rogue presence. There's a decent amount of Starship Rogues. There's a decent amount of people who just aren't bringing Rogue all together, as we're seeing with Fury Hunter. To me, Rogue is still the potential big bad in the hands of a very capable player. There is, of course, the factor that some people might just not, trust themselves to be able to play Rogue at 95% efficiency for the whole tournament, which is something that you need to be able to do. But for me, this cycle Rogue is still one of, if not the most dominant deck in the meta.
I'm right there with you. I completely agree. So that's why I said I didn't want to count it out, because it's Rogue. It can still do Rogue things, and it's still a very strong deck. As we see WeQ.
It can do that. That's what it can do. 1 pirate. Nailed
That's all you
it.
need. One pirate and a dream.
Job done.
Fury Hunter just constantly shaking his head here, just watching this happen, trying to get the most tempo on the board.
Backstab and step is a great combination there. Allows you to rebuy the Oracle, draw 2 more cards.
How enigmatic.
Finds backstab number 2. No prep for the fan, though, which would create the maximum possible disgusting turn here. All coins being used, which is worth noting there, of course, because using those coins means that you are 1 turn or 2 turns further away from just dropping Sandbox Scoundrel, which, is normally the indicator of, okay, I'm about to do broken things, because having the miniaturized pirate in your hand is really when this deck starts to go off with disgusting combos with Sonya and whatever else. So I'm interested now what the plan is for turn 4, because this seems to be the potential sticking point. Neophyte timing lands on Jubi's purchase, so like Backstab and Jubi would be an incredible turn here if WeQ had it, but no such luck because Fury dropped that Cold Neophyte. Trusted Companion again?
Witness true arcane magic.
Yeah, I really like this from Fury Hunter, just really trying to create as much tempo and push as much throughout these couple turns as he possibly can.
Yep.
Especially after already seeing some of those tools already used from Weak U.
Hasn't seen a Tarslick or a Fan yet, which I think is scary. Has seen most of the cards drawn from the Oracle being played, though. So there aren't any cards that have, you know, increased odds of being either of those cards in hand. The Tarslick Fan is already looking pretty spectacular.
Another prep.
This gets him to 0 mana Giant.
Yeah.
Breakdance would be the most effective way now of taking care of the 6/7. Decided that the Tarslick was not really going to help him get there.
Another Tarslick.
Ooh. There may be regrets. There may be regrets with the way this turn has panned out, and I think you might see some regrets forming.
Witness true
Ow.
arcane magic.
Fury Hunter gonna go again with the Oracle pop-up book.
How enigmatic.
Get some draws.
Ooh.
Thrall's
Double.
gift, double Thrall's gift.
Mm.
Putting Weak U down to 7.
Zero mana Giant again. Still no full-size Scoundrel played, though. This turn would be incredibly free with the mini pirate in hand already.
Well, there is some
Still
health.
take restore 12. Yeah.
Fury Hunter reacting again.
Tarslicking just to reduce one more potential Bloodlust target off the board as well.
Yeah, we keep doing some calculating here. I think he might have forgotten about the pirates.
He's good, right? It's 6 plus 12. That was exactly what he needed to do. Or 5 plus 12 even.
Well, how can Fury Hunter respond to these giants?
Little time.
Guess his answer is he doesn't. He can just take care of one of them with efficient trades. Yeah, just create the wall instead. This makes the most sense.
Set up for the Bloodlust next turn.
Yep. Still, gotta highlight again, just no 1 mana pirate in hand, which seemed so unlikely at this point in the game when Scoundrel was hit off the dig for treasure right at the start.
Has to to go for a draw.
Oracle prep.
Witness true arcane
Yeah,
magic.
WeQ just digging here.
How enigmatic.
Step and Fan. The other remaining spells were Breakdance and Dubious Purchase, which you now see. And that does create a full clear. This game balanced on an absolute razor wire right now.
Nice, so not actually going for the dubious
We have
purchase.
time? Okay. Yeah, I think just, appreciating that this play lives to Bloodlust anyway. So he'd rather take the turn that progresses his own game plan with the Grifter token coming through. At least then he has some kind of line with Sonya on the following turn, potentially, to try and create something swingy.
And actually holding on to the dubious purchases as well, knowing that those Grow Fins have been played, so there are some 8/8s potentially to come out.
True, yeah. Also, might have eyes on the full combo. Still just about has the pieces to make it happen with the Incendious combo. No, it doesn't have a step left, actually, so won't be able to do the full Incendious combo, which you need some drill for at the end.
Fury Hunter, again, finds a clear. Really been finding a lot of clears, staying alive in these games, but just at this point, trying to run the rogue out of resources, is that a thing? How does that even work? Run the
It's
rogue
not a
out of
thing
resources?
with Incendious in the deck, particularly, no. So it did pick Discount from the Grifter, which does get Incendious to 4, which is the magic number that you would get it to with Shadow Step anyway. The reason you want it at 4 is because then if you can play it after a Scoundrel, it costs 1, and then it gets duplicated from Incendious. The problem is, normally when you try and do that combo, you're not dealing with 5 mana Scoundrels. You have a 1 mana Scoundrel in your hand already, which means we're still dealing with too much mana at this point in time. WeQ just having to fatigue himself in order to get Sonya back in hand, and the sigil coming out with the Bloodlust. I think this game got very lost in the weeds somewhere around turn 4 or 5 or so, and there will be a lot of post-mortem digging this one apart. This felt like a very winnable game for the Rogue, and instead, Fury has a new lease of life.
Yeah. Nah. Going to game number 5. Again, could be a repeat that we saw where Fury Hunter was down those couple games, but was able to beat the Rogue multiple times, kick things off, and get farther into that Group A bracket. Maybe there is some issues with the Rogue and how it's being played, potentially from WeQ.
Yeah, I'd like it's such a complex deck. Like this isn't the most complex version of Sonya Rogue that we've seen, but it is complex enough where I would have to go back and sit and look at like turns 3 to 7 to tell you definitively where I thought anything was done wrong there. But it just doesn't pass the vibe check to hit Coin Scoundrel that early and then die with no cards left in your deck having never played a Scoundrel. That just seems wrong from a top-down perspective. So I think you could see at the end as well, WeQ was kind of struggling, not particularly happy with the spots that he was leaving himself in either. It just didn't quite add up at the end. Nearly roped out on the Grifter turn at the end, trying to find a solution. I do think taking discount was a good idea at that point because it allows you to kind of fudge the Incendious combo by getting it down to 4, but still then there was nowhere near enough mana really available with the 5 mana Scoundrels still in hand. So reset, try again. We've now got to go Rogue against Demon Hunter, and this is a real tough one because if you can't answer those first 2 minions that come down from the Demon Hunter, you're just going to die long before. You know, I talk about spending 5 mana on playing a 4/3 and passing a lot of the time. Good luck doing that against Demon Hunter, but a lot of the time, that is what you need to set up your win condition turns.
Yeah, and I know that already throughout the broadcast, the turn 1 has been talked about a lot from with like the sock puppet Slither Spear. There's multiple turn 1 options and follow-up, so definitely if Fury can get this going as early as possible, actually have a turn 1 play, follow it up, I think we've seen him already perform incredibly well with making those choices and playing these decks already. Seemed like he has had some very smooth plays, even if not all the games have gone his way. He's found a lot of lines that have been very impressive. And again, as we mentioned on the other side for WeQ, that Cycle Rogue still that we have to see get a win. Didn't make it through when they played before. Can it happen this time?
And I think speaking to Fury's deck as well, it is the more resilient version of the deck. There is like a pure attack-focused Demon Hunter that people just call Attack DH, which, yeah, you kind of need to go Sock Puppet into Spirit exactly, and then you win every game of Hearthstone ever, and then the inverse is also true. Fury's version, we've seen, like, yes, you really want to play a 1-drop on 1 and then play Sigil and play Hosen and then just curve out and hit your opponent. If you don't, the swing turn potential is still there. You can still start building a board on turn 3 and still be board dominant by turn 4 or turn 5 or whatever. So even if Fury does miss the early curve, as long as he can find that like Hosen Sigil kind of turn that's resilient to Fan of Knives around the mid-game portion, turn 4 to 5, he should still be absolutely fine. This is a really, really good matchup for the Demon Hunter. Even as a rogue booster, this is the matchup I fear more than just about any other in the meta right now. And obviously Fury, as you mentioned, quite succinctly, has shown a great deal of aptitude with this deck so far. So this is what we want. We want close games coming down to the wire to decide these crucial moments in the World Championships, and that is exactly what we have.
That's right. It's all coming down to this 5th and final game here as we get started. Fury Hunter again on this Pirate Demon Hunter and WeQ on the Cycle Rogue. Keeping a gear shift and that dig for treasure. We'll see if that dig for treasure can find that pirate again and see if it's going to get played this time around.
Meanwhile, Fury staring at an extremely high damage hand. Brain Masseuse to start. Oh, yes, please. Give me some of that.
Relax.
1. Your turn. Coin. Ah, unlucky.
Can I get a 2?
You can get a 2. And I think you might be getting a 3 next turn as well.
That's how Fury Hunter gets them. You've heard of the 1-2 punch, but what about the 1-2-3 punch?
Yeah. You can see the nerves spread across Fury Hunter's face now. He just desperately wants this 1-drop to live. He knows what it means.
True arcane magic. How enigmatic.
Choose soon.
Prepping gear shift? You prepping dig for treasure? Alright, it's just going to shoot it. It's the right decision. It's the game-saving decision.
Yes.
Because it means that the Ziliax is not coming down. That is incredible game state recognition from WeQ there. Fury losing his mind about it, and rightly so, but you have to take your hat off to WeQ in that position. As you can see, just look at that green number on the top left of that Ziliax. That is potentially the difference between being a world champion and going home straight out of groups.
I grow impatient.
Now things have gotten awkward for Fury Hunter here. Does he just go for the Oracle and not play any spell with it? Just leave it on the board?
Oh, it's so bad. The variance between the good turn and the bad turn here is so disgusting for Fury Hunter. It is win the game, lose the game levels of discrepancy. That is game-winning recognition from WeQ on the previous turn.
Magic.
Well, now WeQ getting to play his own Oracle, draw some cards here, finds another prep. Does have both pirates in hand.
Breakdance as well, just takes a little bit of control over the way that the trades happen. Now Fury can start to get some tools together, at least with the Oracle. Wow, it's just gonna cane. Okay, just cane and ship it all face. Second Tarslick now. This is a really important tussle, though. Around this point, in every matchup against Rogue, you want to be putting as much pressure on them as humanly possible. Because this is when they want to start doing turns that are a little bit AFK in order to set up their disgusting combos. You know, like 5-mana Sandbox Scoundrel, yes, you then get to play a discounted card alongside that, but it's usually still a pretty low-tempo turn. So you really want to start these pressure turns coming in turn 4, turn 5, just to push the Rogue off their game plan and onto yours a little bit, which I think is why you're seeing Fury just go with the charge damage here straight up.
Yeah, and I think the rest of his hand isn't all that great either for trying to do anything, so in combination with just trying to push that damage plus the rest of the hand kind of lacking a little bit, definitely made sense.
Two turns delayed, but the Ziliax can come out to play here if Fury wants.
I grow impatient.
I mean, if he chooses not to, what else is he doing? Oracle and acupuncture?
Yeah, Oracle Acupuncture isn't bad. If you then find, what, like second Acupuncture, Metamorphosis, something like that, even Burning Heart potentially could set you up for some 2 to 3 turn lethals. It's just a matter of whether you think that 2 to 3 turn lethal is going to be good enough. It probably isn't without minions. You've always got to factor in that grifter potential, right, of being able to just rebound, so minion presence beats everything. Healing for 12 doesn't really get you out of jail if there are minions in play.
WeQ finding some answers here. Backstab, Fan of Knives, even a dubious.
Giant should be free, no one. Okay. I see there's one in hand already. No matter. After the ban, they're going down to 0 anyway. Oh, hello. Why hello there? A handful of acupuncture and hot coals. It sounds relaxing, I assure you. For both of these players, it is anything but.
I think it's especially scary for Fury Hunter after seeing Double Giant just come down.
Yeah.
Demons. Demons.
Can't. Oh, it's so tough. You want to take the damage to get the extra damage on hot coals,
Yeah.
but like face tanking anything isn't really an option, and playing acupuncture just puts you in range of the backswing. You'd be dead to like one Grifter 6 damage with no other follow up. It's the best you've got though.
Yeah.
6 off lethal. One
No grifter in hand. Gear shift.
Must be able to find it though. Again, full cost sandboxes though. Otherwise, you could You could go looking with like Sonya into gear shift, into 1 mana pirate, blah 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 blah, to be able to get the mana to play the grifters if you find it. But you just don't have that option.
Fury Hunter begging, please don't find it.
No. And can't cycle anymore because will not have the mana available to play the grifter.
Did WeQ just wave?
WeQ knows! Fury now knows! Momentarily delayed, but I think Fury understands.
Incredible setup from Fury Hunter.
Oh, jubilation.
How enigmatic.
Incredible finish here for this game. Fury Hunter does take it in game number 5. He is going to be moving on to day number 3.
Wait, what did WeQ do on that last turn? Because did he have a face attack available? Because he could have just daggered up and swung face, right? Which like it's an incredibly niche scenario you're playing around. You're playing around your opponent's 2-card hand being exactly Oracle and Acupuncture, and then you needing to cast those 2 cards first and hitting the spell damage in order to draw more spells to be able to get lethal. But Fury survives at 1 HP there on the final turn. Looking for those draws with Acupuncture is sometimes what you have to do. We don't get too many ties in competitive Hearthstone, let alone at a World Championship level. Yeah, WeQ just giving it up. And there you see the moment, the celebration from Fury Hunter. The fist bumps are coming out. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, as it often is for our boy Fury Hunter. Really went through the ringer in that one. But in the end, a complete mirror of the first series that was played off stream. So in case you were feeling down, that you missed some of the action, you didn't get to see Fury Hunter and WeQ play each other the first time around, don't worry, we got you. That is exactly what happened the first time.
Yeah, that was it. It was a complete repeat, but this time we got to see their cameras, which just made it that much better.
Yeah.
As we take a look at the Group A bracket here, Yansu taking it in that upper bracket to get through, and as we just saw, Fury Hunter taking down WeQ to make it through Group A to day number 3. Incredible end to those games.
I don't know. I don't know whether it's just, because I like Fury Hunter, I'm invested in Fury Hunter, so I sort of go along on the emotional roller coaster along with him. I feel like Fury Hunter just always has bangers at major tournaments, right? Like I feel like there's always a ride that you go on in a Fury Hunter series, win or lose. But regardless, that's the outcome. You see Yansu and Fury Hunter are our first two players go through. They do go across to opposite sides of the brackets, splitting them apart so they can make a deep run against some of the players that we're going to see in Group B, C, and D now over the next couple of days.
Yeah, there's still so much more action to be had, but I think we're going to be trying to get Fury on here for an interview.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
To get to talk to him and see how he's feeling after the Group A has now concluded. Anything that you're hoping that he wants to talk about, Sottle?
Anything Fury wants to talk about, our job is just to let him. I'm sure he will entertain the masses. Probably just gone for a moment to unwind, get a glass of water, go to the bathroom, whatever he's needed to do. But yeah, incredible series, and I think whenever we get an opportunity, we should absolutely try and get the thoughts of these players from the horse's mouth, because we can only guess, we can only predict. It's a bit easier to predict Fury Hunter because he is a bit more visibly emotional than some of the players that we have, but always great to hear from the players themselves.
Yes, well, let's see if we can get into the call with him and get a chance to talk to him here. Fury Hunter, there you are. How you doing? Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you. And thanks. Yeah, I mean, it was some series, I gotta say. I think I've had like pretty crazy series all day. As Subtle also alluded to, I always have that in tournaments. So yeah, I mean, my heart can't take it anymore, basically.
So, first off, I now get to apologise to you in person. Sorry for ghosting you on Discord. I hope that you're happy with your lineup regardless, without my input. But secondly, that series, I felt like you were just playing the waiting game the entire time. There were so many turns where you were just like, I just have to sit here and see if he kills my 2/4. I just have to sit here and see if he has Grifter in his hand, right? Like we were watching your face over and over again as you were just sat like this, just waiting to see what does that feel like from your perspective with the World Championship on the line?
I mean, the thing is, I always just hope my opponent doesn't have the nuts, right? But yeah, especially when you play aggro, it's like pretty important that your opponent doesn't have a clear, or at least misses a clear sometimes, at some point.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it is very stressful, and I wouldn't bring aggro. It's just I had a read that a lot of people would go druid. Then I see the groups and no druids in my group, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be tough. But I am Fury Hunter, and I can still win.
That's right. You are a Fury Hunter. You can do it. I want to ask about the fact that we saw in the series that was a complete rematch from your initial match that you had first thing. And how did it feel to completely replay that match? Were there any big differences? I know during the cast, Solo and I talked a lot about the similarities of the kind of decks that were being played and what was winning and what ended up losing. But from your perspective, did it feel kind of like the same series just on repeat, or did it feel a lot different this time around?
Yeah, now that you say it, it actually feels a lot like a repeat. Like it's just every game went exactly the same, basically. You didn't even have to see the first one. Also, we both had one major fuck up in the first one, so I'm happy you didn't see that. But yeah, other than that, it was basically the same, I think.
I do want to ask you, just following up, you're talking about your lineup a little bit. You mentioned Druid there. Is it Druids that you're after, and that's why you ended up on aggro? Because we theorized a little bit about Rogue being a good matchup in general for you as well, but top players don't tend to think that Rogue is a targetable deck. So how did you end up on the super aggro strategy?
Okay, so the thing is, we thought a lot of people would go Rogue and Shaman, and it's like you can't really target both of those. It's hard at least. And then we also thought a lot of people would go Druid. And then I was like, okay, so I just leave up Rogue and Druid, and then I don't bring Rogue, which feels weird, but that's why there's no Rogue in there. And yeah, it was kind of a last minute thing. 2 days ago I was on a control lineup. Then yesterday I was on some weird kind of VQ's lineup. And then right after I was like, nah, I'm bringing aggro. Pocket Train did it last year, I can do it this year. I just wanted to bring it back to the MTOG with the full smoke lineup.
All right,
yeah,
Saddle, got any more questions?
No, I'm all good. I just wanted to dig into the lineup a little bit more. I always would like to give Fury a chance to prove how smart he is, talking about the game as much as possible. But I'm all good. I'm sure Fury wants to go and relax, having done his work for the day.
Yes,
yeah, I'm so
absolutely.
exhausted now.
Yeah,
It was
I
an
bet.
exhausting
Well, you have a
series.
full day break, so take that while you can, and we look forward to seeing you on Sunday. Do you have any closing thoughts, Fury?
No, but tune in Sunday and also tomorrow, I guess, and later now. But yeah, see ya.
Thank you so much for your answer.
Professional as always. It's not as easy as it looks, this job, is it?
That's right. That's right. Awesome. Well, we still have, as you mentioned, a lot more to go for the whole weekend, but we still have an entire second group to get through for the rest of today. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after a short break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are going to do a quick discussion here about groups A and B. Subtle, how did you feel about Group A as a whole?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty sick, honestly. We had kind of everything that you want from an opening day of a World Championship. Lots of different lineups, lots of great talking points, some really good play, some questionable play, lots of dramatic emotion coming out from players, and I think, it ended at a crescendo, or ended at the peak of a crescendo, to use the musical term correctly. Were you guys watching? Did anyone have more detail? Like, could WeQ have just pushed one and saved a tie? Was anyone watching with that much attention?
I think so. My understanding was basically he felt, well, I have to assume I'm not dead. I may as well spend the 5 mana now on the pirate. But I think it's just one of those situations where you're not looking for a tie. No one looks for a tie most of the time. So when the opportunity presents itself, it's very easy to miss.
And I was just looking at Fury Hunter's camera, to be honest.
Of course.
So, I get distracted very easily.
Reasonable. Well, Edelweiss, walk us through how you feel about Group B that we're getting ready to go into.
Sure. Well, it's going to be our first opportunity to see an American. So obviously I'm rooting for Banterface, but Maxibon is kind of a player that everyone's got their eyes on, given he took the victory in the previous championship, and I believe is the youngest player in this event. You know, there's references, as always, to Amnesiac, the young savage from, you know, many years ago at this point. But it's always impressive when you see a player just kind of bust onto the scene, and everyone else is sort of like, I'm sorry, you are how old?
All right,
12.
Raven.
They're always
what
12.
Is our bracket?
All of them are 12
Yes.
all time.
That's
Yeah.
But looking at Group B, of course, we do have, again, the sort of first initial matches have already been played out. And that does mean that McBanterface and Proyan are going to face off in the winners match. And then we have Maxibon versus Definition in that elimination. So, again, Maxibon obviously was very impressive the last time we saw them, but is facing that elimination a little bit later on. But yeah, I'm excited to see. I think something I'm looking forward to, honestly, as the couple of days starts to progress once we get through all of the groups, is how well the Chinese players perform. Because, you know, as Lorinda touched on, I'm sure, you know, everyone's talked about a little bit, but we just don't get to see them compete as often. That's kind of a tale as old as time, honestly, even regardless of, obviously, you know, the past year or so. And it's really cool to just see how they perform. And I think there's always an element of they've always been up there in any big major tournament or worlds or anything like that, and so it's always just cool to just keep an eye and see, oh, you know, are all 4 Chinese players going to qualify into the top 8? That would be really impressive.
Definitely,
Yeah,
it's going to be very exciting.
No, I just wanted to say quickly, I think Lorinda made this point earlier that people tend to underrate the China region a little bit, and I think that's fair. I think we were just getting to the point where I think the consistent narrative was Europe and China. Those were the 2 regions, right? Like that's what we were talking about. The winner of this tournament is going to be either from Europe or from China, because that's where all the best players were. Then, you know, what happened with the Chinese server happened, and they kind of went out of sight, out of mind again for a little while, unless you were running into them at top 5 legend ladder, where they all were the entire time. So now that they're coming back, I think it's important that we then slip back into where we were before, which was Chinese players are already some of the best players in the world, right? Like we have to hold them up to that same level that we hold the Europeans to, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Yes. Well, we don't have to look forward too much longer. Raven and Edelweiss are going to kick us off with Group B. Take it away.
Thank you, Dawn. Yep, we will be checking out the first match of Group B, and I'm excited for this one, as I'm sure you are as well, with McBanterface being involved, taking that first victory, which has been super important for these players, right? If you can get that initial match win, it must be an incredible boost for your confidence to go into that second one. So how are you feeling about this matchup, Edelweiss?
Well, honestly, I don't know a lot about, as we were discussing, about this player, Proyun, from the China region. I will say, just looking at lineups, only Chinese players have brought this sort of wild card pick of the Armor Warlock, and only 2 of them have brought a Control Warrior. And this is a warrior that actually has Boom Boss Thogran and Kill Jaden in an ETC. You're not even running Odin. It is just all about the control. And it's one of those situations where either this lineup is going to look genius or insane.
Yeah, we've had it in the past with various players where they've brought a really again, it's all like the Cycle Rogue and Discover Hunter, right? Like the lineup as a, you know, arguably 50% of it's a bit out there, let's say. However, I think I completely agree where this is going to look fantastic. It's going to win or very, very, very much lose, right? It's going to be one of those ones, though. But this warrior deck was interesting because, as you just mentioned, it doesn't have Odin in it, and that genuinely surprises me because I feel like it opens up more doors, right, when you play in the list. And obviously, I am not as good as Protean, of course, especially a control warrior, no doubt. So, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but I feel like the option of just having that, even for just a little bit of extra damage here and there, could be quite powerful. But now we get onto a face that we know quite a little bit better, let's say, which is Banterface.
Yeah, this is a second Worlds appearance for him, and no surprise to see him with the Cycle Rogue when one of his favorite decks was Garrote Rogue. So,
right.
You pretty much can't go a Worlds without seeing Rogue there. And guess what? He's kind of got two Rogues because Linessa Paladin is touring into Rogue. It was Rogue in disguise all along, but we do see he's got a bit of an unusual couple other picks here with the Big Shaman, and then this last deck that is the Rainbow Death Knight that 6 players have brought.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting there. We'll take a look at the Shaman list, but I completely agree. I feel like there are a selection of players throughout Hearthstone's history that if Rogue is even just playable, it's getting played. Like, it's getting locked into the lineup no matter what. So yeah, completely agree. This Big Shaman though, what do you think the reason is behind this over going, over the Swarm Shaman or whatever you want to call that list? Is this specifically trying to target something? Because you must need a very good reason for this thing.
My understanding, at least from BS reports and other things, is that this is one of the best counters to the Swarm Shaman, is this Big Shaman. And that's just because you've got the Malted Magmas for early game, you've still got some of the same other things, Sigil of Skydiving. We saw how if you just hit the nuts of Sigil into Cookie, that you're sort of off to the races, because you can put decks on the back foot. But it comes down to Cliff Dive into Amelia, Walking Mountain especially. Those just give you such an ability to swing things back in your favor, especially if you muck pools one of the minions so it gets to stick around afterwards. A lot of times, Swarm Shamans and other aggressive decks just can't recover from that.
100%. We are going to see that the Rogue has been banned out, and also the Warlock was banned away. Is that like a victory in and of itself? Because it's like it's such a strange deck. I was playing it a little bit this morning. I was just like, yeah, this kind of. I don't know how much I was winning because I won a fair few games with it, because my opponents just didn't really know what to do. Right? They were just like, well, why do they have 80 armor, right? Like that sort of like, how do I deal with this? Or how, like, the deck is just very, very powerful. But it drawing a ban away and letting, Protean play, the Rogue, Hunter, Warrior, like that must feel at least okay in this scenario.
Yeah, I think that was Banter's selection due in part because of his Paladin and other things. Like, if you have 80 armor, you're pretty safe from anything Linessa Paladin is. Yeah,
there's nothing that actually deals that damage, right? Like, that is a kind of, so not with like the cards that are available, of course. We are going to get into game 1 though. McBanetface on the top and the Shaman looking quite happy, and Protean on the bottom there on that Warrior. So this will be kind of interesting because McBanetface, like, this matchup is, I'll be honest, not one I was really expecting to cast, before this tournament began. So it's the, Big Shaman has a lot of, large, dangerous threats, but then this is, full control warrior, right? So it has the ability to remove a lot of threats. Be very interested to see how this one goes.
Yeah, I've got to say, I wouldn't expect it to go great for the Shaman, because while it does have these high value potential threats, the value is finite. And particularly if you are actually playing them on turn 9, which evidently is what Banter is going to have to do.
Just drew the cards, play the cards, wait to play the cards, see if it gets the job done or not. But yeah, I think not really being able to cheat anything out is going to be a little bit spicy here.
Gonna be a lot of hero power pass, I suspect, or at least armoring up as much as possible. You know, there's no Odin, right? So you're not saving this Quillbore for anything later. I do like about this build of Control Warrior that you have all you can eat to guarantee draw just some really defensive minions in Alloy Advisor, which is a 4-mana 2/6 taunt that's a mech, and when you hit it, they gain armor. And on top of that, you've got a demon. The only demon in the deck is Hostile Invader, which is an excellent clear against Swarm Shamans.
Yeah, this deck is one that takes, you know, not dying early very seriously, right? Like, it's not gonna get, well, it's unlikely to get run over by a lot of the decks we've actually seen on stream today. When we look at, you know, the Demon Hunter, the Shaman especially, like, that's, you know, unlikely to happen with access to all of these. And like, just look at the size of the hand already. I do like the Razor Fen, the first one, being played out, because it can help contest some boards and also just chunk some more armor. Looks like we are going to get Alloy down this turn, though. And again, like you said, like, there's not really a great way to, like, whenever I play against this and I see this come down, it's like I can never actually just cleanly remove it, right? That it's just not something that happens too often at all. So it always feels like 6 armor at least.
Yeah, it's just 6 health turn 4. You typically are going to have to sink in 2 hits. So when you consider the health on the minion itself as a taunt, right? That's 12 armor for 4 mana, or 12 health.
Yeah. Farseer coming down now.
This is the extent to which Big Shaman can play on curve, right? With a hand like this.
Yeah. My turn 5, 6, 4. Let's go. Definitely Big Shaman coming out here.
No real payoff spells for the lens that comes out, though.
Right. I think I'm honestly just trying to piece together, and maybe I'm being a bit harsh, but I'm already trying to just work out how McBanterface can win this game. Because just at the pace of it, the fact that Proyan, you know, has drawn so many cards, has plenty of defensive options for whenever he needs them, has at least some level of not really late game, but, you know, does have the words I'm forgetting now. Hang on, let me remind myself because I'm being stupid. Yeah, of course, does have Zola on the far left. I just couldn't quite see the card to be able to generate even more defensive tools. So even though some of the massive endgame isn't there yet, like Ceaseless, he's more than okay right now.
Yeah, I mean, these armor strategies are just not really what a lot of folks were expecting to see here. And so I think Banter's not happy to see either the Warrior or the Armor Warlock, and just, you know, banned the worst one for him. But certainly without the ability to sort of cheese some kind of mid-game evolve or anything like that,
right,
Banter's going to have a tough time pulling this one out with the Big Shaman.
Yeah, because I think we're, at least McBanterface might feel that they're already past the point of, I hope their opening's bad and I, you know, pop off or something. Because sometimes in a matchup, that's what you've got to hope for, especially with a matchup you weren't expecting. You just got to hope, oh, let them draw bad like once, you know, and then you have the sort of cheese opening and get it done. However, because this is Conquest, McBanterface will know, well, once this Warrior's won, it's gone for the match, right? So it's like, can play against the more sort of slightly more standard meta decks that Proyan has.
I think just debating how much value the Malted Magmas even have.
Right, yeah. Get amused. Start the long job of chipping away at this armor.
And this could just be Aftershock into Fizzle if Proyan wants.
Trying to see if, like, because there's at least it feels like zero pressure from McBanterface. How, like, does Yun just get mega greedy with the fizzle and be like, oh, this fizzle is a little bit low value. I'll wait. Because there's no reason, you know, he doesn't have to play it right now, right? Even though it would be a very clean turn.
Yeah, but I also don't think he needs that much extra value to win.
I guess, yeah, I guess you could look at it from the other way, right? Yeah, you're very right. Oh, what was that chomp? Did we see? I like blinked and literally missed it.
I also missed it because I was looking at the deck list.
We're both fools, it's okay.
But it can't be that many.
I know, yeah, there isn't that many things left,
different
actually,
minions.
yeah. Oh, hang on, it might show on.
I wonder.
Oh, wait. Was it Golganeth? Because our tracker's showing Golganeth gone. But it's not in hand. So I think it's Golganeth.
Yep.
Yeah, oof.
I mean, when all your minions are pretty much designed to deal with a different deck.
Yeah,
I think
I guess it's like take your pick.
the worst one to lose would be Incendius, and that's already in hand. So
Right. I'm starting to wonder if Banterface is just on a... I wonder how much she's thought about, what if I just yog tendrils and hope it happens, right? And just be like, I'll just play some tendrils and see what happens, see if it can grab a win.
Get everything out of the hand for as many.
Yeah,
tendrils
exactly.
as
Yeah.
possible.
Just go absolutely all in on that one strategy.
Oh, wow! Not even picking like a boom boss or anything. Just going for the sleep under the stars. So Proian pretty confident. He doesn't need too much value to get over the finish line in this one.
I think, although again, I would doubt this is a matchup that Proian particularly prepared for, right? Because it was just, I feel at least unlikely. However, the tricky thing is with like players who are happy with playing these like mega control warrior decks and this has been historically true as well, is they normally have an extremely good grasp on how much they need to win. Because they've practiced, you know, these types of matchups at least so much before. So, yeah, I think even though I was with you, I was a little bit surprised at the choice there. But Proian's probably just like, yeah, this sleep is enough. Yeah, it's no big deal. Like, this will be enough to get me there. It's fine. So yeah, I'll be interested to see what the follow-up here is. Because is there a good way to kill this Incendius?
I think you have to go for the execute, right? You aftershock
sure,
and then
sure.
gift for the execute. That's probably the cleanest.
And again, this is probably just why not Incendius and just say maybe it lives a turn. Great, you know, like again, just some kind of anything from a Banterface to try and get there.
Yeah, it's really there for the clears. There's not an oracle to help it out because that would make your cliff dives worse. There's not a way to get more Incendii, or whatever, how would you pluralize that?
Incendius is I'm sure that's right. Oh yeah, I could just yeah, that still
Switch to.
works.
Yep. One thing Proian might be trying to do is it can actually be better to fizzle a smaller hand, because then you have more opportunity to actually open the photograph and get everything in there.
You're right, if you're going to do full and then you burn half of it or whatever, then who cares, right? Yeah.
Yeah, confirmation of Walking Mountain in hand now, and he's got the infinite, right? You fizzle, and then you Zola the fizzle.
Right.
And then he can do that execute. So I guess that's the reason there's no need to take something extra like Kill Jaden or Boom Boss, is there's still infinite value here in terms of Fizzle plus Zola.
And again, these choices will likely just be whatever Proian feels they need. Gonna go draw more, wow. going to rock the execute, I imagine. Keep it simple, get rid of one. Looks good to me.
All right, Frosty Decors, let's go.
With, you know, enough swings, you'll get
Full-
there.
Full board of ice sculptures.
Yeah.
Fairytale Forest will draw Hagatha, guaranteed. But not a whole lot left to cliff dive for.
Right.
If anything, is there anything?
I want to say no.
I think those are just 6/6s.
Hey, look, two 6/6s. You swap bad spells for 6/6s. That's okay.
Yeah, I
I
guess.
mean, that's something, right? I think the positive thing here, like, let's say, you know, let's fast forward time a little bit and say this game plays out how we would assume it will. Then the good thing is, although this might look a bit disheartening for McBanterface, McBanterface has, you know, been around the block, right? Not new to this sort of tournament scenario, so he'll be able to just brush it off, not really a big deal, and then move on with the rest of the series. If Proyan does take this game on, because it's looked pretty grim from turn one, hasn't it, for McBanterface at this rate?
Yes, it has.
But I think a player as experienced as he is won't let it affect them too much.
Yeah, so he'll be looking to take down the rogue and hunter then.
Right. The rope burns. And I think probably now will potentially be getting to the point where you think, what do I do to mess this up? Right? That's something that happens to me. You know, when you feel so far ahead, but you're playing a slow matchup, and I'm always like, don't get too confident. Don't make stupid plays. You know, I find a way to lose these kind of matchups. Never mind win. So I'm sure Proyan's just taking his time, just thinking about, right, what do I need to do? What do I need to use up? How fast do I need to go? Because obviously he's on 6 cards left in the deck for now, at least. But Pantherface just plopping down the elementals one by one.
You know, just not conceding because it's Worlds, but I think sort of understanding. All right, well, we'll take it easy. Let's tire our opponent out.
Some 6/6s, okay? We're fine.
This is a match to see who will take the most psychic damage from having to play it out.
Right. So I wonder what Proyan would consider like the correct fizzle here. Is there something? Let me have a look actually. Is there something that's in the deck that they're waiting for? Maybe the expanse.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, you know, just to be ultra. Once you once you fizzle the expanse, it's like, yeah, I'm probably safe, right? You know, if you've got extra ones of those, that probably seems fine. Because it's sort of what I touched on before, just because the matchup's going well doesn't mean you have to play worse, right? Like, you could still just play correctly and try and get it done. I'm going to see some of these eruptions go out. Oh, just the one, actually.
Yeah, I think that was looking like a... well, and no, it couldn't be Yogg because of the overload, but... I think Banter maybe was interested in yogging these.
The weapon pickup's not so bad. Can lock it in and like clear these and still, you know, maybe not really develop too much, but more importantly have the weapon for the following turns as well.
Yeah. I think Banter has had this lens in play for a while now, and so maybe he's just figuring, well, Proyan is not getting anything out of the lifesteal here. This way I get sort of my most value spell in the lens, Get that
Just
squared
press
away.
the button.
Yeah. A little surprised to see the skirting death use, since that is, one of the ways you can get big damage on Foreign. But there is another. Well, now I'm blanking on the card. Another Turn the Tides.
I'm wondering how much this was just hope stuff lives and then have Cookie.
Sure. Yeah. But I think you assessed correctly that Proyun, yep, looking for the ceaseless.
There we go. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, and instantly. Yeah.
I think there's a consideration for like getting the shield block out of the hand, just because it's not really something you want to keep playing over and over necessarily. But
I guess it delays you doing this a turn though, right? So you may as well, if you're going to start cycling, just cycle now. It's not like he's anywhere in remote range of lethal, so yeah, it could always just. Honestly, maybe even play a shield block, because there'll be sort of the Sleep Under Stars, right, available to sort of discount some damage. But in general, I think it'll just be, whatever. It's not the perfect hand, but it's good enough.
Well, and this seems to be the win condition, right? Is you just...
Right.
You fizzle a Zola and a Ceaseless over and over, and the Ceaseless clears and is a threat. So that's how you're able to just focus fully on defense with this deck.
Yeah, and you can see the confidence there as well, where it's just like Bannerface has 14 cards left in the deck, although I still think some of is it 4 eruptions left, I think. So 10 cards, let's say, left in the deck. Proyun's down to 1, but Proyun's still doing shield blocks. It's like, yeah, it's fine. I'm not dead. It's okay. Fatigue won't be a big deal. And I think he's right, obviously. But that's the sort of confidence of just knowing exactly what you need to do to win the game. And even though this, you could argue how much of a, how difficult this game was for Proyun or not. But I do think he's made all the right moves regardless. Because I think he could have, let's say, played worse and still won because it felt that one-sided. But I do think that he's still just taking a good approach here. Not rushing, getting the things done. And as you can see now, there's the sort of infinite we're talking about.
Yep, and he's just taking the fatigue to set up the optimal hand.
Right. Because this negates Yogg, right? Because it's like, oh, Yogg steals the Ceaseless. Well, I have another one. So it's fine. And if you steal that one, I'll have another one. So
all right.
It's just not going to be a big deal.
Yes,
Here we go. Let's go.
Tentacles.
This is what I was waiting for. Okay. Oh, a little bit of extra damage. Nice.
Now,
take those.
Here's the problem. He doesn't have it all the way up to 8, so he can't get wheel.
Oh, right. True. Yeah, this is just, for want of a better word, disgusting.
Right. You can always gain like
and then you draw
15
them.
armor every turn.
Yeah.
Clear the board.
Yeah, this is just I will do what I like, thank you.
It's gonna be 3 Ceaseless in the hand next turn.
But tendrils.
Oh,
right.
Nope. Not so much.
Okay, not good. Yeah.
Makes board space. Useful.
Right. I feel like this should have been weaponed down first.
Yeah, well.
Only because if the tendrils keep doing stuff that target it, and then the weapon just goes into it anyway, it's just like, Gonna lock them all in. Ooh, close, but not quite remotely close at all. And Banterface gonna take the L there. Proyun Getting off to a fantastic start. Bit of a slow plodding one, but hey, that's Control Warrior. If you've been into Hearthstone for any amount of time, we all know what Control Warrior has been capable of in the past. But like I said, I think Proyan played that really well. We could see from the beginning that McBanterface had a really rough opening hand, like all the cards he didn't want to be there. However, Proyan just stayed on top of it and just basically executed the plan, right? And I think that's really good when you can, no doubt he was getting a sense very quickly, especially when the Elemental got played from hand, that like, okay, yeah, trash hand, I'm probably going to win, but still just kept his cool, executed the plan, guaranteed the win. And I think that's a really good sign there for, you know, the first game on stream.
Yeah, and if you are bringing a deck like that, you expect it to go long, right? So
Yeah.
so he's in for the long haul, and at that point, yeah, it's just kind of getting the reps in, making sure he doesn't make any mistakes, and always feels good to be one up in a series. So.
Yeah, and it does mean that there's going to be the Hunter and Rogue left, and these are a little bit more standard decks that we're used to seeing, Cycle Rogue and that Discover Hunter, going up against, of course, the rest of McBanterface's lineup. That was just game one, and even though it looked a little bit rough for McBanterface, it's obviously not over yet. There's plenty more games to go. But how are you feeling now? Do you think the fact that Proyan only has, like, I'll say more meta decks left, is that a strength for Proyan, or do you think that's actually might be a weakness, as McBanterface could be more prepared for it?
You know, I think it'll feel like more familiar ground for Banterface. So even though they may be what are considered, you know, stronger decks, right? I think you're still sort of entering known territory, so it gives Banter edges in that way as well. No one was expecting to face Armor Warlock or full control infinite ceaseless expanse warrior. Yeah. So I think if I were Banter, I would just be going, okay, well, we got that out of the way, don't have to face that again. And if I'm gonna have a bad draw, I'd rather it be against that deck than against, you know, the Rogue certainly, or the Hunter.
And as you mentioned as well, and we talked about a little bit earlier, where the Warlock was banned, that is also, let's say, close to a Mega Armor deck, right? A controlly longish Mega Armor deck, fine. The Warrior, similar-ish in that style. And then, yeah, I think my Bannerface can just be like, yeah, well, they're out the way now. They were, let's say, one was banned. Let's say he felt the Warrior was going to get a win. Like, for him now, I assume the series is going to begin, properly. But Proyan off to a fantastic start, and as I said a little bit earlier when we were all talking just before this match, I think I wouldn't be surprised to see a good amount of the Chinese players make it into the top cut, especially based on the performances we've seen so far.
Yeah, they have, in a sense, the most tournament experience this year, at any rate, with their qualifications being through tournaments and not entirely through ladder, which is what the rest of the world has been qualifying with, in addition to previous Masters tours, two tours earlier this year. But the China circuit, it has, you know, several more tournaments, and so I think that just is a different muscle to sort of work out.
Oh, 100%, yeah. And also, if you've recently been competing in like tournaments of you know, similar style formats, you're just going to feel better, right? You're not going to feel as rusty. So yeah, 100% agree there. As we jump into our game number 2, we've got McBanterface once again on that Shaman on the top, and we've got Proyan jumping over to this Rogue. And again, yeah, we go back to a bit more of expected decks here with the Rogue. A very, very powerful deck, and one that always surprises me when I die by it, because I'm always like, yeah, I'll be fine. Oh, never mind, I'm dead. You know, it's one of those decks, as most good Rogue decks are. So I'll have to see how this one goes. But what do you make of the opening hand so here, otherwise?
Well, it's got an Oracle, so...
It can't be that bad.
It's got an Oracle and a Prep and a Breakdance. Looks good. Certainly much better opening hand for Banterface as well.
Oh yeah, not a completely dud hand from the beginning. Proyan's gonna get the Oracle out and use that Prep. Again, the fact that drawing the multiple cards is just so powerful because it feels likely you're going to get something playable.
Yeah, and a testament to the power of Oracle, the fact that it has replaced all of the other draw methods that Rogue had been using to discount its giants with just this draw 2 spells card.
Yeah, I really love the card though, and I think I like it because it's neutral, right? Like I think that it's cool to like give something like that to all the classes. Like Banterface is seems to be praying for something and did not get what he wanted. Would he be looking for like Cookie?
Yeah, I think he was looking for Cookie. That would be the punish to Proyun for leaving this Oracle out. I think Proyun is sort of feeling, well, I've got Dubious Purchase to keep drawing. I don't have to breakdance this. I'm against a more controlling matchup, so I want to preserve my breakdances for more value instead of just to keep cycling with the Oracle as you do against aggressive decks. But yeah, Cookie with the Sigil there would have been the punish.
And it's a weird one, right? Because Bannerface can take out the Oracle, no problem, right? That's fine, yeah, great. However, it does potentially feel like, I'm using all 3 to take out the Oracle. The Oracle's already drawn the cards. And obviously the spell damage is very important, but you're saying, I would have loved to keep, have kept something on the board this turn.
Yep.
Is he considering just going face?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Okay. Yeah, well, I was just wondering, maybe just think about the rest of the turns, but for a second there I was like, you know what? I'd respect it. 3 to face, go. you trade. And then just Fan of Knives comes out and you're like, oh, okay.
I think if I'm Banter here, I really want to see Dubious Purchase get played because he's looking to coin either Frosty Decor or Incendious. And if you get the Incendious out, you're hoping that it sticks for more than 1 turn.
Now, how fast do you think you have to be here? Because there is the quick pick in hand that could just be played. It would obviously float some mana, but you can draw off that simply this turn. It does look like Prone's gone for Grifter, but there was definitely like multiple options there. Are you surprised at the Grifter play?
I think Proyun recognizes that the Dubious Purchase has value here, that there's only 2 things to draw from Fairy Tale Forest, and those are Incendious or Agatha. So he wants to preserve that, and just getting out of 4/5 is fine. He doesn't actually have to turbo out giants in this matchup. He does have some ability because, even though they're big minions, with Tar Slick and Dubious Purchase, these other tools, he does have the capacity to remove them.
Right.
So he's going to be looking to kind of casually move towards that, full Incendious combo of his own, where you get the 15 eruptions in your deck and upgrade them all multiple times.
Yeah. I also think as well it's kind of good because now McBanterface has to consider this Grifter being on board, right? So it's just like, well, now there's a 4/5 on board. It's still it likely lives. So Proyun could Shadow Step, if that's the way he wanted to go with it. It's still there to utilize if he wants to, or Breakdance or whatever. But the fact it just sits there and it's not contested is frustrating because, as you mentioned, like suddenly Incendious is way more vulnerable now, right? If that Grifter's just sat there waiting. So it's a little bit scary, but it looks like my Banterface is just going to go for it anyway.
Although, this feels risky to me. Proyun now can steal it and then bounce it. And Banter would have that information of the amulet being the, steel amulet.
Yeah.
And with the Shadow Step in hand, I mean, that would just be immediately set up then. Proyun still needs to find the other pieces, the Pirate and Sonya, but certainly an option.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's like what the big downside to doing that play would be, and honestly, like I was trying to think, oh, are you playing into anything that Banterface, is planning for? So this is bait? But I really don't think it is. I think it's just upside, like you said. I think this just ticks a lot of boxes right now. Because now Banterface like has to do something, or now he's just facing the same problem but on the other side.
Oh, and the coin is spent, so he can't coin.
Yeah, exactly.
Horn.
Yeah.
He can steal it back and evolve it. That's what he can do.
Sure, there you go. Yeah, that'll help.
Triangulating to put more in. So this is what you can do to get more of them, right? As the shaman, is you triangulate the eruptions. It's not just there to triangulate Frosty Decor in the slower method against the aggressive decks.
I just really like Frosty Decor. Okay, but yeah, that's pretty good. He's gonna leave it up though, so not gonna go for the steal back or anything like that, which is scary.
Yeah.
Just letting it. Yeah, Incendious is just gonna chill. Is what it is.
There's only 5 eruptions right now, but those going from, it goes from 10 damage to 15 damage, and if Proyan chooses to, it would be a fair number of resources, but like prep, breakdance, replay it. Now you've got 10 in there, 5 of them as 2s, 5 of them as 3s.
It would progress towards the giant as well, so it wouldn't just be a complete, just all-in play on Incendious. Like, it still does stuff, but I wonder if this could just also be done just a little bit slower and just start pushing face, get the quick pick out, go. Oh no, he's going to do it now with that trade, makes sense.
Yeah, also means you can send the Griff to face.
I like this.
Is
Only
Vander's
18 health now.
excited about something? I don't fully understand. I guess.
I think there's a card that takes them all out of your opponent's deck and puts them in yours. I think that's how it works. Like, nope.
He
What did he?
was not really open for that. I think he wanted to be able to hit into both minions with a walking mountain, I think.
Right. Okay. Didn't get Yogg either.
Oh yeah, maybe that was something he was hoping for. Certainly, eruptions were not needed to clear the board when you've got the cliff dive, so not happy to see them in that sense if he's hoping to power them up. But
it's interesting because there's this amulet still in hand from Banterface, and I kind of wonder if he's not using it on that, then I don't know what he's waiting for in this scenario. He's gonna get the evolve there. 4/6 Divine Shield, not terrible.
oh, we're all in. We have the cover artist too. That's where you can Sonya play a discounted cover artist and then go nuts.
And there's actual Proyans Incendious.
Yep.
So we could go again there. These giants are getting a little bit cheap. Obviously, these giants haven't exactly popped off this game, but they're, the turn is coming where they're going to be basically 0.
But Banter now is, for all our discussion about the back and forth Insidious stuff and how scary it is that Proyan has all these eruptions, Banter's got a dominating board presence here with Horn of the Windlord in hand and a Skirting Death. So a lot of potential to just set up a 2-turn lethal.
I was just going to say, I'm kind of happy. Equip the weapon and go face. Let's go. That's kind of where I'm at right now. If I was with Banterface and just say, you know what? I'm going to push. They've got nothing on board. They've not done anything too busted yet. Of course, there's still some of the Incendious stuff in Proyan's deck, right? How many are we on? There's what, 10 eruptions in the deck, so that is scary. But the longer you play, the more chance they've got of ruining your day, right? So I think I do kind of like just jamming with the weapon.
Yeah.
Gonna push the 6 and evolve, makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I like this
upgrade.
a lot. Just go. Yeah. I think this is just where McBanter Faces found themselves now. And weirdly enough, the eruptions earlier that McBanter Face wasn't happy about has kind of got him to this scenario, right? This, very aggressive, like, oh, hang on a minute. Maybe I can just kill my opponent. Never mind all these fancy tactics. What if I just hit them in the head really hard?
Second Oracle. Lots of eruptions here. Potentially. Very likely.
Yeah, there are, what, 10 in the deck?
Okay. Well,
oof.
The main drop missed, but the draw 2 spells is really where you expect to hit them. Fewer
Does it just
than
go
I might have
again?
expected. Yeah. I
Yeah.
think that's the plan, is just target draw those spells.
Now there's 8 left in the deck, and there's only 16 cards in the deck, so 50% of those are eruptions by the looks of things, or if my numbers are correct. Yeah.
And part of the prevalence of Incendious right now is because Ethereal Oracle always finds the spells. So
Right.
even if you don't roll into more eruptions from your draws like this, you're very likely to hit them off the targeted draws, but not able to find the last 3.
Yeah, I think there was 5 left, I think. Yeah, I think there was 5 left in there as well, so brutal there for Proyan. Looked like they were in a great spot for the majority of that game, but McBanterface just pivoted straight into that face damage, and I really like it. I think that's just playing to where the game takes you to an extent, right? And saying, oh, hang on a minute, I've actually got a lot of damage. I've got effectively, 12 damage over 2 turns with the Wind Fury weapon. Yeah, let's put the foot down and go. So McBanterface turning that one around and getting a win with the big Shaman.
Yeah, it was seeming a little bit dicey, but no pirates played for the rogue. I feel like this can be an indicator when you get to sort of the mid and late game, is has the rogue played any of their discounting pirate, which is really what allows them to start popping off with some crazy turns. And
yeah, because I think that even though Proyan got in a good spot, grabbing the Incendious, of course, and so on, Proyan didn't really do any of the broken rogue things, right? As we saw, like, we could see that there's Pirate at the very end there in hand, but didn't actually do any of the really impactful, oh, this game is over now, I'm going to play 20 mana's worth of things in a turn or something like that, right? So didn't get to actually do any of that. So even though it looked so good with the Incendious, nothing else really came together. So really good win there from McBanterface, fighting back now as the series is now equal 1-1. McBanterface having the Paladin and Death Knight left with this Rogue and Hunter available for Proyan. And also pretty cool as well to see such a variety of decks in sort of the winners match of this group, right? We're seeing a good amount of classes represented this weekend.
Yeah, we've got, I think, 7 different classes, and while that is, you might think, oh, that's only, about half of them. There's a good variety of decks within those as well, right? Not all the shamans are Swarm Shaman, even if most of them are. There's a couple of Starship Rogues mixed in amongst
Hunters are
the
different,
cycle ones.
some different Paladins. Yeah, for sure.
Even within decks that are technically the same archetype, like Discover Hunter, right? There's variations that make big differences in terms of whether it's extremely aggressive or much more value oriented.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think that's something that is good. Like, something I have enjoyed about where we are in the meta and the expansion so far is that the flexibility within a deck is pretty, like, I feel like there's not that simple of, oh, these are the 30 cards, done. discussion over, right? I feel like there is a lot of flex available, which is really, really fun. However, we are getting ready to go into game number 3. McBanterface jumping over to the Death Knight. Proyan still sticking to the Rogue for now. Again, both players really want to take the overall victory in this match, because that means they are done until Sunday.
Yeah, get that nice break in to just relax, watch some of the tour yourself, get to know what your opponents are up to.
McBanterface getting off to a decent start, at least hand-wise, right? Has a nice selection of curve options here.
You know, it's nice curve, but I think part of the appeal of the Death Knight is you have some of these great cards for any matchup where you can just feel much better about your position, and in this one that would be hell yeah. And even though this is nice curve stuff, I would really be hoping to get that hell yeah out in the next few turns, because it's the perfect counter to someone that is relying on Ethereal Oracle to draw a whole bunch of cards.
Yeah, 100%. Benefit here as well is, you know, these death rattles are going to get some level of work done and maybe soak up a little bit more removal for that early days. But yeah, Oracle coming down straight away and the draw begins.
We stepping?
This is honestly where I struggle with decks like this, because I can never make these decisions, because I feel like you need such sort of a future sight, right? To be like, oh, I can use the step now because it'll get me there and I won't need it later. Whereas whatever decision I make in these scenarios, I always feel like it ends up being wrong, which is why I don't play tons of Rogue, I'll be honest. I am definitely not smart enough.
Well, and there's also the moments where you just have to go Oracle prep and hope that what you
and then
draw
see what
off
happens.
the Oracle
yeah,
is something you want. Oh. Could coin out the Maw and Paw. Should make Proyan have to think a little harder.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Might pull out some of the bigger stuff. Might pull out Tarslick or something. And still, leaves the option open for a, that perfect hell you draw next turn, right?
Yep.
Still makes that playable whilst keeping threats on the board. Yeah, I like it. I don't think Headless Horseman's that, worth getting live early, right? Obviously because of its effect, and especially in this matchup. I don't really think it's such a big deal, so I don't think the coin needed to be held too much for that. And that's kind of the only thing you'd hold the coin for right now.
Yeah, and he's got another solid turn 4 in terms of playing, the Dreadhound Handler plus Casualties, or Trade plus the Seamstress. Yeah. And that's really what you want to be doing with the coin, is evening out your curve.
Proyan deciding exactly what wants to happen here. There is the Pirate in the far left here. He's going to go prep Dubious, okay.
Taking the 50-50. Ah!
Oh! Yeah. The banner face, come on! I could almost hear that through the webcam.
Fan not as necessary a tool in this matchup as it is against Swarm Shamans, so...
Yeah, honestly, I'd probably argue with 50-50 on Dubious is actually quite good odds in the Death Knight matchup, sure. Right? Like, that's actually like, you know what? I'll take that, because normally the board is just a massive mess on the other side with Death Rattles, Reborn, blah, 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 on the board. So, yeah, that was probably as good a Dubious as you could realistically hope for.
Yeah, as evidenced by this turn.
Yeah. But what's the progression here now for Proyan? Because this hand, whilst very full and there's a lot of good cards in it, is kind of difficult to see the actual lines for this turn.
It's this Oracle and then prep. I feel like
prep and then ... to be continued.
Classic line.
it's just tricky, right? Because again, there's a lot of stuff, but there's not like a clear plan of like what to execute at the moment. But yeah, that is the plan.
Yep. I mean, this is why things like backstab are in the deck, right? That if you need to throw away a card, you just can.
Oh, 100%. But yeah, overall, like, not a horrible turn because it was more card draw. That's what the rogue wants to do, draw through the deck. You can tell that by the deck size difference here. However, like, nothing, again, super high impact right now. From a Banterface, I think this is the moment where it's just, okay, I'm going to start pressuring you because you aren't really doing big things.
Yeah. Well, and one advantage to the hero card is you can start getting that 3 damage hero power. So all else fails, you can start weaving that in alongside doing, you know, the bare minimum to keep the board clear.
Witness true arcane magic.
Huge backstep. Yeah, this definitely feels like get some cards out of the hand for now. Make some room for this Dubious. Don't need breakdance if you don't have the giants. There we go. Got a gear shift. Oh, it can't breakdance, right?
Yeah, I think Proyun is maybe just looking for the pieces for Insidious.
Shadow step the 1/1?
Could. Yeah. But...
Okay, just gonna go double giant, yeah. Oh, this feels awkward.
Well, I don't know. You've got 16 power in play. It's not that awkward.
For how long?
The main thing with the current version of this deck, I feel, is that you set up an intimidating board like this. Yeah, you prefer if you can break dance at least once, but you set up something like this, and either it just sort of wins you the game, or it buys you the time to set up the big combo, which is, you know, Sonya plus discounts on Insidious for a ton of Insidious, or Sonya Grifta.
Trying to see if there's any fancy footwork Banterface can do here, but I don't really see it. I don't think there's a way to clear both, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. So I might just take the hero card here.
Yeah, I don't think hero power threads clears everything, so yeah, I agree. I think it's just Horseman. I thought that was 3 to face, and I was like, "You're really not gonna kill the 1/1?" Like, oh, okay. Yeah, then the animation kicked in. I was like, "Okay, fair enough."
There's the Insidious.
Yeah. Now things get a little bit tricky.
This is the base necessary clears for combo.
Gonna hold the pick swing, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's nice once you have the eruptions shuffled.
Exactly. Yeah, just I mean, I guess there's also only 2 cards left in the deck, but this can speed it up, right? So
yeah,
not too bad.
I think it was just sort of using the remaining mana and making hand space. I think Banter's hope is basically to get out both Frosty Decors, try and survive that way.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky though, right? Because Proyan basically can do whatever at this point into, you know, they're basically drawing a deck, right? So they have the clear-cut options of what to do, obviously minus the cards they've already played. But yeah, it's definitely tricky because McBanterface isn't exactly on 1,000,000 health. And yeah, there's the armor, but it's not that much when you get in sort of a complete freebie Incendious sort of options that we can see that looks like that's what Proyan's going for right now. Just going to be cover artists here.
Too soon.
Now this is treasure.
So, manage importantly to get, you know, 1 cost Incendious in play or played, right? And then to pull the 0 cost 1, trade in these mini breakdance minions. And
It's looking quite good.
Yep. Double upgrades on everything in there.
Yeah. I mean, that already just feels like enough, right? Like, I don't really know what McBanterface can realistically do.
I think the only option is like decor plus threads. You've got to do the threads so that when your minions die, it clears the enemy board. I think the question is whether you actually like Maladar first. Oh no, Maladar isn't.
Yeah.
It's too much.
I think honestly, I think just like anything plus the eruptions would have just probably been enough, honestly. So it's a little bit scary there. McBanterface pushed into a tough spot. Proyan moved up in this match 2-1 now. Got the rogue out the way, and honestly, that was just brutal to watch because even though McBanterface was, you know, putting pressure on, I just think that it felt like Proyan had all the time in the world, right? Because there wasn't actually, you know, that face opportunity that the Shaman had in the previous game.
Yeah, and I think this is a demonstration of like, well, Banter's lineup is probably looking to target Swarm Shaman a bit. And
right.
that's just not something that Proyan has in his lineup. So it's going to come down to this hunter and to what extent it is able to compete with what Banter has going on. It's a more value-oriented hunter, though.
Yeah, I'm just bringing up the list now because, as you mentioned, one of the slight difficulties for this tournament is remembering whose list is whose because people are running so many, like, for example, hunters with just slightly different builds. But yeah, this is the full sort of late game value. It's got, of course, the ETC with the fizzle in there as well. It's got some pretty late game tools. So this could be a little bit tricky again because if there's, for example, not enough pressure from the Death Knight, the Hunter could just almost go endless, right, is how it feels, whilst still putting a good amount of pressure on because they're sort of duplicating normally a lot of the cards. I do think that the Rangari Scout is just... It looks pretty meek, and then it hits the board and you realize the sheer power level because everything's duplicating and it just gives the Hunter all the options in the world. So one of the rare times in Hearthstone history where Hunter often has like a full hand with this type of build, which is pretty sick. Yeah, exactly. You just have cards, which is a miracle if you used to play Hunter back in the day. So yeah, I think Proyan is in a very good spot, not only for being 2-1 up, obviously, you know, technically winning the match so far, but also just having this Hunter going up against the 2 decks that are left over.
And something I want to note is, you know, we talk about variations in terms of value of the Hunter build. This is probably the highest value version because Proyan has 2 copies of Astral Vigilant, which is a new card from the Great Dark Beyond that, in addition to the Discover stuff that are also new, it gives you a copy of the last Draenei you played. And Rangari Scout is a Draenei.
Yeah, and also, again, in case you don't know, because it's maybe not be the most popular card, but it is a 1-drop as well, right? So very easy to weave in those turns. It's not like you need some kind of big commitment. So yeah, basically it's cards on cards on cards on cards. This hunter deck, it's just everything is going to generate more stuff, and because of the Exarch with the new hero power where you can discover, as well as the likes of tracking, you are even just actively picking what you're duplicating from your deck a lot of the time. So it's not like we've seen plenty of decks in the past that have a lot of generation that's semi-random because of how the discover mechanic normally works. It's just discover a minion, discover a spell. Well, a lot of this is no, you discover it from your deck, so the things you're creating are the things you want to play and
Right.
sort of form straight into your strategies. So yeah, a really scary deck, honestly. And I'm looking forward to seeing obviously more Hunter play. It's my favorite class, so I'm excited to see this one go. But I do think especially the Hunters of like the current age are so flexible and freeform with what they want to do, because again, I don't think, unless I missed it, I don't think any of the like Starship builds of Hunters have been on stream yet, or I might have been on a break while it was.
No.
But the Starship Hunter you can do where you take a completely different route with that as well. So it's pretty cool, all the options that Hunter has right now, and this one again, because Proion's taking it with the Warlock and the Warrior, yeah, shock horror. It's the long late game Hunter that's available. So yeah, I'm excited to see him pilot this and see what he can do. But how much of a chance do you think Mabanaface has? Obviously, falling behind a little bit in score. But what do you think of these matchups as we go into Paladin versus this Hunter?
Well, so this Hunter, without things like Observer of Myths, it will take a while to get running, and it is important to have Exarch Niall, which is a legendary, so it's just a 1 of 30 to really get going. So it's going to come down to whether Banter can draw through his deck, pressure enough in early game and such, and be able to get his combos going before Proyon is able to set up this kind of infinite value engine.
For sure. Yeah, when I saw the Exarch announced initially, I was like, oh, I really wish it was like a start of game effect. And now I realize that would have been incredibly OP. Yeah, fair enough. Just because I want it to be super strong doesn't mean it should be. But yeah, I do think a lot of the strength of this deck hinges on getting hold of Exarch early. However, there are these other cards, like tracking, for example, that can help you get there, right? So it's not like you are completely at the will of how your deck's been shuffled, right? With the Exarch, you can hunt for it actively.
Yeah, and the glue that really is holding all of these decks together for the Discover Hunter is Alien Encounters, which starts at 5, gets discounted once every time you play Discover. In the case of this forged, traps card, you get 2 instances because you discover twice, and you're looking to get that oftentimes in your Tidepool Pupil, or sometimes the traps themselves, like secrets, can be quite powerful in terms of messing with what people have going on. So even though it's not a secret deck, you can still really mess with opponents by getting multiple instances of those rolling.
Yeah, 100%. And because you are taking the game slowly a lot of the time, you often have the time to play secrets. It's not like you're playing Face Hunter and you need to play 8 different secrets in the game, right? And that's 2 mana each, generally, obviously. So, but you do actually have that time pretty often. And we do see Birdwatch in hand. There is the Alien Encounters you were talking about to try and block some of this damage. But yeah, I think Alien Encounters, if that just wasn't a card, the Hunter would be significantly worse. It would lose so much more often to the more aggressive decks.
Oh, yeah. And here, I think Proyon is going to play Alien Encounters for 2 mana, potentially, just to get it in the Tidepool Pupil.
Ah, sure, yeah. Wait, well, is Forging and then Titan Forge traps not just a little bit better this turn?
So if you forge and play the traps, you can play the Alien Encounters for 0, but then you've already filled up the pupil.
Yeah.
Yep. And Encounters is generally the thing that you want to be pulling out of the pupil.
Well, there's the scout.
Yep.
The game has begun.
it all blends so well, right? You get the scout down, you pupil for more
Yeah.
alien encounters. The taunts defend your Rangari scout, so you can just continue maximizing value. And even if it dies, there's Astral Vigilant there for another one.
It just gets ridiculous, and I mean ridiculous in the best of ways, right? Like, it feels silly sometimes to just play. You drop the one-drop Rangari Scout, and then you just go, I have infinite cards. Let's go. And like you said, the ways to defend it are very, very good. But just the fact it's a one-drop makes it just so playable, right? Because if this cost 2 or 3, or, and had better stats or whatever, sure. But it would just feel like infinitely worse, right? Just being able to whip it into turns is huge. But Banterface, though, does have options to try and fight back. But probably just a little bit scared of this secret.
Yeah, I think was testing with the coin for Ice Trap, but now sort of deciding if he wants to play Sankazel. Seems like he does, or otherwise, you potentially, when you've got Gorgon's Armu, you tend to want to get a roll in. That might have been a bit of a miss sequence of attacks. If you're expecting... Oh. I guess this was the only way to make the math work.
Oh, make everything clean play. Yeah.
Even if you lose the sandcastle.
Yeah, it's brutal. Getting, I mean, don't get me wrong, cleared the board, got rid of the secret, right? Well, not cleared the board, but you know what I mean. Cleared the threats on the board, let's say, and got rid of the secret. That's fine, but yeah, it is quite, committing like the whole turn was just to do that, right? Which is very, very scary.
And there's just gonna be more of them.
Yep, there's more where that came from. More cute little creatures to defend you with. Brilliant. Taking a long time to think about this turn. It does get tricky though, because you have to work out, and I think a lot of it might have been, how much do you want to Rangari Scout? Because sometimes you can do a little bit too much, and then you've got hand space problems, right? If you can't actually play the cards you're generating copies of.
Oop. Ran out of time there. I think we wanted either to, at minimum, make the attack into the Sankazel.
Yeah, but that alien encounters should be on board, right? 100%. There's no way that was supposed to be held.
Yeah, absolutely.
But these are the games you play a little bit if you're not even going to start your turn until the rope starts burning, right? We've seen it.
Yeah.
We've seen it in the past, and it's not like a huge dig at any of the players, but if you are going to sit and think about the turn for X amount of time, guess what? You've got less time to execute, right? Like, it is what it is. That's the way the game works.
Constantly my problem on ladder.
Yeah. So you need to take my approach, which is think way less and just press things. Oh, well, this card's green. This looks good. Go. And then regret your decisions after the fact. That's my approach a lot of the time.
That's
the Sankazel back. Yeah, we can get rid of this.
Yeah, Banterface wants to fully capitalize on his opponent missing a few plays.
Maybe that's some level of relief for Pro-Yun that the alien encounters wouldn't have actually defended, right? Like, because there was removal available. So that's something if we're going to look for a slither of redemption here. Oh look, another one. It's fine.
I mean, it's alien encounters all the way down.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
There's actually not even board space entirely, because if you trade off this 2/2, it'll create a pair of 2/2 taunts. And this is just such a weird Hunter deck, right? We're playing
Hunter's finally evolved.
it's playing these secrets like, you know, freezing trap, not to mess up your opponent so that you can go face, but to just buy time until infinite ceaseless expands.
Let me think.
We're getting a long, hard look at alien encounters right now,
Yep.
which is nice and fun. Hopefully we'll get that sorted, or someone will move a mouse somewhere. I'm not sure whose mouse it is that's causing this.
Move quickly.
There we go, saved. The banner face does look like they're going to be able to... Was that dropping the Incendious, I think, with the coin?
Yep.
Just going to get it down, but still doesn't feel like there's tons of progress being made. Still facing, what, 7 damage on the backswing? Just left on board. And of course, like, this deck doesn't exactly, you know, burst for 1 million damage or anything, but just having it sit there is pretty good. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I mean, these are beasts.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's pretty good. Let's see what we get.
It's like the one discover that pulls from outside your deck is the Scarab.
Nice.
So you can create some pretty wicked
And the
plays.
one that could attack got the poison as well. Oof.
Brutal.
Bait and switch available too. Both players on the, you know, the high teens of health. Looking a little bit spicy here for McBanterface. Snake are going to be shuffled into the deck to swap, and I mean, there needs to be some level of clear going on here, because like I said, that's also, it's like a side problem, right? Where all these alien encounters, they're not that threatening, but if they're there turn after turn and there's more and more, they are going to, the damage will stack up, right? It's not like they do 0 damage, so like they are going to be very, very annoying, and this board is really, really starting to stack against McBanterface right now.
How enigmatic.
Yeah, and I think he's just trying to figure out, okay, what are the good draws here.
Okay.
You know, this is kind of why Insidious is there. He was hoping to hit a second one, though.
Not meant to be. So how much is this? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 damage just straight off. Obviously the 1/1 can pop the shield, so let's call it 8. It's a little bit scary.
Could Divine Shield the Oracle as well, just to sort of force some extra stuff into that? If he assumes Proyun doesn't have lethal.
I'm gonna start getting rid of this.
You know, so I like this because it means he has the potential to coin out Ziliax next turn.
Right, yeah, that's true. Yep, very true. I wasn't even looking at Ziliax, to be honest. Good catch. Now, this is the point of what we were talking about a little bit earlier, where Exarch needing to actually be played is a little bit unfortunate when you don't get to it by, like, you know, let's say turn 8.
Yeah, all the Rangari scouts in the world don't help you if you don't have any more ways to discover.
Alien encounters go. Is this going to come down as well, the Glacial Shard, I would imagine? No? Okay.
No.
I didn't know whether that was a, you know, your opponent's on 13, just chuck it down and go sort of scenario.
Let me think.
There is a, it's still a bait and switch, isn't it? That's in the secret, I think.
Not positive, but that sounds potentially correct. Which is fine with the Ziliax, as long as you run it into a 2/2.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so very important to have played the O manager last turn.
Yep.
And yeah, ProU's gonna have to kind of start over. Now again, this is not like an all-out aggro deck, so starting over isn't the end of the world for him. But if he doesn't pick up a way of, refilling here soon.
Yeah, and looking at the options, the good draws, let's say. There's bird watching, mixologist can get stuff done, Agromartha card draw, of course, Grifter to an extent, etc, Exarch, of course, and the tracking. So there's a lot of stuff in the deck, like basically a lot of very good draws, but they need to come soon because this is starting to slip away, and it was looking so good for ProYun earlier on.
So, double of this replicating robot. That's fun.
Oh, bit of lag on my end. I don't know if that's me or us.
Us. Yeah.
T1T, forehead, hand complete.
Well, Ceaseless is online.
It might have to be, right? I'm not
Yeah.
really sure if Scarab's gonna save the day. I have a lot of faith in that card, but not that much faith.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it to try and discount it more. I think you just Ceaseless, Hero Power, go, and then next turn intends to do a little bit more with Rengari Scout.
Yeah, I completely agree.
But while scary, I think Banter's, okay with having that out of the way. He can afford to take one
it'd be
hit.
different if this was like a lethal threat, right? But it's
Right.
there's time. It's not the end of the world at all.
Let me think.
I forget. There is a freeze potential out of Mixologist if he wants to go for that.
It wouldn't be a bad way to start, would it?
I think he's going to Divine Shield Villanessa and just figure ProYun doesn't have too many cards left. How does he deal with the Divine Shield Villanessa?
Is that the way that you want to start, though? Like, what's the rest of the turn? Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. I was just thinking, like, are you not going to play Mixologist? Are you not going to, surely you want to do these things first before slamming Lanessa? Or am I being silly? Oh, okay, going to Divine Shield himself. Oh, okay, sure.
Oh, this isn't just enough, is it?
Wait, is it? Oh! I feel like I should have counted. It's not right.
You wouldn't have traded if it was.
Oh, wait. Oh.
One off? Doesn't that mean that he had it without the trade?
Oh, wait, yeah, what did he put in?
He traded a
These could belong
snake
to
oil,
a brand new species.
right?
Let me find it.
What? Oh, and the snake oil drew the mixologist, right? The second mixologist? Is that what the snake oil got?
I believe so, yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah, I think it would have been, right? I was scared for a second then when that started getting locked in. Normally when stuff like that gets locked in, I just shout lethal. But yeah, I would have been right.
No taunts for ProYun anymore, though. He's used all of the alien counters.
And the problem is, the drinks are in hand, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. Bannerface evens it up with a pretty weird end game state, honestly. And
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll be completely honest. That just confused me. That previous turn, I got razzle dazzled there. But still making it up 2-2. Very good to get claw this one back. That looked a little bit scary, but that's, I think, one of the few times that we see Hunter actually running out of juice, right? Things got a little bit dicey. There was all the alien encounters in the world, but not enough actual generation of more cards. We saw the one bird watching hand there a little bit earlier in the game, but there wasn't really much after that to generate stuff, right? We had a few secrets, but that was kind of about it.
Yeah, and that's just the difference between your hero power being deal 2 damage and discover a card from your deck.
Right.
Like, if you're picking your choice of 3 cards every turn, not only do you have those wonderful options, but it's just a draw every turn, right? It's better than life tap.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. It's life tap with a choice, and it synergizes with your deck, right?
Yeah.
So it's like it's ticking so many boxes, which is why Exarch is such an important card. But yeah, just not able to actually fish for it, because I think we see a lot of players, any opportunity to get that card will overwrite anything else in terms of, oh, well, I could do with this with a buff on this, or I could do with having that. Doesn't matter. If you don't have Exarch, you get it. And then worry about everything else later, because the rest will happen. But it does mean, as I said, we are on 2-2. We're going to a game 5 here. And again, if you've just joined us recently, this is the winners match of Group B. We're going to be finishing out Group B today, and then tomorrow we're going to have Groups C and D. But the winner of this will be done till Sunday. So a lot on the line in this final game. Death Knight for McBanterface, and the Proyun going to be on this Hunter once again. Do you think this will be a tougher matchup here with the Death Knight? back, ready to get into the final game of this match. I did just want to keep talking about it, but we needed to just step away for just a couple of minutes, so we'll go again. How are you feeling about this matchup specifically as the final game here in terms of decks? I'd advise the Hunter for Proyon versus McBanterface's Death Knight.
To be perfectly honest, if you had told me I'd be looking at a Game 5 in the World Championship of value-centric Discover Hunter versus Rainbow Death Knight, I would have been like, that doesn't seem right. But here we are, and I think it'll be pretty exciting. There's a lot of potential for back and forths. The Death Knight has some tricks up its sleeve. I think once again, though, with these longer matchups, Helia is just very important to get that incremental value over the course of the game, especially if your opponent ends up in situations where one of their discovers is a plague and just sort of messing with their ability to have options.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely going to be limiting. I think both decks are kind of, in a weird way, similar because they both have really good sort of potential late game value, and they can both play a little bit aggressively as well, right? With the the right opening. So it'll be pretty interesting to see how this one, who sort of becomes the aggressor in sort of similar-ish decks.
Yeah, and Gorgonzormu, good way to be the aggressor. Getting to coin that out potentially.
For sure. Especially because a lot of the time Hunter doesn't really have a good way to just deal with a pop-up board, right? Like there's not a lot of good ways for sort of like hard removal that can deal with, let's say a board with some 5-drops just randomly appearing on it. It can be a little bit tricky if they're not already ahead.
Yeah. I wonder if this is ever just Canvasaur again? Just play it next turn?
I think so, yeah. I mean, the other two, like Freezing Trap against Death Knight, especially in the early game, feels horrible. I don't think the 2/2 was that good either. But there is Helia. So nice and early available for McBanterface.
Knowing you have the Helia, I think Banter is looking for the Plague weapon here. So maybe a little bummed not to see it. But Quartzite Crusher, always nice. I wonder if he'll go for the bigger Frostmourne value, though. No.
Oh, going for... I'm surprised at this because although it's a more sort of curve weapon, let's say, with the coin, it could have just been Coin Helia or Coin Crusher and then follow up, right, with the other one.
I wonder if with this, he's expecting to go Coin Gorgonzormu and then this becomes his turn 3 play.
Ah, sure. Yeah, that's fair. I get too focused on Helia. Yeah, you are completely right. Getting the cheese nice and early. Can't argue with that. Oh, was he worried about Exarch? Is that what he was praying for? No Exarch on
Probably.
curve?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, it's got a reaction. Watch. Here we go.
Yep.
Yay! There we go.
Yep, there it is.
Oh, so good. Yeah, they're good value as well from this location, right? Getting a lot of work done, and now it is really game on. Both players have a solid opening, right? As we saw, the coin into the Lechies, there's Helia available. So all those things going pretty well for McBanterface, but this time Proyon does have that hero power active basically on curve, which is going to change a lot of things because the Rangari Scout is sat waiting ready to go. And there's also just options of just Grifter next turn if he really wants it, right?
Yeah, good Grifter. I would expect Grifter to be saved for a scout turn in sort of the late game.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you can just start hero powering to look for kind of even more discoverers or, the forge for secrets. We just want ways of discounting alien encounters and then finding the tide pool pupils for even more alien encounters because that's your board in the box.
Yeah, I guess Scout and Grifter this turn would be probably a waste of having the hero power, right? You probably want more out of that Scout.
Yeah, like it does get the most stats in play, but yeah, I mean, look, alien encounters already cost 2. Interesting. I would expect, encounters plus canvas. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's bad. I think there was just a moment to think, do I really need this? Banterface, loving things as always. And this
No
is scary,
threads in
actually.
hand. Yeah.
Yeah. And suddenly, Helliard doesn't. It's okay, but it doesn't feel great, right? So, like, turn 4 very suddenly feels quite late into the game for Banterface, doesn't it? Just facing down this much of a board.
Yeah, I mean, he's now in a position where he kind of has to Malted Magma, and I think the question then is if he uses the remaining weapon charge now, just sort of accept some power in play.
Yeah.
It'd be tempting to keep it there so you can grow this minion with the Rainbow Seamstress, but I think he just wants to keep things from getting away from him. But yeah, I mean, the difference, like, having Exarch means any Rangari scout has the potential to just fill your hand immediately.
Yeah, it's just work miracles, right? Basically, is what it's going to do. I wouldn't even hate it because, like, this turn to maybe set it up, because you've just seen the drinks, or at least some of them. There's Glacial Shard to defend it a little bit more. Like, I'm worried that if Prorian doesn't Rengari this turn, is this turn just not achieving anything, right? And if you commit to the hero power first, and it's not great, then you've whiffed a little bit, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna go for the Garift with the Rengari.
Yeah, lots of potential good hits. Unlike, if you were doubling the battle cry, you are just going to get 2 of the same one. But steel can always be quite potent, for sure.
Yeah, and this is the big difference, right? Where in this position, Prorian doesn't exactly have like the craziest hand in the world, and there's a Rengari on board that's going to get cleaned up likely, let's say. The difference is, though, there's the hero power active, right, for Prorian, so he can just go fishing every single turn. So it's so much better than just having the normal hunter hero power of dealing 2, which will effectively not really achieve anything. But Bannerface does have to work out how and if he can actually deal with this Rangari, because that has to be priority number 1.
Yeah, one option, if he doesn't see too much value in this counterfeit amulet, is he could steal the taunt, say, swing it into the Grifta, trade over the Rangari Scout. That would be a way to still have 4 mana remaining to get Helya in play. But totally understand wanting to just sort of swing things around in a much more impactful way here with the cheese. 4 is a solid number.
Yeah, nothing exceptional coming off the cheese, though, to be fair. It's going to be enough to clear up this, but it's enough on board, but nothing standing out.
I mean, 4 is often a place where it's like, there are some standouts, but importantly, there's nothing terrible at 4 for the most part. You can expect to get pretty good stats the majority of the time. The weakest here is the 3/3.
It's going to go Titan Forge Traps here.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Start using at least one of these amulets to steal and make some of these trades work. It's going to clear up the board. Seems like an okay trade for both players, honestly. The 2 amulets to deal with the cheese board.
Yeah, I think if I'm Banterface, even though, it's a bummer to lose that board, there's so much worse things that can be stolen later on in the game.
Exactly. Yeah. Normally, it's very, it feels very aggressive amulets are the problem, right? Whereas this was a very defensive pair of amulets to just hold on more than anything. Not stealing any Ziliaxes, you know, or anything like that, which ups the tempo of most games.
Yeah, and there's the Helya.
You have earned an eternity of torment.
Just an incredibly powerful effect, all on its own, even without dedicating a whole deck to it, and there you see.
Already doing work.
I mean, you may say, oh, well, but if Pro-Yun can always pick not the Plague, then aren't they, so much worse? But if it buys enough time with him just not seeing the full suite of options, then that's still making meaningful difference.
100%. Like, if I said to you, oh, the Discover actually only gives you 2 options, that's just worse, right? Like, it's just like actually worse. So yeah, it still 100% has an impact, and because they're not going to go away, it's going to have it's got multiple layers of impact, these Plagues being in the deck. So yeah, definitely a good upside. But this board is not really it for Pro-Yun.
Yeah, seeing ticking pylon Ziliax come down for 6 mana, not really what you want.
Right.
My collection grows.
Threads.
And that's the thing with both of these decks. They just have so much, relentless value that they will sort of just smack against each other until one falls over. There is a good amount of Discover now, though, for this Rangari Scout, so things are definitely going to happen. Was that 2 Plagues then?
It was 2 Plagues, so there was really only one option. Ended up being a pretty solid option in birdwatching.
Yeah.
There's Vigilant if he wants it to keep the scouts coming.
Let me just double check. I know I can't quite remember what exactly the ETC was. Give me 1 second, apologies. Eridar, Brute, Fizzle, and Armor Vendor.
So, probably going to be the Fizzle. Ooh, of course, getting
Yoink,
multiple
yoink.
amulets back again. When it gets buffed on this.
Oh, because, yeah. Another Rangari. Okay, well, Pro-Yun's definitely pulled himself back. But that's the point, right? That's all it takes is just Rangari and a Discover. And suddenly you can be in this position, which seems a lot better than last turn.
Yeah, it could come down to whether Banter is able to spend enough corpses to get to some kind of climactic necrotic explosion finish. But I mean, we've got a lot of game ahead of us, right? We're at 27 and 30 life. It's just constant battles for the board.
Get comfortable is the message of the day so far.
Probably trying to work out the threads clear here, I think. Or else isolating.
You could use a trim.
Oh, nope, just taking out the Ziliax. I feel like those are the options, right? You isolate the Ziliax or you take out the Ziliax.
Right. Oh yeah, this will work, right? Plays a bit. Just gets rid of the scout. Okay.
Yeah, there's a little bit of weirdness, right? You steal the thing, goes on your side, it gets smaller.
Yeah. Might have been a little bit tricky there, but honestly, I mean, I've not been holding a timer, but this match has been going on for a while, so I imagine fatigue IRL might be setting in as well.
Yep.
It's kind of hard to stay that focused for that long when there's a lot on the line as well.
Detailed notes that actually, this Scarab is like the one source of discovering things that aren't in your deck, and sometimes it can just set up these crazy chains where you discover a 2-cost card. That 2-cost card also has Discover on it. And in this case, you know, Detailed Notes could pull a couple of large beasts that could be wild cards.
Yeah, and now this big question will be: is this Incendious enough to? Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, is it enough to draw out the Ceaseless Expanse, but Reska coming to save the day potentially. I think I'd put more value on Ceaseless, like say keeping that in hand over Reska.
Yeah, what I'm actually looking at is like, how much value do I put on the Ziliax, right? It's able to gain you life, which is a thing that it does that other things can't do. But Reska has value for stealing your opponent's Ceaseless, right?
Yeah, true.
But it is just the cleanest way of dealing with this.
Yeah. It's funny that this Draenei is actually protecting the Incendious from Headless Horseman, right?
Uh-huh.
Frosty's gonna come down now.
Yep.
The roll of the eyes with banner face.
It's like, it's fine. I don't get anything out of this Incendious, but it's a board.
Yeah, my opponent doesn't get anything either now, so you know that's the option you take. I think that's the weird thing about this matchup specifically is outside of like a few very specific cards, both decks kind of just throw stuff at each other and see what sticks, right? So it's just like it probably feels from Bannerface there's no like great progression going on in like actually winning this game. They're just holding on, and kind of the same for Proyan, honestly. It's just like, well, I can just keep making stuff. Like,
I mean, he's almost at the point of hand size issues, right? If he scouts here to go for the detailed notes or the ETC, right? I guess, oh, here's the issue, right? So you discover the fizzle, you get 2 fizzles. Yep, so this is how the deck goes infinite. I assumed there was an infinite. I just...
Nowadays, we always have to assume there's an infinite.
So a lot of other junk in that hand besides the Ceaseless and the Fizzle, but there's still a Ceaseless and a Fizzle.
There's the Steel Amulet as well, though, right? Which is not to be ignored, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. I think Banter at this point is just like, 3 damage hero power is looking pretty good.
This has to be the moment, right? Because so now I don't know if you'll agree, but I feel like it's fair to say that Proyan will win like the long game, right? Because they've literally got just infinite amount of whatever they want at this point.
Sure.
So I do think that Bannerface does have to start really just trying to piece together a way to actually end this game.
Yeah, I think he's certainly in the position of aggressor. His value is less. There is a Kill Jaden in ETC for Banter, but there's just a lot less draw in the deck, right? I mean, for one, you don't get a hero power that just draws you a card every turn.
Right.
But also there's not even Chillfallen Barons in the deck, or
right.
nothing like the Acolyte of Death. It's really just buttons, which he already got. He drew for 2 instead of 3, since both Malted Magmas were already in hand. But I guess Miracle Salesman is the one other. So unless he starts picking up some of these important late game tools, like really the ETC for Kill Jaden, or just like Airlock Breach,
Right.
Climactic Necrotic Explosion. That's kind of it.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think like the worry even with like Kill Jaden is that going to be multiple Ceaseless Expanse? Like probably not. You know, like unless the Killjoy is like way earlier, but like yeah, probably not. So they are going to need to piece together a couple of good things right now. Maybe this is the time for the Ziliax to just get it out. It's 9 mana, it's clunky and awkward. Just play it and go.
Yeah. There's not even... Oh no, sorry. There is a Primus. I was getting lost in the weeds here though. But yeah, no good way of like guaranteeing that he'll find that head for the hero power, which would be his best way of sort of being able to combat all the shenanigans.
Right? Yeah. Oh wow!
Just three every turn. You don't have healing. What else are we gonna do?
Yeah, both players have upgraded the hero power, but I think Proyun's is better.
Yeah.
Bannerface with roll of the eyes. I think the problem here is like McBannerface just doesn't have a direction to go in the game, whereas Proyun has already locked the path in, right? It's I am going to infinite, either ceaseless expanse, there's tide pools in that as well. There's whatever at this point, like an almost endless list of cards. So that's my game. I will keep doing this, and McBanterface, you have to do something that beats that, as opposed to me having to react.
Yeah, and Banterface's response is, I'm going to hit you for 3 every turn until I draw Climactic Necrotic Explosion. And hit you for more.
I'd love to see just ship everything face here from Proyun. Parallax Cannon as well for more damage.
I think Proyun has recognized that, okay, if Banter is just going to go phase every time, right, he's taking that potion again that has the 4 armor, because with Griff to spend, that's his only way of gaining health.
I'm actually even surprised the trade went onto the Incendius there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's 5 damage. Like, the Incendius is doing nothing, right? And you've got the cow.
Yeah,
unless
I
I'm
think
missing something, but I think I would have just took 5.
I think he's basically just sort of committed to this full defense plan, right? I mean, I say full defense. He's got dominating board presence, but
yeah, full defense. Opponent has no board. I have full. That's the thing, though. I think like with this board, like sure it could get cleared, right? There are ways to clear the board, but there's also like 2 parallax cannons in hand. Like, I don't know. Do you just want to start hitting them in the face, and then if you get into trouble, you have the ceaseless?
Yeah. Banter's going to Exodar out the Ziliax, I think mostly to spend 9 corpses to upgrade Climactic Necrotic Explosion. It's sort of like, oh, alright, still gonna value killing him as Scout. I might have expected.
Oh, was there a different play there? Wait, is Cash Cow when it's attacked or when it takes damage? I can't remember now.
Takes damage.
Was there a world where there was an attack, the hero power into the Cash Cow to give 1 more coin to burn a card?
I guess. If you're going to do that, maybe you just threads, though.
Yeah, true. Yeah. It was just because it only needed 1 more coin to go to 10.
Sure.
I'm just thinking of weird things Banter can do to, like steal the game, for example. Like, if that would have helped. Or at least to give an opening anyway.
Another gain 4 armor.
These could belong to a brand new species.
Oh, I knew we hadn't seen enough of those this game yet.
Oh, that is a good point, yeah, Sol, which I'm sure he enjoys. It's writing me of you don't want to burn a plague, which is very accurate, so yes.
Sure.
Good shout, Sol. I'll give you that one, my friend.
Yeah, I guess 1 potential out, although I don't know how much this out exists with the fizzles at play, but 1 potential out is reaching a world where the Discoverer just sees plagues when there's hardly any cards in deck left.
Even just the plagues making some turns a bit awkward, chipping away maybe that's something that's going to help.
here's the decision point. Do you take Kill Jaden from ETC and expect to play it with or without having found the Horseman's Head?
Ugh. It's tricky. I think that decision does have to be made now. I just don't know what the answer is. Because the longer you wait, the worse it gets, right? With Kill Jaden.
Yeah.
That is a good question.
Hasn't seen Primus yet either.
Yeah. I guess there's still one more draw, right? Before you jam it anyway.
Oh, gonna do this clear.
Okay, is the banner face okay?
I don't know. Probably talking to stream.
Oh, there's some plagues.
Oh right. Yeah, I guess if you draw them at the top of the turn, they still happen.
Yeah.
Oh! There's another one.
It does make the turns a little bit more awkward, right? You know, the frost plague coming out, things are going to be a bit more expensive.
Yep.
It's something. Dealing
Oh.
damage, chipping away, there's frost.
There's
yeah,
another
that's what my Banter's face is after, and he's probably frustrated that he's not seen more plagues yet.
Yeah.
With obviously how fast the deck's been drawn through. Because that is, that will stack up, right? If 1 or 2 plagues proc over the course of a couple of turns, that is damage. It's something.
Interesting. Proian.
Is this tempo ceaseless?
It looked like it, although
I mean,
in that case,
it sets up lethal.
Missequence of the alien encounters, right?
Sure,
They can
yeah.
sort of change plans mid-turn. He's just trying to make space for.
Yeah,
The
I think that was a
photograph.
definite pivot, wasn't it? A turn pivot scenario of just like, oh, actually, what if I do this?
Yeah. Does you want to do that?
Another ceaseless go.
Oh, we're burning a card, right? 3, 4, 5.
Instant ceaseless back. Yeah,
Yep.
but again, this might be this.
Oh,
yeah.
CNE in hand. Are we doing it? Oh, I guess you know that there's a ceaseless for your opponent.
Right. I mean, I could hear the argument for Quartzite.
Yeah, Quartzite, hero power,
Yeah.
6 damage.
Lock the weapon out of your opponent. Bit of healing for you.
Honestly, looking more appealing than Kill Jaden right here. Like, I think it is much too late for Kill Jaden to get you there. It's very unlikely you even get to play it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's one of those ones where it's like, if you look at it in terms of racing, let's say, then it's like a massive damage difference because you're locking them out of the weapon. So it's a huge damage swing. Eruption gets burnt. Taken.
Oh, right.
Oh, wait, yeah.
We forgot
That's a
that
good
was
point.
in there.
Yeah. And that's going to be enough, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Because
it's
the
not like
damage
there
is
were
in the
other.
tide pool.
It's not like there were other options.
Yeah. Wow. What a game. What an ending. And I will say, it definitely felt like Proyan over the course of this series is very happy to play these long drawn out games and just happy to just sit and do the thing. And he knows exactly what he wants to do. So huge congratulations to Proyan. Sorry, they are going to be making it out of Group B already. So their job is done, and maybe they're going to go and grab some sleep potentially, as obviously the time zone maybe not perfect over there, but still a really, really big win there. Pretty confident play. I think Proyan is a player to watch out for, and already that means we have 2 players from China making it out of Groups A and B.
Yeah, pretty comfortably. You know, it was a close set, but apart from that one turn where he didn't quite get all the actions in, I think Proyan looked just focused and measured, determined every step of the way. If I'm Banterface, honestly, I'm kind of just happy not to have to deal with that again.
Mbappe is like, yeah, that's fine, it's over. But yeah, I think that was a really impressive display of just every single game, especially the longer ones, obviously, felt like, okay, this is what I've got to do. I'm just going to go and sit and do it, right? So,
Yep.
and that held through the whole series, which was impressive, honestly, for that long. Because I'm not sure how long that series lasted, but it felt like one of the longer ones, otherwise.
You know, if we're comparing runtimes, certainly significant longer runtime than what we got out of Group A. Group A was, you know, nonstop action.
Right.
Even the 5-game sets were done with a swiftness.
A little bit faster. Yeah. That is how the group's taken out, though. We've got Maxibon versus Definition up next. And yeah, you can tell it went long because you might have heard my dog crying to get tucked in for his bedtime. So that's when you know it's been a long enough match there. But still, a really, really solid match. And again, congratulations to Prodian making it through to Sunday. We've got a few more matches left before we wrap up day 1 of the World Championship. We're going to go to a quick break while we set them up for you. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Everyone, I'm Maxibon1234. When it comes to getting ready for a tournament, I would say the main thing for me is that to calm myself down, I listen to songs on loop and very loud, which I can't do while I'm streaming, but when I'm in tournaments, it helps like calm me down and focus and just eliminates any distractions. The song that I listen to the most during the Masters Tour is called Time Leaper. In the semifinals and the finals, that was like the song that I played on loop. Full aggro lineups, because I think the way that I play is vulnerable to specific lineups because if they run a lot of anti-spell cards, I will probably bring 2 or 3 combo decks that can fall to a couple disruption cards in a row, and there's not a whole lot I can do about that. The good thing is I'm one of the only people who bring those kind of lineups, so I'm hoping that people will not try to target me specifically because it means that they won't do well overall. I would say the thing that I learned most from the Summer Masters Tour is that lineups are probably more important than gameplay, or equally important as gameplay in tournaments. Because in the top 4 of the Summer Masters Tour, 3 people brought the exact same lineup. So I think that made me more wary of lineup prep going into Worlds, and that it's probably something I should be focusing on more than I thought I should be.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Hearthstone World Championship for the year of 2024. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Soddle. Hey, Soddle. How's
Hello.
it going?
It's going great. It's going great. We had a significant rest period there. I only had 1 match off, so sometimes, you quickly go grab something to eat, shove it in your face, and then the series is over. You're back on camera, but, I had enough time to get some food, hang out with my wife for a bit, read War and Peace, run a couple of laps around the block, and here I am, ready to cast some Hearthstone.
Same. We're gonna have Maxi Bond versus Definition, and a couple things about that interview, Soddle. I was thinking that you were gonna just comment right away. The first being lineups more important than play. The second being he actually says 1, 2, 3, 4 when he introduces himself as Maxi Bond 1, 2, 3, 4. You can take whichever one of those that you want to unpack first.
Well, first off, the 1, 2, 3, 4 part is not the part I'm particularly concerned about. Him being called Maxibon is not good for my waistline, because every time I see the name Maxibon, I just have to eat a Maxibon, and unfortunately, he's around far too often these days, so I'm just getting fat. But yeah, so obviously the serious point being lineups more important than play. The surprising part of that statement to me is he said he only just figured that out. That's a little bit worrying. I feel like we've all known that for years. Him saying it's a lesson he learned from the previous tournament, and that he's now paying more attention to lineup building than he was before. Which I guess is a good thing for him, because he's already an incredibly successful Hearthstone player, and if he feels like he hasn't been putting as much care and attention into lineup building as he should be, then I guess the only way is up from here.
Yeah, and keep in mind, the way Maxi Bond's referring and the way Soddle's referring is at the top level of play. When you're talking about top level Hearthstone, lineup tends to be more important than play. Not for everybody. You can't just, pick the best deck and jam cards and win. Not in this metagame, at least. But yeah, it's a lot of that preparation. Preparation goes a long way. Maxi Bond also coming off that big win in summer. And then Definition, a little bit different of a lineup. We see kind of the 2 aggro decks and 2 X decks, same as Maxi Bond, if you want to look at it in that regard, except his 2 X decks are the Cycle Rogue and Dungar Druid.
And also just holds the record for just being the
most. Just holds the record for most. Definition, just the most. Swarm Shaman going to be the first pick, or the pick we're highlighting? We've seen a lot of it today. Seen it targeted as well.
Yep. Yeah, one of the big bads of the tournament for sure. Certainly, we can quibble over whether it's this or Rogue or something else that's, the dominant force in the metagame, or the crux that everything else is built around. But when you're designing a lineup for your tournament, when you get to the first page of your notes, when you're figuring out what you think the meta looks like, Swarm Shaman are 2 of the first words you're writing down, right? It's certainly a fairly ever-present deck at the higher levels of ladder, and it's certainly something something that you at least have to have a plan for coming into this. You can have myriad different plans for it. It can be just play the same deck and beat it. It can be ban it. It can be target it. But it has to be a deck that's in your mind somewhere. I think Cycle Rogue is alongside that as well. I think those are the big two that you absolutely have to have done your due diligence to coming into this tournament.
And then after all that, there's Dungar Druid.
Are you a Dungar gamer, TJ?
I play it. I wouldn't call myself a Dungar gamer because I don't know if I particularly enjoy it. It's one of those decks where, you know, if I'm just sitting on the couch jamming Hearthstone on my phone, I'll play me some Dungar Druid. Because if my hand, you know, after turn 3 or 4 costs 30 some plus odd mana and I have no ramp, I can just turn my brain off and watch a TV show until I inevitably lose. Or if my hand is cheap and has some ramp, then I can just turn my brain off and watch some TV until I inevitably win. So that's how I feel about Dungar Druid. I don't want to downplay the fact that there's some skill expression with the deck. I'd say also particularly like in the mirror match, I think, but we're not going to be seeing much of those. It's efficiency of the ramp that you get, and then woo, Hail Mary.
Can we pick up on something else that Maxi mentioned in that interview, by the way, where he said, yeah, you know, I'm going to bring like 3 combo decks, and the thing that I'm going to be most scared of is outright aggro and razor scales, tech cards, like hand buff paladin with 12 tech cards. That's the stuff that's going to beat me. Shut up, you liar! You absolute liar! What is this lineup? Nothing even in the neighborhood of 3 combo decks. Come on.
If I had to
misdirection.
If I had to guess, maybe there was change the rogue archetype last minute, like between interview and deck submission, change the rogue archetype. That's my guess.
The face of a dishonest boy.
Yeah. Also, the just loud music on loop. One song just looping over and over again. I would go insane. Even if it was my favorite song, I would go insane.
It's something that we've seen, like especially with younger players, right? Like Gabby is much the same. I don't think we've ever really dug into the volume of the Gab Jam, but it's certainly something that we've seen from younger players. Bly's is very much the same. They just need that sensory overload, you know, to play Hearthstone to the fullest capacity.
Yeah, they need to numb the rest of the brain so that the thinking part works. And then there's the old geezers of the Hearthstone world that like Yarla that needs complete silence.
Yeah, this is an old person stance where you're just trying to block out all external stimuli at all time and just focus on the game board. Just do this.
Yeah.
That's the boomer stance in Hearthstone. All the 12-year-olds, they're just trying to get as many stimuli as possible at the same time. Yeah, there you go.
This is the new stance. They're not even looking at the board when they play their turn.
Watch your back.
Yes, no in between. All right, let's get into it.
All right, look. Playing signatures of a deck.
I was just about to say the same thing.
That everyone plays is one thing, right? Because you can work out by process of elimination. Oh, it's a 3-mana card that I don't recognize as a signature. It's the 3-mana card that's always in this deck. When you're playing Starship Rogue, you are not allowed to also play signature cards of cards no one has ever heard of.
Oh
that
my
is
gosh!
Not the way this works.
Yep. I struggled with it. It was the mixologist earlier. I was like, "What is that?" Because the hand was full, and I was just like, that's a 3-mana card. I have no idea." We'll get there.
Yep. So yeah, Starship Rogue. Interesting choice for Maxi. Maxi never really does the standard stuff. You know, trolling aside about what he said he was going to bring, he is primarily known for complex combo decks, for decks that play from off-board quite significantly, decks that play from behind and then catch up with swing turns. He's not really known as a tempo gamer, let's put it that way. He doesn't play 1-drop on 1, 2-drop on 2, beat you up. He likes to gather resources, do powerful things, which is certainly a thing that Starship Rogue does. I don't know whether I would describe it as a combo deck as such, but it is certainly a maxi-style deck at the very least.
Yeah, to be fair though, I will say that Starship Rogue as an archetype is kind of fake. It's like 20 cards the same. You're just putting in starships.
Yeah.
Because the 8 to 10 other cards don't matter all that much. And it does give you some late game prowess. Every single rogue is playing Prep, Shadowstat, Breakdance, Oracle, Sonya, Grifta, and Scoundrel, right? And anything you put around that can work as long as it's cohesive, I would say. Not fake, but I've seen Starship Rogues that are Starship Rogues, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Also, can we talk about... I felt like I cast a whole series where people didn't just slam 5-mana Scoundrel as early as possible. And now Maxi enters the chat, and it's just, yep, 7 on board, don't care, slamming my 5-mana Scoundrel, because that's how we win games of Hearthstone.
Yeah, at the same time, you know, we're on turn 6, and each of us has made like 1 or 2 points.
True. Yeah.
In the last series, they discussed the merits of every deck in Hearthstone by turn 5 in game 1, so...
You can always tell the people that aren't necessarily super experienced with, like, settling into a 2.5-hour series or whatever, because they go too early, you know? Like, you sit back and you listen to them talking about things on turn 4 of game 1, and be like, you're gonna want that. That was good, you know, it was a good piece of information, but you're gonna want that in an hour's time, and it's already gone.
Yep, there's those. There's the ones that save it, and then game 5, they let it all out. And then there's me. I never get to it. Okay. Going for the dehydrate game plan. Maxi Bond spotted that immediately.
Yep.
And rehydrate.
Some, 1 mana, 0 mana schematics going down as well. Maxi is at least 4 actions ahead of what we're looking at, I think, currently.
God.
Oh, come on, it makes all the pieces
I know!
signature as well! No, I refuse. I'm boycotting this cast until they take all of the signatures out.
Yeah, also Starship pieces, no idea. Signature Starship pieces, no idea.
Yeah.
Absolutely no idea. But I would say that's a pretty good turn. Was at 2 life, now is at 21, and effectively used 0 resources. The wonders of Sonya. And Scoundrel. Don't forget Scoundrel. Maxibon just made like roughly 30 actions. Definition. Yep. Golganeth.
Yeah, and the dehydrate was super crucial there, right? Because, yeah, you know, Maxi set up a pretty dominant position with resources and soon to be bored as well with the Sonya stuff, but was still weak to just straight up Wind Fury weapon damage if it kept up at this rate, but just rebounding all of that health straight back up was huge as well.
Hasn't even started building the starship yet, by the way. It's okay, not a huge deal.
Average Hearthstone turn. 6 out of 10.
Oh! Nailed it!
Oh, it's like it's 2015 all over again.
Oh,
TJ.
yeah.
You can even do it with Spirit Claws for full nostalgia.
Oh, I know. Back in the simpler days where you just Spirit Claws and then on turn 2 you just had a 25% chance to win.
Yeah, you just pressed a button and saw if you won the game or not.
Yeah. Well, hadn't started building it. As soon as he starts building it, immediately he wins the game.
To the sounds of pulsating death metal. I don't know what song he said. I have no idea.
Time.
Yeah, it was time something.
Time warped ambiguity. So.
What? There definitely wasn't. That's the name of one of the starship pieces that he threw in.
Yeah. No, that's Fellforge ambiguity.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. That could
But
describe
yeah, as
most of them.
TJ mentioned, like, yes, that was Starship Rogue. Yes, Exodar launching a ship was the ultimate action that ended the game, if you want to count the concede. But if you replace those cards with the Grifters and the Incendius or whatever that you would have seen otherwise, the result's pretty similar, right? Like,
yeah,
it was a big clear. It was a scoundrel on curve. It was an early Sonya. It was a big pop-off turn. Most importantly, it's one of the most comfortable players in the world with Sonya shenanigans. Like, he is top 3 in the universe when it comes to doing degenerate things with Sonya. Like quite comfortably. He's been doing it for some time, and he's forged in the fires of Wild as well. So when it comes to just doing clowny things that take 300 actions that look like they shouldn't exist, that's just what he does for a day job because he's a Wild player, you know? So he is extremely comfortable doing those kinds of things.
Lately, he's been an arena player too, which I also think is a very looked over skill set. Because you do learn what all these. One, you learn what all the random cards do, and 2, you can learn the names of the art of the signature art to be able to quickly recognize these things.
You have to have the signature for the draft to show you the signature version of a card in Arena, though, right?
You do, yes.
Is that not how it works? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Same with Golden. I think I don't have any signature cards except for the ones that did just straight up give you.
Yeah.
There's actually quite a bit, but.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? There's a whole bunch of signature cards in the game that everyone recognizes because they're the ones that just get given to you for free.
Yeah.
And then there are the others. No one knows. No one knows.
They're very cool, though.
Yeah, they are.
Uh-oh. Ooh. Nah.
It's my only argument for the jam session is it looks like this might be your best turn to overload for a while. But I'm not sure that's a compelling argument in the face of Sigil of Skydiving. Oh, Cactus Cutting. Wow. Okay. Not the line I was expecting.
Oh, skydiving into Cookie. Good stuff.
Things.
Oh, skydiving into Cookie.
Yeah.
See, Cookie, I didn't even recognize the Cookie signature card. That's literally just Process of Elimination. It's not many 3-drops in the deck.
Exactly.
There's only 2, actually, in Maxibon's deck. It's only Cookie and Gorgon
there was a
Zormu.
visible frog-like creature wearing a pirate hat. It didn't seem like that big a leap to work out what that card was.
Whoa! Sarcastic Soddle from the intro's back.
He never left, TJ.
Cookie or Hosen?
Could even be Bouncer, honestly.
Nah. I want the coin.
I do, yeah. With this hand, I think protecting the coin is definitely worth something. Yo, these are good rolls. Another 3 health. Yo! Okay. Alright, we take those. No 2-2s, no 2-1s. All health all the time.
Yeah, the cookie and the geode.
Oh! Never mind. That's how you game. That is how you game.
Oh! Okay.
Oh, so much panic.
The snake in your
Yeah.
job's done. Keep on panning.
Pretty good. That's the starship. I don't even know what the name of that is. This is the cost of your spell.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the 1/4.
Debating taking any amount of value bumps here between 0 and 2.
Old Pinner doesn't have a tribe, right? No, it doesn't.
No.
Zero.
It's weird because you can make the argument that bumping in just kind of pre-rolls you into Lightning Storm because you put the damage on the 1/4 anyway, but doing it this way like lets the 2/6 bump into the 4/5 and then you're more vulnerable to Lightning Storm from Gift that way. It was a tough decision. I'm not surprised that a large period of time was spent on considering those trades from Definition.
Maybe trying to better set up for Golganath next turn, because if you don't trade now, you can make the trades next turn to get the best value from the heal.
Yeah, sure.
Like react to what Maxibon's doing. Maxibon knows coin is still there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that weighs into the decision making at all.
Do this, go 2-1 into 2-2.
Yeah.
Face. Yep. This looks good.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, stay in the deck. Go back.
Ooh.
You're not required.
Now bump. Golganath doesn't feel particularly good.
No spell in hand, and you're coining it anyway, which means that the spell discount effect isn't really being used. So it is a pretty weak Golganath.
Is there ever a world where you deal damage to the Tolvir and then just trade over the Gold Panner? And then you hold on to the
just deal
AoE?
20. Yeah, maybe.
Still takes off 2 minions.
Do you leave up something else at that point?
You'd leave up 2 minions, yeah, but it'd be the Murloc, which would now be at a 3/4,
right.
And then your 1/4 would die, and then you left up with the pirate on the right, so it'd be a 3/4 and a 1/1.
Yeah, maybe I do like that more actually.
Because then Pop-Up Book wouldn't kill this by itself, because there'd be 4 power on board. And if Maxibon can't clear it, then you have the AoE for next turn.
Yeah, that's the big kicker for me, because sometimes against this deck, like they go Titan into AoE. You don't have to kill it all of the time after that, right? Like that is the best one in their deck most of the time. The other two aren't as impactful as they used to be in like Nature Shaman, right? Where you'd leave it alive and then they draw three overloads and you die. Like that's not the case necessarily with this deck.
Oh no! He was gonna greedy partner, but the Starship piece reduced the cost of the cheese.
Yeah, no one knew that was going to happen. If you're
I
in
had
chat
no
right
idea.
Now, if you're in chat right now going, "Oh, what an idiot!" Everyone, I knew that. No, you're lying. Shut up. Get out. Someone ban that person.
Oh, that. See, another reason why the 1/4 should have dealt 20 and traded the 1/4 in.
Yeah,
Oh.
you should have just killed.
Oh.
Just killed it off. You should have just killed it off because it's pure downside. Oh. Oh well, in that case, I guess we'll just win the game. $18, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26? No, not quite.
You can jam session as well.
29, I think. 29 for sure.
Just Growfin then? Couple trades Growfin.
Looks fine.
Could still jam session. Like trade off a couple of the 1/1 jam session. And that's like that's a full clear.
You get to neophyte that way as well.
Yeah, you get to neophyte and then like Miracle Salesman, or even skydiving just to set up even better next turn. Oh, Lightning Storm.
Sacking the Bloodlust was not on my Christmas list here, TJ.
Wait.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you just have to get used to it. Maxi does stuff like this sometimes, right? This is a Maxi play where 99 out of 100 players, good players, sit there and go, Maxi, what are you doing? Why are you so dumb? And Maxi insists that this is the correct line. Like, it's not entirely illogical, right? Like, he's saying, I have a board, or you clear it, and I have a board, right? Either way, I get to have a board. But yes, what he has just done there is set his sigil on fire.
Yeah. Starship.
He's such a weird player, but he wins a lot. You know?
Yes. I still don't think I like that play.
I would not have done that play. I would have jam set, like traded some 1/1s, jam session, neophyted, pushed everything face. That was my plan. I also think just coin Growfin was better than what happened, but you know, Maxi wins more games of Hearthstone than I do. It's not even the setting the sigil on fire part. It's the not having Bloodlust in your hand anymore part that bothers me. Like that's I'm very confused.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what he could be playing around. Like Growfin could have I guess Horn of the Windlord, but would have preserved a pop-up book frog. So only one would have died, and that would have been the entire turn from definition, and then next turn you go Thrall skipped into Bloodlust because you would have still had it. Even the Jam Session play may have been weak to Thrall's Gift Lightning Storm on the other side. Then you can follow that up with Grofin if it happens. Then you're weak to Horn of the Windlord. I don't know. Still winning. Maybe.
Have you spoken too soon, TJ? Very much enjoying Definition just being -1 board space this game. That's fun.
Grofin. Nerfin.
Second time in the game that Maxi has been 1 damage off lethal. Anywhere near good enough? No. Okay,
No.
Maxi gets over the line in the end. Perhaps takes a somewhat surreptitious route to get there, but the result remains the same. Maxibon 1, 2, 3, 4, to give him his full and proper name, as stated by the man himself. He's 2-0 up in the series.
Surreptitious?
Yeah. So not right word. Surreptitious.
I thought that meant like sneakily.
Yeah, no, you're right. Kept secret, especially because it would not be approved of. I guess the second part of that sentence was what I was leaning into, but it wasn't the best word to use. You're right. You're right to call me out on it, TJ, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Boom. That's like the first time in a long time that you said a long word that I actually like knew what it meant. So normally I would just let it slide because I'm like, he's probably right.
I mean, the accent sounds good. He probably knows what he's talking about. It's my career in a nutshell, honestly.
Let the hunt
Yeah. Ah, yes. This hand is very surreptitiously.
Well, I didn't say very surreptitiously for a start. To be
you
clear.
you kind of did.
I kind of did, yeah. All right.
All right. Well, Definition's on the play and has a 1-drop.
Any problem?
Nice.
And Spirit of the Team. It's not SOC into team, so the game still continues. But yeah, these are the hands you need with Demon Hunter for sure.
It continues for a little bit.
Yeah.
Not the greatest hand for Maxi at the moment, and this deck already struggles to kind of come back. You just kind of discover, assemble pieces, and then go for a big push. Usually when you fall behind with alien encounters, but that takes some time to assemble. So all right, it's Grifta. I was like, I don't even know what that is.
I could.
Oh.
All three of these actually have their merit there, I think.
I like the strides though. This helps with the big push.
Yep.
That I
No,
mentioned.
completely agree.
And there's double synergy from the Mantle Shapers. Sort in that regard, sort of double synergy with the Ziliax as well.
And in that regard,
Because
also double synergy with the alien encounters.
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah. Nice try, Assault, but that was very surreptitious.
I should have been more surreptitious with my casting, I think, actually.
Yeah. more or less, one or the other. Not where you
Right.
were though.
It was the exact wrong amount.
Of syrup.
My brain pitched the start of that sentence, and I realised, okay, I'm just gonna have to cut this one short because I genuinely do not know what the word is.
Is there a noun?
Oh, just full of surreptity right now.
It is surreptitiousness.
Nice. Huge.
Oh wow. Okay, I looked up surreptitiousness. I come back and the big. See, this is what I was talking about. The big push.
There's no time for America's Grandmasters meme casting, TJ. The Zoomers are playing Hearthstone.
I know. We should have been in the last one.
So, 3-0 or we done here?
It's looking to be this way.
Oracle Burning Heart, you have 2 remaining, so you can't hot coals. There's no Oracle trigger that leaves you still allowed to hot coals at the end, which is a problem.
Yeah, just get the Ziliax. Produces a ton of power on board. And then try and set up for hot coals best you can, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh. That's a lot, actually.
Yes, it is.
Because each of those bananas is 2, plus another 2 from the hero power. That's just 8 damage from hand.
Yep.
Shuts off the acupuncture. Not quite
the
lethal.
Third time in this series that Maxi has been 1 damage off lethal.
You want to? Do you want to send it all face? It shuts off the acupuncture, right? It shuts off the acupuncture if you, yeah, just, nah, just gonna go all the way down. Okay.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I guess with meta active, you have to behave yourself a bit. Sure.
Yeah.
I would have been remarkably tempted to put my opponent to 2 there, though. Or, well, to 1 in this instance, but, you know, the point being 2 or below, I am a hunter. GG, go next.
I would have been fine putting them to 4.
Mm-hmm.
Witness true arcane magic. How enigmatic.
No.
Time grows short.
Wait. Finale rush,
The
go
rush
through.
goes through.
Is it exact?
It is.
It's
It
exact!
actually is. Oh no! The acupuncture damage! For the 2nd time in as many groups on day 1 of the World Championships, we are left talking about acupuncture symmetrical damage and how much it mattered in that instance.
I didn't think it was enough at the end there. I was counting, and then I was like, oh, you can... I was looking at board clear, so I was like, oh, can you take enough damage off the board? But didn't matter. Now, the big question is, if the board is left up or 1 minion is left up, and
yeah,
like, does that make up for... If you just leave Spirit of the Team up and set definition to 4...
No, TJ, the thing is, you have to play the acupuncture to trigger the oracle spells, right? Like, that's I guess you've got... Okay, so Burning Heart was drawn as well. I forget the Burning Heart was there looking at this hand.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that could have made a real difference, for sure.
Yeah. But I think if you just leave Spirit of the Team up and set Definition to 4...
Yeah.
That it's 4... That ended up being a 5 damage acupuncture versus what Spirit of the Team would have given you 2 extra damage in that instance.
And in terms of 3 to 4 card combos that kill you, right, which is what you're looking at there, you're going, okay, they have Oracle and a spell in hand, and then the 2 spells that they draw kill me, right? That's the kind of instance that you're scared of. Acupuncture is part of basically all of them, because it just does more damage as an individual card than anything else does. Burning Heart kind of represented more real-world damage because it dealt damage to the Taunt as well, which was relevant to push through. But I still think Acupuncture is the card that's going to be the most important to ways that you die. And yes, as people are also talking about in our Discord, I believe ties in any match state that isn't 2-2 just give a win to both players, which means Maxi wins. The series is over. He wins 3-1 on a tie there. So yeah. Well, anyway, moving on. Game 4.
When everything's said and done, it doesn't look like it's really going to matter much, huh?
Well. Okay, if there's no ice trap here. There is no ice trap here.
Okay. Has to respect the ice trap, but at a certain point you just have to say it's not ice trap. If we get a Dungar here, we have ramp and trail mix, innervate, right? Like New Moon, you pick up Dungar next turn, you trail mix. Dungar's coming. Maxi just slammed both secrets. So you're expecting ice trap. Every time.
So your temptation here is to Vate to burn the ice trap, and then you still get to new heights or do whatever else.
Yeah.
Yep. Which is fine, because if the Vate goes off, then you get to trail mix as well.
I don't even know if you want a trail mix. Yeah, okay. Didn't even want a hero power because didn't want to play into the possibility of hidden meaning.
Trail mix would also rat, right? But you've tested 2 different secrets at that point already, so rat is extremely likely. So you hit rat and hidden meaning at that point by playing trail mix. So yeah, you definitely skip
Gotcha.
it.
Yeah. Wow, hero power. Yeah, hero power would trigger hidden meaning. Imagine if it was hidden meaning and rat trap and you trail mix there. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, it turns out you just die anyway. So
right. My counter argument is, I guess it's only ramping into 8 anyway, isn't it? So yeah, I guess I was gonna make the counter argument that like trail mix spawn the rat and then just draw like Ziliax or Dungar or something off the top was the only win condition anyway, but it was only going into 8, not 9 anyway. So yeah, yeah, this all kind of sucked.
Can you pendant for Dungar and then trail mix?
That is the only out I see currently.
The Slither Spear is going down. There's not enough room to play Ziliax, and you're alive to just hero power.
7, 10, 11 plus 8, yeah.
You're also alive to... You're looking for freezing?
You want freezing now, yeah, for sure.
And probably ice? In case there's... like ENR into refresh.
So yeah, that currently does not do that much. I mean, it puts a buttload of taunt in play, which we're certainly not upset about.
Yeah, it just end turn. Bada bing, bada boom.
Hitting the Thunderbringer there was actually massive because it does just create an insurmountable amount of defense now, I think, for definition. Like, this outcome was huge. So even if you hit, like, Yogg there and end up full clearing, you're then proccing the hidden meaning anyway. So, like, a minion that spawns plus hero power kills you with the bananas on the following turn anyway, if you don't end up with taunts surviving. So I think this was one of the best outcomes possible, for sure.
Yeah. Maxi probably also thinks that this Thunderbringer is going to pull second Stargazer out, but it's in the hand.
Yeah.
And then if you get through these taunts, there Hydration Station, perfect mana next turn. So this does not. God, going into the Ziliax just feels terrible.
How have we ended up here, TJ?
Oh, now just hydration stations? You freeze the Dungar? Oh, I can't hydration station. There's a ice trap.
Is there? It was freezing and bargain bin that got chosen, was it not? Hold on.
Oh yeah, it was bargain bin at the end. You're right.
Yeah, no, it's not there.
Hidden meaning and bargain bin. This is why I wanted the ice trap.
yeah, TJ was 3 turns down the line. He was playing 5D chess.
No, last turn.
No, I know, I do agree. I also wanted the ice trap at the time.
I just always want ice trap.
Oh, okay, fair.
I mean, Definition still probably thinks it's ice trap because any reasonable person in the situation would have picked ice trap.
That's why you take not ice trap, because then you get credit for it being ice trap, but you also get another secret.
Oh my gosh, Maxi's next level. I don't want ice trap anymore. Just never pick ice trap. They always think it is. You get 2 secrets for the price of 1. He's like, oh wow, it was an ice trap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Respectful and respectable. I think there from Maxibon. I think that is the exact point of the game where he could no longer lead. I think if I kept track of everything properly, Definition knew at that point because he was back down to the original 2 secrets from when he went like innovate whatever. So he knew that one wasn't ice trap at that point. He probably took his time to double, triple, quadruple check that at that point. But yeah, hydration station then ends the game.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but nobody keeps track.
I think
he 100% thought it was ice trap and said, "There's no way I win if it's ice trap," and just did it. Just windmilled it.
I'm not sure I agree.
All right, we'll give him credit. He knew. He knew.
How did we get here, TJ? This had 3-0, 25 minutes written all over it, and here we are. Here we are in game 5.
Yep. I always knew, ever since I was like 12 years old, I was like, one day, acupuncture is gonna hurt someone that I really like. And it did.
Yeah.
It just did virtual pixels in a card game. It's not what I expected. And it hurt both of them, and I really like both of them. So I was actually wrong. I hurt 2 people that I like.
It didn't quite hurt one of them enough, though, did it? And that's the point.
that's the point. That's what we should take away from this, you know. Everybody out there. But we are down to a game 5. We got here very quickly, but we're here nonetheless. It's Shaman for Definition versus the Hunter for Maxibon. And who can get the board early, right? Who can snowball their boards? I think that Shaman has slightly better consistency to get those early boards out. But we've seen the types of boards that Hunter can make if you whiff at all and give them a turn, 2 turns longer. than you should have. It can snowball very quickly. So,
yeah, I think you break it down really well. I think it's one of the most even matchups available in the series, which is makes it a fitting game 5 for the series. Things will tend to play out that way more often than not because a lot of the decks with the more polarizing matches are going to get banned out by one side or the other. Like the Death Knight had some phenomenal matches in this series, which is why it's banned out. So you're going to come down to the closer things when it does get to the nitty gritty. But this is a really, really close. I think most people think slight edge to the Shaman, but if you do miss. I think probably there is more discrepancy between who goes first than there actually being like a genuine advantage between the two decks overall.
Yeah, I think like max potential for the Hunter is higher, but consistency is higher for Shaman. And when you're looking at two powerful decks where that's the case, oftentimes it's very close in terms of matchup. And then comes down to, those first 4 turns. So we shall see. The Maxibon's version of the Hunter is the one that I've been playing the most. Hunter is a reasonably techable deck.
There's everything from like Slither Spear, Observer of Myths, Bananas, full aggro Discover Hunter, to put a fizzle in your ETC and go infinite Discover Hunter, right? Like there is the full range of how aggressive or how late game you want to tech those things, and we've already seen one side of the coin coming out from ProYun and some of the other Chinese players as well, who have on average greedier lineups coming into this. But despite Maxi saying that he was going to be the combo deck king in this tournament, just the most aggressive possible version of Hunter.
Let the hunt begin.
Yeah, even so far as to go with Neophyte, Cold Neophyte instead of like Speaker Stomper. Definitions on cam. Cool.
All those books. He must be smart.
I thought they were records at first. Which also, he must be smart.
I think in both cases it does depend heavily on the titles, though, doesn't it, if we're being honest?
Yeah, I suppose. I'm sure Definition in that record collection does not have the song that Maxibon listens to on repeat. Intergalactic Ambiguity.
Well,
partner,
lo and behold,
pop up.
The player that went first is ahead.
Partner, pop up.
Yeah, looks solid. Don't want to be near fighting on this turn because this is when a lot of their best minion stuff is happening anyway.
Oh.
Full hold.
Values that coin, I suppose. And Exarch. Very good with both scouts and alien encounter in hand.
Alien decanters. Just
alien decanters, yep.
just serving out brandy. That's right.
Yeah. Hey, it doesn't have to be brandy. You can put anything in a decanter.
That's true. You could surreptitiously hide anything you want in a decanter.
You could. Yeah. Max surreptitiousness with decanters. That was the game plan.
Cards. We are going to need some cards. Those are not cards.
It's a board that Definition cannot interact with, which I think is incredibly important.
Can I interest you in a full board Sigil of Skydiving, TJ?
Okay, here, yes.
It looks kind of good, right?
Here, yes. I would agree that here, yes.
Yeah.
Because what's Maxi Bond gonna do? Not kill things?
Uh-huh.
Don't think so.
And because you have the Hosen in hand, you're going to you're basically replacing your 3/1/2 taunts with 2/2s on the following turn.
Yeah. Now, if you're not setting up for lethal or like very close to it, is it worth it? So we have 16 and put into 20. All right, not gonna do it. That full board sigil, tricky. Tricky.
Oh my god, these trackings are so gross with the neophyte in play.
You got to do one. Maxi wants to go for like a huge turn next turn, but I think you spend them in on one. At least that gives you a little bit more information. And then I like keeping the board full because it means that there's no opportunities for lethal. You're gonna have one more turn. Ziliax is probably the only choice, unless you want to Titan Forge traps for like explosive.
You would have loved 2 Ziliaxes though, right? It would have been huge. On the following turn, when your trap is plus 1, and you could afford to have done everything with the Ranieri Scout.
Yeah. Is it even worth trading with Ziliax? I don't even know. I don't even think so.
Yeah, it's so much damage left up though. 16 showing.
Yeah, but there's no way to find any more damage. That Horn of the Windlord's not there.
Yeah. Bloodlust costs 6 out of gift when you count the gift mana.
Yep. So now this has to be clear off most of the stuff. Alien encounters. Papa Ziliax.
This could belong to a brand new species.
Naga? Naga! Need a spell. Need a cheap spell. Is birdwatching cheap enough? No.
Finding.
Because they're not active, right?
Nope. Can still, what do you have to, Ziliax Colt Neophyte?
Yeah, right order. Can't get Ziliax to cost 0 anymore. So you have to do it this way, spend 1 on the Zilly, trade through, spend 2 on the Neophyte. 246, 246, yep, the Sigil Pirates and the existing board just plows through, and that means Maxi gets the reverse sweep. Or sorry, Maxi gets reverse swept, I should say. Definition coming back all the way, and oh my goodness, I was not expecting to come into this tournament and have to spend so much time talking about self-damage from acupuncture, but here we are again.
Yeah, it's could come back to haunt Maxi in that situation. Now, we're again results oriented. In order for us to make a 100% accurate call that should have played around acupuncture, you'd have to go back and piece together every different scenario. There could be something that Maxi saw that we did not, but it did seem like the right call, and that was the 3-0, right? So it even if there was a situation where there was a tie because Maxi was up 2-0, both players are awarded a win on a tie. So it would have gone to 3-1. Maxi would have won the series and moved on to the cider match. The only case where that's not relevant is when the series is tied 2-2, in which case the game is replayed if there's a tie. But yeah, and even from there, you don't expect Definition to be able to come back and reverse sweep, but did. So well done, Definition. That means that Maxibon is eliminated from the World Championship, which I think is a big surprise to many, many people. A lot of people, I think, had Maxi as maybe not the standout favorite, but one of the favorites, especially after winning the Match Tour Summer Championship.
Yeah, for sure. But I think also, as much as you can focus on a potential Maxi mistake, I think you also then have to focus in on the near perfection that Definition played with from that point. First off, you have to see the lethal, which neither of us did in that first game until it happened. Secondly, you have to navigate the secrets in the Druid game as perfectly as he did, floating 2 mana on the turn where he healed with the pendant, jamming the Dungar, playing around Freezing Trap, holding again, and then on the following turn to be able to get out of that one alive. And then game 5, he has to not play the Sigil on the turn when we were saying, yeah, Sigil actually looks pretty good here. Because, well, what's Maxi going to do? Not attack into the minions? What did Maxi do? Not attack into the minions. And then by having the Sigil loaded again for the following turn, they're getting buffed by the Ziliax, they're getting buffed by the Hosen. It just meant that Maxi, it lined up into the Maxi swing turn so that the swing turn wasn't good enough coming out the other side. So Definition absolutely played out of his mind to reverse sweep that one. But of course, the talking point is going to be what it is, right? But still, great series, 2 great players. Either one of them would have been a worthy player to advance. And now they've got a banter face looming large on their horizon.
That's a tough one. McBannerface is like the gatekeeper of decider matches, and has been for like 4 years. Is the gatekeeper of decider matches. If you can't pass that test, you're well, it's a decider match. You're never going to win a world championship. But it is what it is. Definition moving on. Maxibon eliminated in 13th through 16th. But we have one more match left on the day. It's the final match for Group B, which is going to be Definition versus McBanterface. We are going to have to go to a break while we set that match up. But don't go anywhere. More Hearthstone right after this.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour World Championships. We are getting ready to wind down our first day here, but we still have one more match to go, and I expect this one to be a pretty good one. So to take you through that action, I'm Dawn, joined this time by Lorinda. How you doing, Lorinda?
Yeah, it's been it's flown by. I was only on the first broadcast, which seems like about 10 minutes ago. If you miss out that match that Banterface played. And here we are in the last match of the day already. Also, Definition's in my bad books now because he ruined my notes with that comeback. I had all the notes planned out for the other match that I thought I was going to be casting between Banterface and Maxibon. So thanks for that, Definition. I'm going to be flying this one blind, but at least people can hear me this time. So yeah, that's good.
That's right. Well, let's talk about these players here, and let's talk about McBanterface a little bit. This is his second appearance in Worlds, but you know what? He is a fan favorite outside of that. So I know there's a lot of people that are rooting for him, and he's an America's player, so you gotta root for the America's players. At least I do.
Me too, yeah. I absolutely had to check that stat 3 times as well. I couldn't believe this was only his second Worlds appearance. I still am slightly nervous that I've got it wrong. Like, it just feels like he's been here for so long now in every Worlds, but the truth of it is he's been in high positions in Grandmasters, he's been in high positions in tournaments, in the Masters Tours, but yeah, it's only his second attempt at Worlds.
Yeah. Well, we are going to see the Cycle Rogue coming out from McBanterface first. This is a deck that we have definitely talked about quite a bit already today, but we're going to see it one more time yet today here with McBanterface playing this first. How do you feel about this deck, Lorinda?
I have wrestled with this deck for a couple of days in preparation for this event. It's incredibly powerful. I can beat people with this deck even though I fumble every turn horribly, rope them, miss cards, do things in the wrong order, and it still wins. In the hands of a good player, it wins a lot, and in the hands of one of the best players in the world, which is Banterface, you've got to bring it. He's been a big Rogue fan a long time, and yeah, it's just so powerful.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about Definition as well. Interestingly, also something that sounds like it could be wrong, but it's not, is Definition has not appeared in Worlds. I feel like Definition is a name that I recognize and I'm so familiar with that it sounds almost weird not having him in Worlds.
It's because he holds the record for the most, Dawn. That's what you're forgetting.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
I'm trying to work out what that could be. He was triple rank 1 at the same time, so it might be to do with that. I'm not sure. But it's a big deal. He's on this Shaman deck, and I think, from what I have sort of been piecing together, looking at some of the results, some of the decks, what's been happening today, I think this is the deck he has to get out of here. I think this is the deck that if he does get out, he'll win quite easily. I think that Banterface's lineup is kind of anti-Shaman.
Yeah, I think it is anti-Shaman and maybe a little bit anti-Rogue as well. But yeah, definitely makes sense. Also, we get to see the bans here. Shaman has been banned out from McBanterface, and Definition has his Druid banned out. Feel like that's not one that we have seen that often. We've kind of seen a lot of other decks being banned out. We've seen the Druid a couple times, but Druid being banned out this time.
I mean, Druid is good into Rogue. Lanissa is quite slow. I don't know my Lanissa Paladin as much as I should. I know that it's got allegedly bad win rates against Shaman, which is why I was hesitant a minute ago. But I think that this Paladin has been beaten to Shaman in this tournament. And I think the Druid is probably good into the Death Knight as well, because it's quite a slow, lumbering deck, and the Druid just gets to do its thing on turn 5 without any trouble. So I understand that. What I don't understand is why there's a Druid on our screen. He's queued the wrong deck?
Looked like it. Well, we're gonna find out what happened there as we kind of readjust here.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I'm not going to make any guesses at all. So yeah, to talk about that Druid a little bit more, appeared to be the banned deck. Yeah, it's just good into Banter's lineup, and Banter looks quite happy to ban that deck. I think the players, we heard from Fury Hunter earlier, the players do at least talk to each other a little bit. I think they were expecting to be some Druids, so he must have been prepared to ban it a lot.
Yeah, and looks like we're getting confirmation that was not a miscue. Looks like that was their test game to make sure that everything was running smoothly and that they were in game and spectators could check out everything that was happening. So just jumped the gun a little bit there, but that's okay. So nothing, no harm, no foul from the players there. Nothing incorrect.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. That would have been pretty terrifying at this stage of the World Championships.
Yes.
It's so easy to do as well.
Yeah, for some of these players getting kind of late in the day potentially, so depending on their time zone or maybe not used to some of the hours. I know McBanterface is usually up very, very late, so for this this tournament kind of flipped hours on him a little bit, having to be up very early.
Yeah, he had to change his sleeping times about 10 days ago now, I'd say, and the professional that he is, he's done that, but yeah, it's still wearing when you have to do that. And Definition will be significantly ahead of me, which means he's in the very early hours of the morning now.
Oh, well, McBanterface just holds on to the Fan of Knives. Definition, considering this mulligan here, does have a 2-drop to keep with the Greedy Partner if he chooses to do that. But nope, just going to keep the Greedy Partner on its own and see what else he can get. But does find a turn 1 Growfin.
Yeah, and I really want to see how this Fan of Knives gets used. One of the problems I was having when I was playing Rogue against Shaman is I started off with Fan of Knives the first thing I see, and then you die to the second thing you see. So then I started holding the Fan of Knives, and then you die because the first thing you see kills you. So then I sort of started trying to find the middle ground, but blimey, it's hard to find the middle ground. So yeah, I want to see how Banter approaches this. He uses it.
Yeah.
Even with a Tarslick in hand, it's quite surprising to me that with Tarslick in hand he wouldn't wait a little longer, but yeah, he's just happy to go for it.
Definition getting to start that tempo train, getting to coin out the Gorgonzola and start that cheese.
Yeah, and with one of the fans gone, the cheese doesn't have to be particularly cheesy to be played and just put a lot of pressure onto the Rogue. If you draw out the second fan, so be it, and if you don't, then yeah, you get cheesed.
Does also put another 2-cost card in hand for the Greedy Partner that Definition kept in the mulligan. So, very heavy tempo here for Definition. Just going to go ahead and Greedy Partner and potentially just coin out this cheese. I think that's just the most reasonable line. Puts a lot of tempo on board, and as you said, it doesn't have to be super cheesy. Pretty good stats.
Kinda 4 health. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. Having a look at Banter's hand to see if he can get through one more turn. He does have Slam the Pirate next turn. And then he has Oracle, Shadow Step as well to draw cards, get mini Pirate, Sonya's in hand. Yeah, it's starting to cook up the top there already, but he needs to not take 8 twice from this Shaman. Spoilers, I think he's going to take at least 8 twice. Is he just going to play the Oracle?
Too soon.
There's just not a great setup here for McBanterface.
Witness true arcane magic.
You hate to see this, but it does bank some mana
Yeah.
at least. He was thinking of hitting one of the 2/3s there, I think, possibly considering that if he gets the Tarslick, it's one of his outs, but... It's only 14 on board. Can he just play the pirate and try and grifter for health gain next turn? In the world where he, finds a way to get to the grifter with Sonya and all the other stuff going on.
No, I was going to ask you that same thing, because the scoundrel on curve, especially, something that has been brought up before in a couple of the previous matches, but it's a lot of damage that he's facing down here. Gonna opt for the Ethereal Oracle, and Dubious doesn't hit one of the big frogs.
No. Has got Giant down cheap, which is one of the things he needs to do, but there's too many things he needs to do, I think.
Choose so many options.
Just using the spell damage while he still has it. Giant double breakdance in hand, with the gear shift in the right position to keep a giant in hand. There's semblance of a play there, but he's taking so much. The Ziliax picked up down here.
Yeah, is this still just a 2-turn lethal setup for Definition, though? Just drop the Ziliax now. Hope that something still sticks on the board, and it's enough to go for Gift into Bloodlust next turn. I think even with the breakdances, there's not quite enough for McVander to clear everything.
There's the Horn of Windlord as well, with Definition counting to 6 there as well.
Yeah.
Right, there's the Grifter. Go, lad. 12's not enough either. This is the thing, the constant pressure from the Shaman got rid of both Fan of Knives, so the number of outs Banterface has now is incredibly small.
I wonder.
In his world, he just needs to clear as many of these as possible, including the Ziliax, leave up a totem maybe, make enough 8/8s to win the game next turn if he's still alive, next turn lol and all that, but yeah.
Kind of saw a little smirk. He's gonna try it, but I don't think that he's confident that he can actually pull it off well enough.
A lot of things hit a lot of things very quickly there, so he had a very clear vision of what he was trying to do. And yeah, when the dust resolves, actually the Ziliax is just still there. So, 1-0 to the Shaman, and that's a big deal. I was saying that that's the deck that I thought the Definition may have some trouble with. He may have to beat the Rogue. He's done that. I think he's in prime position now to go through to the next day. Long way to go though, and Banter's lineup is pretty unique, but Definition obviously in a good spot.
Yeah, I think the attack DH might struggle a little bit into the Rainbow DK if the DK can actually find a lot of those resources like threads and healing. But I'm going to be curious to see if there's going to end up being a Cycle Rogue Mirror match.
Oh, goodness, yeah. Those can get pretty chaotic.
Yes.
Is it card for card as well? It's not, because I'm looking at the wrong deck. Yeah, it's card for card, I think. Oh, it's not. Definition has a main deck MC tech in his Rogue. That's terrifying.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty good against the Rogue potentially if there is one of those wide board swing turns. So could be an interesting tech if there is a Rogue Mirror match.
Yep, be interesting to see how that goes. Obviously, it's there for so many things. It's a card you often put in ETC these days, but he's just playing it.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's any other tech now. It looks like it's just that one. And the one stick up, which comes in and out of this deck at the owner's whimsy. Forward to game 2. Who do you think is going to take it? Dawn? You think the 1-0 lead's enough? like I'm on my own, so what should I talk about? Let's have a look at what we think is going to happen in the next game. Banter, I've got the decks on separate screens if you're wondering why I'm looking all over the place here. But Banter has this Linessa Paladin, which we have not talked about enough, I don't feel. With the Robocaller, the Linessa, the Glow Sticks, all that stuff going on in there. It's basically the old Pipsy deck minus the Pipsy. And that's the deck that not many people brought. I was talking about this on my stream, just asking people what they thought would be good. And this deck and the Armor Warlock were both brought up. And I thought, well, people are memeing me here, so the Linessa deck I know well enough anyway, pretty much. The Armor Warlock, when we get around to that, that's going to be fun. Because I haven't got a clue how that deck works. I mean, I have. You make lots of armor and you don't die. And then you try to win the game with Kill Jaden or something. But, you know. I'm not quite sure what the hold-up is on the games either, so... Chuntra away just for a moment or two. But yeah, Banter now, I'm just looking through to see how we can get it done now that Shaman has got through. And I think Dawn's comments before she departed pretty good in that the Demon Hunter is possibly the weakest spot now. We're straight onto that Demon Hunter now, and it is going to be against the Linessa Paladin, so it should be pretty quick.
All right. Well, we'll have to do one of those 90s checks. Can you hear me now? Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you now.
All right.
How are you? Did I talk over you for a long time there?
No. My internet
Good.
crashed.
Okay, sweet. It's been good today. I did that to Raven, you did it to me. Someone did that to you as well now. It's great. Anyway, Definition has the hand. The hand you're supposed to get with this deck. 1, 2, and then any number of things that add up to 3, and off you go. Interface does have, however, the card to go against the hand in that meta detect.
And even has the second metal detector to follow up as well if needed. Potential to find AoE from Mixologist. There's the Prismatic Beam. Lots of potential here. But it's very reactionary for McBannerface here. Not a lot of things going on. We could potentially just see the follow-up of the second metal detector being equipped. Could coin into something at this point, though, if he wants to just coin into Grifta.
Yeah, I think Mixologist is... You've got to deal with... There are not many minions to deal with in this Demon Hunter deck, despite what it looks like on the board right now. So find a way to get rid of some is pressing, I think.
Not the greatest of options.
No. Yeah, the freeze does nothing against the 0-3 anyway.
Yeah.
So you pick that up with your metal detector.
Did go for the freeze.
Yeah. Took down what he could off the board. Should buy him enough time to get towards those beams. That is Indius. The second detector, as you pointed out, the Grifter for 12 health, he would be looking for.
Okay, Headhunt, not a bad pickup for Definition here. Cheap spell to play with a Desperado, plus does give him something for next turn.
Has to protect his 3-2 by hitting the minion. It's always a bad feeling, this deck, hitting any minion, but you do have to protect your semblance of a board. You just don't have enough to waste like that.
Second metal detector coming out, creating more coins. Still a kind of very slow reactive hand from McBanterface, however.
It is, yeah. And it could well come down to whether Grifter hits 12. There is a bit more lifesteal in this deck than there are in some of the other decks that rely on Grifter for health gain, but... 4 health, not a nice, fun number for Banterface. And these beams have always been 1 too much mana every turn.
Definition's minions having 4 health is a really awkward breakpoint for McBanterface as well.
It absolutely is, yeah. And it's getting pretty critical now. You can see the hand of Definition. He's what, 4, 7, 10 damage in hand.
I could.
Did
Some
find the
health,
restore
life
12.
Quickly.
Yeah, that was it. If he missed.
Yeah, I didn't see anything else that seemed very good either. There wasn't very many good options. I mean, coining into Incendius didn't do a whole lot either. Again, the breakpoints were really awkward for something like even trying to go for Mixologist and finding something. But here we're seeing Definition just go ahead and play out all of the things. He's going for it, pushing as much damage as he can here, just setting up for a next turn lethal.
Yep. If none of these are removed and nothing is played, is next turn lethal. So the best you can do.
Arcane magic. How enigmatic.
Okay, but the top deck Oracle with a coin finds the glow sticks and Divine Brew.
I think Bantu is only scared of Oracle here in terms of if you can heal a little bit and remove the board. And even that's not terrifying. He looks to have stabilised.
Now this Amulet of Energy sitting alone in Definition's hand.
Not ideal, is it?
Not at all.
So close to 2-0, Banterface, you know, navigating to the correct out and getting it, but wow. Okay.
Don't hang up.
Banter needs to try and set up his own 2 or 3 turn lethal himself here, because if Definition does get an Oracle, play this Amulet, get 2 cards, you know, 10 health will go fairly quick.
I'm gonna start with the Mixologist. Ooh, summoning a friendly minion that died is kind of interesting with Oracle.
Sure, yeah. I'm on board with that. A lack of armor there.
Oh, just brings back the Grifta. A 5, 3, and a 0. No 0 cost cards here to draw. But Banterface still seems like he's in a pretty decent position here. As long as Definition doesn't draw any obnoxious anything that he can find. But as you mentioned with something like Oracle, but doesn't find it, just picks up a Battle Fiend. And I do really like the setup from McBanterface of actually just deciding to play that last Divine Brew, just set up a Divine Shield and make it just that much more awkward for Definition.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out the incredibly tiny merits of either playing or keeping the Battle Fiend, but keeping it means Banterface doesn't know what you're saving up for, so you keep it. The fact Banterface will have to trade into it doesn't change the clock almost ever, I don't think. So. Kind of like this.
Let me think.
These are situations, I think, where Banterface is at his best. He's incredibly good at sort of thinking of all the niche outs that you couldn't lose to or win with.
Yeah.
It's what all the good players do. But here's a situation where you can't lose this game if you play correctly, probably. But playing correctly 100% to 99% is one of the toughest things in the Hearthstone.
I think for definition, playing something there also gave McBanterface something to potentially attack into with Sandcastle.
Good point. Oh!
I'm not sure it matters in the long run of this game, but...
Oh! That was the card he needed to get it rolling as well. The 2 attack there into an Oracle, into some stuff. But didn't get there, and it's 1-1.
And I did mention that I was a little bit worried about the attack DH into the Rainbow Decay, but that Lanessa Paladin definitely also kind of was able to stabilize there, which was a little surprising considering the hand seemed slightly awkward for a few turns there, but McBanterface able to piece together things and double Metal Detector plus finding some removal from Mixologist definitely kept him in the game.
Really did, and I'm going to predict right now that is not the last time this weekend that we see a Grifter needing to hit 12 health to win a game against specifically Demon Hunter. It seems to come up a lot, that exact scenario.
Yeah, Grifta is a really interesting card as well. I think that was kind of a big storyline in previous Masters tours, right? Was Grifta and finding Grifta with the Rogue to find all the damage and OTK. And now it's kind of pivoted a little bit. It's still in there and it can still definitely find that damage, find a lot of that end game potential, but there are other options other than 6 damage that can come out of Grifta, and we're definitely seeing that already today. And I suspect that you're right. I suspect that we will see that even more throughout the weekend.
I find Grifter in Rogue specifically incredibly difficult as well because, first of all, there's so many nice toys you want to play with in that deck, and the Grifter's kind of like, I might give you a nice toy, I might not, I'll have a think about it. And but then you've got you can steal things to hit your opponent around the head with. You can just hit them straight in the head. You can heal so that you get more times to hit them in the head. Everything about Grifter, it's promising hitting them in the head, but sometimes you just draw 3 cards. And I don't want to do that. Or draw 3 legendaries.
Yeah.
But back to this match, Banterface has that Rogue, Definition has that Rogue. You said it might come down to that mirror. It's starting to get closer and closer. You sticking to that prediction?
I don't want it to, but I'm gonna stick with it. I don't think I want to see the mirror match and the tournament today, but we'll see what happens here as we see McBanterface with that Rogue again and Definition here as well.
Here at Oracle, insta-keep. Definition's hand is an interesting one, at least to me. Yeah, because the speaker stomp, but what do you want to do with it? You want to slow them down a little bit? There's quite a lot of spells going on over there. Okay. There isn't a lot to do on 1 in Rogue, actually, is there? So, fair enough.
There's our first fan of knives just for the draw. Nothing on board.
Yeah, part 1, race for the giants. See if they can get those going. It's not as fast as it used to be. It's not as fast as the decks that were specifically built just to play giants. But if you can get them down on 5 or 6, the other one, your opponent probably can't deal with them. But any later than that, and suddenly your opponent's doing things like insidious-ing you and hitting you back with multiple grifters and Sonya plays and all sorts of craziness. So, step one, try and get them down quickly and see what happens.
Yep. And part of that is with these oracles. I know, again, that's been something that we've talked about all throughout the day today. Kind of Oracle as this kind of really important key card for a lot of these decks, but specifically in the Rogue, where it's able to help draw through this, and it kind of has replaced a lot of the other draw in Rogue. So very interesting to see one player with Oracle and one player without Oracle.
Yeah, when I first started playing against this deck, I was like, every time they shadow stepped their Oracle, I'd be like, ha ha, noob, you're taking attack off the board, you're taking tempo off the board. No, they're just drawing 3 more cards next turn, it's fine. Obviously, whilst racing for the Giants, they're also, gathering the hand they want. Neither of them really have the hand that they want right now. You're shifting away the coin so that he can keep the Giant in hand.
Second Oracle for McBanterface here. Just another Tar Slick coming out to activate that Oracle's ability.
And we see the opposite play here from Banterface. He's quite happy to gear shift away the Giants to keep everything going. The deck gets thinner, you get them back anyway, being presumably the point there. And he's looking for other things as well. Right, how many Giants will Definition have in play at the end of this turn? That's the question right now.
Definition hovering over that Speaker Stomper, but did kind of pause a little bit, debating about it.
We task licking the face. Nobody's got the pirate. Why haven't they got the pirate? Don't they know they're supposed to draw the pirate? What's happening here? Because that's the real first race. That's the one that wins you all the other races.
It's all been card draw.
Yeah.
So many options.
Banterface does have the option to do the same play he just faced.
How enigmatic.
Continue hunting for minions.
Okay, we could potentially see a pirate soon.
We have. There it is!
Hey! Also, dig for treasures. No. Just gonna Fan of Knives. Get additional draw.
Yeah. And he's not going to be allowed to breakdance this pirate, this Giant anytime soon anyway. Plus, there's an MC Tech in Definition's deck, as we've just seen him draw. So, happy just to plop an 8/8 on the board and say, okay, not going to be happy with you constantly playing this stomp, but actually do something.
Yeah, I think the Dubious here as well can do some work if
Absolutely.
he opts for it.
Yeah.
Yep, double prep this turn. Dubious clearing up the 8/8. Gets out an 8/8 of his own.
No pirate. Okay. So the good thing playing against Rogue is you know you almost certainly don't die next. I mean, not almost certainly because Sonya into Grifter does kill you sometimes here, but... Again, no pirate.
Everything is pretty heavily costed because of the speaker stomper here.
This treasure ain't fit for our pirates.
I suspect the Banter is largely planning next turn at the moment.
Yeah.
So, 8 cards in Banter's deck. Next turn he has a Sonya, he has a Prep, he has Shadow Step, he has Small Pirate. He can do a lot of work next turn with the double doobies as well. And this is one of the other things that makes the Rogue deck difficult, is you have to plan your turns pretty rapidly because you have a lot of actions to do next turn. If you're Banter face, you need to know what your plan is for the turn and be able to adjust to it as you go.
How long can you hold you?
As we see McBanterface just start the turn very rapidly, taking those actions. He knows exactly what he's wanting to do here.
Yeah. Infinite Giants shut down the opponent's stompers and then still have mana left to draw cards.
Now this is treasure.
Now this is interesting as well with the minions on board. How's McBanterface going to play this out to potentially play around the mind control tech if he wants to? If not, it just keeps some stuff on board.
You just have it.
Let's
You're going to put 22 attack
yeah.
on board despite that 8/8 you're going to steal. Just have it. What a superb turn. Sticking to the plan, which was not what I expected to be. I thought he might go through and try and do mega combos. He actually did the Sonya thing just to make a massive board that his opponent can't do anything about because all of his cards cost 5.
Yeah, and even if Definition does have MCT here and answers the 8/8s, it does clear up some board space, so McBanter can potentially just start popping off again next turn.
Just looking at what's left in Banter's deck. Incendia's quick pick, dig for treasure, backstab. So he doesn't have a Shadow Step available, which is a pity for him. But which means he can't do Mega Incendious things. But he's not going to need to. He's just got so much attack on the board, and he's going to be able to do Grifter things as well.
Too soon.
Definition just can't do anything because that double stomper.
Yeah.
How enigmatic.
Okay,
Okay, interruption.
And another one. That's what he could do. I thought Banter
Sure.
had it, but he's going to have to do it all again.
And after those eruptions, McBanter is now down to 10 health.
Yeah, that's a serious problem now. But he can still do a serious lot of stuff again this turn.
This treasure ain't fit for our pirates.
I don't believe he has any ways of protecting the Sonya anymore now, though, so this kind of has to be it.
Now this is treasure. Who could put a price on such powerful artifacts? I could.
Okay.
Who could put
So he hits another one of those, that's game.
artifacts? I could.
Doesn't find it. Finds health. Or take control. Is there board space to take control of the Oracle? Nope, just goes for the healing.
Turn is still going. This thing's exploding and making noise all over the place.
My hand is too.
Very importantly, got the Speaker Stomper out, so Definition does have some pretty heavily costed stuff, but Tarslick's coming out here. There is... Yeah, Quick Pick and a Amulet. Not quite enough.
He's looking for eruptions again. It's the plan. It won't be lethal, but... Maybe it tidies some of this
Could
stuff
have
off the
been.
board.
Well, if there's... nope. I was going to say, if there's 2 plus the 1 fatigue, that would be lethal, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just laughing at the 2-mana coin. Is probably the worst draw I've ever seen in all of Hearthstone. Just draw -1 hand space. Interface takes that down. Very well played. It felt like he was up against it to me from the start there.
Very interesting back and forth.
It's one of those decks that when you see a good player play it, it just looks so obvious. Like what he did there just looks so obvious. I know from what I said and what I was thinking during the game, there's no way I would have got anywhere near the correct game plan in that game from Banter's side. But when he's doing it, it's like, well, this is obvious. Just make a big board, hit your opponent in the head, deny their mana. Well, that's easy.
Of course. It's so easy. That's why they're doing it, and we're not.
Yeah, that is why they're doing it, and we're just watching them do it. And,
Yep.
well, we're going to be watching for a little bit longer yet because there is still that Death Knight for Banterface. Have you played much of this one, or is your prep been focusing more on the
Rainbow Death
rogues
Knight?
and stuff?
I've played some of all of it. I do actually kind of like the Rainbow DK. I prefer the more aggressive decks personally. Like my playstyle is much more of the aggressive deck. So if we're talking any decks, I prefer that attack DH over the rogue or the DK altogether. But talking about the lineups as a whole, I did want to mention that I actually really find Definition's lineup really interesting. I think he kind of just went for no nonsense, just straight up like good stuff, just solid decks. I guess really outside of like the MCT and his rogue, there's not a lot of like tech stuff. There's not a lot of kind of wonky stuff like we're seeing in some of the other lineups. He kind of just went for straight up good decks, and so far has been playing them extremely well.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the players who bring just the good decks. I'm not even saying it's correct to always do that or whatever, but I like to see the good decks. And I keep on about it, but if you're triple rank 1 on ladder at some point, you've probably played the good decks a lot. So stick to what you're good at and don't try and second guess you is a strategy that I can definitely get behind.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it's definitely a tournament where we've kind of seen people bringing in these other lineups that are trying to target certain things, or they're kind of aiming to do well. And Definition just kind of said, I'm bringing these good things and we're going to see how it goes. But here is the matchup that I specifically mentioned earlier of the Rainbow DK versus the Attack Demon Hunter. And I don't know, I feel like McBanterface is a little bit more favored in this matchup.
With the hand he has, I think he's in a good spot. I would also have said he's favoured, but this starting hand from Definition is very good. Like, if you get the 1-drops in this deck, it does just kill you really quickly. But Banterface does have a lot of stuff that he's able to fight with here, so it's going to be a close one, I think. Yeah, with Rainbow Seamstress and the Magma in hand.
Yeah.
Definitely starting to agree with you.
It's a good start. Definition does have double Oracle in hand, but unfortunately at this point, no cheap spells to use with it to try to get some extra card draw a little bit earlier, like turn 4. Unfortunately, just the hand as it is, gonna need like turn 6 for an Oracle's Hot Coals, which doesn't sound the greatest.
No, not too good at all, but he does have the swing with a weapon next turn. He does have his natural card draw. So there's a pretty good chance that he'll be able to activate the Oracle soon enough. There we go. No, it's not ideal, but it's fine. I'd be so tempted. Yeah. Oh, the Ziliax is interesting here, actually.
Yeah, the on-curve Ziliax could be pretty good.
It definitely could. Giggling a bit here because Banter's next 2 or 3 turns are so powerful that this turn is kind of garbage. Not by, any fault of anything, just that's where he's at.
He seems very excited about that courtside pickup. Very pleased with himself.
Yeah, it just shuts down the Demon Hunter so much when the Demon Hunter can't swing. So much of the deck revolves around the attack. He's gone from having just nice, obvious turns 5 and 6 to a wealth of options now.
Yeah.
They're all good. The good news for Banterface is no matter which one he does here, he's in a great spot.
I like the pause he took there to kind of stop and reassess. He kind of almost insta-played the Frosty Decor, but really kind of took a step back, paused, thought about it, and actually is changing his mind, going for the Courtside Crusher instead here.
Yeah. He's got 4 charges that do very good things, and you can kill this Ziliax. So, yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Right, Definition. You're not attacking ever again. Can you find a way to attack now? The horrible interaction between Oracle having spell damage and Burning Heart has irritated me more than once. Where you want to shoot it to give yourself some attack, but it just dies, so... think I want to Oracle Burning Heart anyway, because I don't think we're attacking ever again.
Any problem? Time grows short.
Well, I'm gonna kind of split the difference and go for the Hot Coals to clear up. Try to protect the Ziliax a little bit. McBanterface can still just use a hero power to clear the Ziliax if he wants to, but it does force a hero power, spending a third of the mana to do that. But Molten Magma, also a very good option that Definition may not have recognized was in hand, or hoped wasn't.
Yeah, he hasn't seen it yet. He has to hope it's not there. You can't play around everything. The reason I wanted to Oracle Burning Heart is because if you clear the board that way, you still have an Oracle that needs dealing with, even though it's not that hard. And a lot of the Demon Hunter stuff is just blocking stuff.
How enigmatic.
Okay, does pick up the Metamorphosis for next turn.
Yeah. 26 though, Dawn. It's so far.
With healing.
Yeah, it's effectively 30 plus this. Oh my goodness.
This is why I said I was worried about this matchup specifically. If your Definition here.
Yeah, great call, honestly.
I think the Quartzite pickup from McBanterface was incredible as well.
Yeah, going down swinging does work, but I mean, it doesn't help. But just like point it out, just to sound clever.
Arcane magic. Now I am complete.
Double through Felon Flames just to clear up one of these elementals from the Frosty Decor.
Yeah. You can't even bump this, right? You need the spell damage if you're ever winning this. I mean, you're not ever winning this game. In the world where you wake up and you win this game somehow, you've done it by having spell damage. Yeah. It's time to play Spot the Lethal.
Okay. All right. Well, it looks like
Semi-final. We should reach the quarterfinals for Sunday, as we just get back online now.
yeah. Well, that had to feel very good after going down into that decider match. But that does mean, for definition, that he will be leaving the tournament after that match. McBanterface, as you mentioned, moving on out of Group B into day number 3 in top 8.
Yeah, and from what we've seen today, he looks pretty comfortable in those aggressive lineups, and not quite so comfortable into the weird warrior warlock control-y lineups. So that's where his speed is positioned in this tournament. But yeah, he's got through, so that's all you can do on day 1.
Yeah. Now he's going to have a day in between to rest up, prep more, check out the second day of the tournament to see who else is going to be joining in the top 8.
Or he'll watch Arsenal play. Let's face it.
Well,
he should do all the things you said, but he's going to watch Arsenal play, let's face it.
Hey, that's okay too. You know, whatever he needs to do to perform at his best in top 8 is what I want him to do. So how's that?
Absolutely. And I will give him credit. Like he probably will do that, but also changing his sleep schedule, all that sort of stuff. He is very professional about everything he does in this game, apart from probably watching the football.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that was an incredible series that we just saw from McBanterface. I just want to review where we've been today and check out those brackets if we could one more time. Group Group B, we saw ProYun and McBanterface going through Group B to make it to that top 8 on day number 3. And pretty incredible performances from those players as well.
Yeah, ProYun's lineup looked fantastic, but we did say it playing against Banterface's lineup, which I think is probably a good set of matches for it. Whether it can sort of do the test again when somebody tries hitting him in the face really quickly and really hard will be the testing point for whether ProYun's lineup is amazing or whether it's just another decent lineup. And talking of hitting him in the face really hard, Fury Hunter will be doing that. So that matchup will be very revealing for how good ProYun's lineup is. If ProYun wins that and he's already beaten McBanterface, I think he could be an incredible spot to win the tournament.
Yeah, definitely agree. It's going to be really interesting to see those matchups, but we still have a whole nother day before we get to that top 8. So it's going to be an exciting day number 2. We're going to get to check out groups C and D tomorrow, basically in the same exact format that we walked through groups A and B today. But there we have it, group C and D players. We'll be getting to see them tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely stacked lineup once again. That group C is pretty terrifying, I think. Hemlock is a superb player, been around a long time. Sif has played in the World Championships before. Yala is Yala, done everything but win the big one. And Gamer RVG, a player that I think we underrate regularly. A super player, tests with Banterface, and is getting better each time he does one of these as well. So definitely not somebody to rule out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a stacked Group C there as we see that bracket. But let's take a look at the Group D bracket as well and check out what those matches are going to look like. I am very interested to check out Group D. I think Mismail and Rekvem, that's going to be a very interesting matchup as well, particularly that initial match, which we may not get to see on broadcast, but it's definitely going to be something that we'll review and chat about throughout tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Pitnitzer does as well. Hasn't had to play Hearthstone to qualify for Worlds since all the way back in spring when he won that championships. And Yanming, we saw him, or Banterface sort of watched that on his stream, the qualification there. Yanming looked incredibly powerful in their Chinese qualifiers as well. So lots going on tomorrow, and already 2 out of 2 of the Chinese contestants are through to the final day.
Yeah, so we'll see if that pattern continues tomorrow with Group C and D. But any closing thoughts, Lorinda, for today or getting ready for tomorrow?
No, I think I've just said pretty much everything I want to, honestly. I think today was very interesting. We've got 9 classes represented, I believe. It's late, I may have misremembered that. And again, Priest and Mage not here, but could be played on ladder pretty strongly. So this is wide open, and we still haven't really got a very good clue as to what the best lineup is, and that's going to be exciting tomorrow.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of interesting lineups and more matches to be played tomorrow, and then the top 8 on Sunday. So still plenty of action to go. So thank you so much for tuning in and joining us for day number 1 today. We'll see you back here tomorrow for day number 2. Thank you so much. Have a good one.